driving her into a coma. One would have to be extremely cautious, of course, but with— "You're not listening to me," Alex said, bolting up again. He stood between their chairs, looming over Pablo, pointing one trembling finger at him. "This is incredibly dangerous. You stumbled into something much too big for you to handle. If you help her to remember, you're going to make powerful enemies somewhere. She's a sweet girl, and her life is in ruins because of this. You can't help her. You're too old, and you're just one man. Listen, maybe you don't understand enough of the situation. I haven't told you her name or profession, but I'll tell you now that—" "I don't want to know who she is," Alex said, his eyes widening. "She's a physician," Pablo persisted. "Or almost. She's spent the past 14 years training herself for medical practice, and now she's losing everything. It's tragic. Think about this, damn it. She's almost certain to discover that knowing the truth is even worse than not knowing. If the repressed memories are breaking through like this, then they must be so traumatic that they could destroy her psychologically." "Maybe," Pablo acknowledged. "But shouldn't she be the one to decide whether or not to keep digging for the truth?" Alex was adamant. "If the memory itself doesn't destroy her, then she'll probably be killed by whoever implanted the block. I'm surprised they didn't kill her straight away. If it is an intelligence agency behind us, ours or theirs, then you've got to remember that to them civilians are entirely expendable. She got a rare and amazing reprieve when they used brainwashing instead of a bullet. A bullet's quicker and cheaper. They won't give her a second reprieve. If they discover that the Azrael block has crumbled, if they learn that she's uncovered the secret they've hidden from her, they'll blow her brains out." "You can't be sure," Pablo said. "Besides, she's a real go-getter, Alex, an achiever, a mover and shaker, so from her point of view, her current situation is almost as bad as having her brains blown out." Making no effort to conceal his frustration with the old magician, Alex said, "You help her, and they'll blow your brains out as well. Doesn't that give you pause?" "At 81, Pablo said, "not much of interest happens. You can't afford to turn your back on that rare bit of excitement when it comes along. Vogue la galère." "I must chance it." "You're making a mistake." "Maybe I am, my friend. Maybe. But then why do I feel so good?" Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Bennett Soniford, who had operated on Winton Toke yesterday subsequent to the shooting at the sandwich shop, ushered Father Vikazik into a spacious den where the walls were covered with mounted fish, marlin, an immense albacore, bass, trout. More than 30 glass eyes stared sightlessly down upon the two men. A trophy case was filled with silver and gold cups, bowls, medallions. The doctor sat at a pine desk in the shadow of a forever swimming, open-mouthed marlin of startling proportions, and Stefan sat beside the desk in a comfortable chair. Although the hospital had provided only Dr. Soniford's office number, Father Vikazik had been able to track down the surgeon's home address with the aid of friends at the telephone company and police department. He had arrived at Soniford's doorstep at 7:30 Christmas night, effusively apologetic about interrupting holiday celebrations. Now, Stefan said, "Brendan works with me at St. Bernadette's, and I think very highly of him, so I don't want to see him in trouble." Soniford, who looked a bit like a fish, pale, slightly protuberant eyes, a naturally puckered mouth, said, "Trouble?" He opened a kit of small tools, choosing a miniature screwdriver, and turned his attention to a fly-casting reel that lay on the blotter. What trouble?" interfering with officers in the performance of their duties. Psst, ridiculous. Soniford carefully removed tiny screws from the reel housing. If he hadn't tended to talk, the man would be dead now. We gave him 4.5 liters. Really? That isn't a mistake on the patient's chart. No mistake. Soniford removed the metal case from the automatic reel, peered intently into its mechanical guts. An adult has 70 milliliters of blood per kilogram of body weight. Toke is a big man, 100 kilos. He'd normally contain 7 liters. So when I first ordered blood in the ER, he'd lost over 60% of his own. He put down the screwdriver and picked up an equally small wrench. And they gave him another liter in the ambulance before I saw him. You mean he'd actually lost over 75% of his blood by the time they got him out of that sandwich shop? But can a man lose so much blood and survive? No, Soniford said quietly. A pleasant shiver passed through Stefan. And both bullets lodged in soft tissue but damaged no organs. Deflected by ribs? Other bones? Soniford was still squinting at the reel, but had stopped tinkering with it. If those 38s had hit bone, the impact would have resulted in chipping, splintering. I found nothing like that. On the other hand, if they were not deflected by bone, they should have passed through him, leaving massive exit wounds, but I found them lodged in muscle tissue. Stefan stared at the surgeon's bent head. Why do I have the feeling there's something more you want to tell me, but that it's something you're afraid to talk about? At last, Soniford glanced up. And why do I get the feeling that you've not told the truth about your reasons for coming here, Father? Touché, Stefan said. Soniford sighed and put the tools away in the kit. All right. The entry wounds make it clear that one bullet hit Toke in the chest, impacted with the lower portion of the sternum, which should have snapped off or fractured. Splinters like shrapnel should have pierced organs, vital blood vessels. Apparently, none of that happened. Why do you say apparently? Either it happened or it didn't. From the entry wound in the flesh, I know that bullet hit the sternum, Father, and I found it lodged harmlessly in tissue on the other side of the sternum. Therefore, somehow, it passed through that bone without damaging it. Impossible. Of course. Yet I found just an entry wound over the sternum, the undamaged bone directly under the wound, and then the bullet lodged inside behind the sternum, with no indication how it had gotten from one place to the other. Furthermore, the entry wound of the second slug was over the base of the fourth rib right side, but that rib was undamaged as well. The bullet should have shattered it. Maybe you're wrong, Stefan said, playing devil's advocate. Maybe the bullet entered just slightly off the rib between ribs. No. Soniford raised his head but did not look at Stefan. The physician's uneasiness still seemed peculiar and was not explained by what he had said thus far. I don't make diagnostic errors. Besides, inside the patient, those bullets were lodged where you'd expect them to be if they had hit bone, had punched through, and had the last of their energy absorbed by the muscle. But there were no damaged tissues between the point of entry and the expended slugs, which is impossible. Bullets can't pass through a man's chest and leave no trail at all. Almost seems as if we have a minor miracle. More than minor. Seems like a pretty damn major miracle to me. If only one artery and vein were injured, and if both were only nicked, how did Toke lose so much blood? Were those nicks big enough to account for it? No. He couldn't have hemorrhaged so massively from those traumas. The surgeon said nothing more. He seemed gripped in the talons of some dark fear that Stefan could not understand. What had he to fear? If he believed that he had witnessed a miracle, should he not be joyous? Doctor, I know it's difficult for a man of science and medicine to admit he's seen something that his education can't explain. Something that, in fact, is in opposition to everything he had believed to be true. But I beg you to tell me everything you saw. What are you holding back? How did Winton Toke lose so much blood if his injuries were so small? Soniford slumped back in his chair. In surgery, after beginning transfusions, I located the bullets on the X-rays and made the necessary incisions to remove them. In the process, I found a tiny hole in the superior mesenteric artery and another small tear in one of the superior intercostal veins. I was certain there must be other severed vessels, but I couldn't locate them immediately, so I clamped off both the superior mesenteric and the intercostal for repair, figuring to search further when those were attended to. It only took a few minutes, an easy task. I sewed the artery first, of course, because the bleeding was in spurts and was more serious. Then, Father Vikazik urged gently. Then, when I had quickly finished stitching the artery, I turned to the torn intercostal vein, and the tear was gone. Gone, Stefan said. A quiver of awe passed through him, for this was the thing he had expected. Yet it was also a revelation of such astounding importance that it seemed too much to have hoped for. Gone, Soniford repeated, and at last he met Stefan's gaze. In the surgeon's watery gray eyes, a shadow moved like the half-perceived passage of a leviathan through the depths of a murky sea, the shadow of fear, and Stefan confirmed that for some inexplicable reason the miracle occasioned dread in the doctor. The torn vein healed itself, Father. I know the tear had been there. Clamped it off myself. My technician saw it. My nurse saw it, but when I was ready to sew it up, the rent was gone. Healed. I removed the clamps and the blood flowed again through the vein and there was no leakage. And later, when I excised the bullets, the muscle tissue appeared to knit up before my eyes. Appeared to? No. That's innovation, Soniford admitted. It did knit before my eyes. Incredible, but I saw it. Can't prove it, Father. But I know those two slugs did smash Toke's sternum and shatter his rib. They did send bone fragments through him like shrapnel. Major, mortal damage was done. Had to have been. But by the time he was on the table in surgery, his body had almost entirely healed itself. The shattered bones had reformed. The superior mesenteric artery and the intercostal vein were severed to begin with, which is why he lost blood so fast. But by the time I opened him, both vessels had knitted up except for a small tear in each. It sounds crazy, but if I hadn't moved to repair the artery, I'm sure it would have finished closing on its own, just as the vein did. What did your nurse and other assistants think of this? Funny thing is, we didn't talk much about it. I can't account for how little we discussed it. Maybe we didn't talk about it because we're living in a rational age when the miraculous is unacceptable. How sad, if true, Stefan said. With the shadow of dread still shimmering anemone-like in the depths of his eyes, Soniford said, Father, if there is a God, and I'm not admitting there is, why would he save this particular cop? He's a good man, Father Bikozik said. So? I've seen hundreds of good men die. Why should this one be saved and none of the others? Father Bikozik pulled a chair around from the side of the desk in order to be able to sit near the surgeon. You've been frank with me, Doctor, so I'll be upfront with you. I sense a force behind these events that's more than human. A presence. And that presence isn't primarily concerned with Winton Toke, but with Brendan, the man, the priest who first reached Officer Toke in that sandwich shop. Bennett Soniford blinked in response. Ah. But you wouldn't have gotten such a notion unless Brendan was linked to at least one other miraculous event, Stefan said. Without using Emmy Hallberg's name, he told Soniford about the girl's mending limbs that had once been crippled by disease. Instead of taking hope from what Stefan told him, Bennett Soniford shriveled farther in the heat of his strange despair. Frustrated by the physician's relentless gloominess, Father Bikozik said, Doctor, maybe I'm missing something, but it seems to me you've got every reason to be joyous. You were privileged to witness what I personally believe was the hand of God at work. He held one hand out to Soniford and was not surprised when the doctor gripped it tightly. Bennett, why are you so despondent? Soniford cleared his throat and said, I was born and raised a Lutheran, but for 25 years I've been an atheist. And now... Ah, I see. Happily, Stefan began angling for Bennett Soniford's soul in the fish-lined den. He had no suspicion that, before the day was done, his current euphoria would be dispelled, and that he would experience a bitter disappointment. Reno, Nevada. Zeb Lomack had never imagined that his life would end in bloody suicide on Christmas. But by that night he had sunk so low that he longed to end his existence. He loaded his shotgun, put it on the filthy kitchen table, and promised himself that he would use it if he was unable to get rid of all the goddamned moon stuff before midnight. His bizarre fascination with the moon had begun the summer before last, though at first it had seemed innocent enough. Toward the end of August that year, he had taken to going out on the back porch of his cozy little house and watching the moon and stars while sipping Coors. In mid-September, he purchased the Tasco 10VR refracting telescope and bought a couple of books on amateur astronomy. Zebediah was surprised by his own sudden interest in stargazing. For most of his 50 years, Zeb Lomack, a professional gambler, had shown little interest in anything but cards. He worked Reno, Lake Tahoe, Vegas, occasionally one of the smaller gambling towns like Elko or Bullhead City, playing poker with the tourists and local would-be poker champs. He was not only good at card games, he loved cards, more than he loved women, booze, food. Even the money was not important to Zeb. It was just a handy byproduct of playing cards. The important thing was staying in the game. Until he got the telescope and went crazy. For a couple of months he used the scope on a casual basis, and he bought a few more books on astronomy, and it was just a hobby. But by last Christmas he began to focus his attention less on the stars than on the moon, and thereafter something strange happened to him. The new hobby soon became as interesting as card games, and he found himself canceling planned excursions to the casinos in order to study the lunar surface. By February, he was glued to the eyepiece of the Tasco every night that the moon was visible. By April, he built a collection of books about the moon that numbered more than 100, and he went out to play cards only 2 or 3 nights a week. By the end of June, his book collection had grown to 500 titles, and he had begun to paper the bedroom walls and ceiling with pictures of the moon, clipped from old magazines and newspapers. He no longer played cards, but began living off his savings, and thereafter his interest in things lunar ceased to bear any resemblance to a hobby, and became a mad obsession. By September, his book collection had grown to more than 1,500 volumes, stacked throughout his small house. During the day he read about the moon, or more often sat for hours staring intently at photographs of it, unable either to understand or to resist its allure, until its craters and ridges and plains became as familiar to him as the 5 rooms of his own house. On those nights when the moon was visible, he studied it through the telescope until he could no longer stay awake, until his eyes were bloodshot and sore. Before this obsession took control of him, Zeb Lomack had been a ruggedly hewn and relatively fit man. But as his preoccupation with things lunar tightened its grip, he stopped exercising and began eating junk food. Cake, ice cream, TV dinners, bologna sandwiches, because he no longer had time to prepare good meals. Furthermore, the moon not only fascinated him, but also made him uneasy, filled him not only with wonder but with dread, so he was always nervous, and he tranquilized himself with food. He became softer, flabbier, though he was only minimally aware of the physical changes he was undergoing. By early October, he thought about the moon every hour of every day, dreamed of it, and could go nowhere in his house without seeing hundreds of images of the lunar face. He had not stopped repapering the walls when he had finished his bedroom in June, but had carried that project throughout. The full-color and black and white moon pictures came from astronomy journals, magazines, books, and newspapers. On one of his infrequent ventures out of the house, he had seen a 3-by-5-foot poster of the moon, a color photograph taken by astronauts, and he had bought 50 copies, enough to paper the ceiling and every wall in the living room. He had even taped the poster over the window so every square inch of the room was decorated with that repeating image, except for doorways. He moved the furniture out, transforming the empty chamber into a planetarium where the show never changed. Sometimes he'd lie on his back on the floor and stare up and around at those 50 moons, transported by an exhilarating sense of wonder and an inexplicable terror, neither of which he could understand. Christmas night, as Zeb was sprawled on the floor with 100 bloated moons hanging over him, bearing down on him, he suddenly noticed writing on one of them, a single word scrawled across the lunar image with a felt-tip pen, where there had never been a word before. The picture had been defaced with a name, Dominic. He recognized his own handwriting, but he could not remember having scrawled that name across the moon. Then his eye was caught by another name written on another poster, Ginger, and then a third name on a third poster, Fay, and a fourth, Ernie. Suddenly anxious, Zeb stumbled around the room, checking the other posters, but he found no more names. In addition to being unable to recall writing those words, he could not think of anyone he knew named Dominic, Ginger, or Fay. He knew a couple of Ernies, though neither was a close friend, and the appearance of that name on one of the moons was no less mysterious than the 3 others. Staring at the names, he grew increasingly uneasy, for he had the odd feeling that he did know them, that they had played a terribly important role in his life, and that his very sanity and survival depended on remembering who they were. Some long-forgotten memory swelled in him like a steadily inflating balloon, and intuitively he knew that when the balloon popped, he would recollect everything, not only the identities of these 4 people, but also the origins of his fevered fascination with and underlying fear of the moon. But as the memory balloon swelled within him, his fear grew as well, and he began to sweat and then to shake uncontrollably. He turned from the posters, suddenly terrified of remembering, and lurched out to the kitchen, driven by that gnawing hunger that was always occasioned by thoughts that made him nervous. He wrenched open the refrigerator door and was startled to discover that the shelves were bare. They held dirty bowls and empty plastic containers in which food had been kept, 2 empty milk cartons, an egg carton with 1 broken and dried egg. He looked in the freezer, found only frost. Zeb tried to remember when he had last been to the supermarket. It might have been days or weeks since his most recent shopping expedition. He could not remember because in his moon-filled world time no longer had any meaning. And how much time had passed since his last meal? He vaguely remembered having some canned pudding, but he was not clear whether that had been earlier today or yesterday, or even 2 days ago. Zebediah Lomax was so shocked by this development that his mind cleared for the first time in weeks, and when he looked around the kitchen, he made a strangled sound of disgust and fear. For the first time he really saw, the mess in which he'd been living, a situation previously masked by his all-encompassing fascination with the moon. Garbage covered the floor. Discarded cans, sticky with fruit juice, slimy with traces of rancid gravy, empty cereal boxes, and a score of drained milk cartons, dozens of wadded up and discarded potato chip bags and candy wrappers, and roaches. They squirmed, scuttled, and jigged through the garbage, raced across the floor, climbed walls, crouched on counters, and lurked in the sink. "My God," Zeb said, in a voice that was hardly more than a croak. "What's happened to me? What have I been doing? What's wrong with me?" He put one hand to his face and twitched with surprise when he felt a beard. He had always been clean-shaven, and he had thought he shaved just this morning. The wiry hair on his face sent him in a panic to the bathroom where he could look in the mirror. He saw a stranger. Filthy, matted hair, hanging in tangled clumps, pale, soft, sickly-looking skin, a 2-week beard crusted with food and dirt, wild eyes. He became aware of his body odor. His stink was so rank that he gagged on his own aroma. Apparently he had not bathed in days, weeks. He needed help. He was sick, confused and sick. He could not understand what had happened to him, but he knew that he must go to the telephone and call for help. But he did not go immediately to the phone, because he was afraid they'd say he was hopelessly insane and would lock him away forever, like they had locked away his father. When Zebediah was 8, his father pitched a terrible fit, ranting and raving about lizard things that were crawling out of the walls, and the doctors took him to the hospital to dry him out. But that time, unlike before, the DTs had not gone away, and Zeb's dad had been institutionalized for the rest of his life. Ever after, Zeb had been afraid his own mind might be flawed, too. Staring at his pale face in the mirror, he knew he could not call for help until he made himself presentable and straightened up the house. Otherwise, they would lock him up and throw away the key. He could not bear to look at his reflection long enough to shave, so he decided to deal with the house first. Keeping his head down to avoid seeing the moons, which exerted a tidal force on him as real as the true moon's effect on the seas, he scurried into the bedroom, opened the closet, shoved the clothes aside, located his Remington 12-gauge and a box of shells. Head bowed, fighting the urge to look up, he made his way to the kitchen, where he loaded the shotgun and put it on the garbage-strewn table. Speaking aloud, he made a bargain with himself. "You get rid of the moon books. Tear down the pictures so this place don't look so crazy. Clean the kitchen. Shave. Bathe. Then maybe you'll get your head clear enough to figure what the hell's wrong with you. Then you can get help. Just not while things are like this." The shotgun was the unspoken part of the bargain. He had been fortunate to rise briefly out of the moon dream in which he had been living, shocked to his senses by the lack of food in the refrigerator. But if he drifted back into that nightmare, he could not count on being jolted awake again. Therefore, if he could not resist the siren song of the moons on the walls, he would quickly return to the kitchen, pick up the shotgun, put it in his mouth, and pull the trigger. Death was better than this. And death was better than being locked up forever like his father. Now, in the living room once more, keeping his eyes on the floor, he began to gather up the books. Some had once boasted jackets with photos of the moon, but he had clipped those pictures. He hefted an armload of them and went outside to the snow-covered backyard, where there was a barbecue pit lined with concrete blocks. Shivering in the crisp winter air, he dumped the books into the pit and headed back to the house for more, not daring to look at the night sky for fear of the great luminous body suspended in it. As he worked, the urge to return to the study of the moon was as intense and demanding as the hideous need that forced a heroin addict to return again and again to the needle. But Zeb fought it. Likewise, as he made trip after trip to the barbecue pit, he felt that memory of some long-forgotten event continuing to swell within him. Dominic, Ginger, Faye, Ernie. Instinctively, he knew that he would understand the cause of his fascination with the moon if only he could recall who those 4 people were. He concentrated on the names, trying to use them to block out the alluring summons of the moon. And it seemed to work because soon he had disposed of 200 or 300 volumes in the barbecue pit and was ready to set them ablaze. But when he struck a match and leaned down to light the pages of a book, he discovered the pit was empty. He stared in shock and horror. Dropping the matches, he raced back to the house, threw open the kitchen door, stumbled inside, and saw what he had been most afraid of seeing. The books were piled there, damp with snow, smeared with wet ashes from the pit. He had indeed disposed of them, but then the lunacy had taken him again. Under its spell, and without knowing what he was doing, he had carried every volume back into the house. He began to cry, but he was still determined he would not wind up in a padded room. He picked up a score of books and headed back toward the barbecue pit, feeling as if he were in hell and condemned for eternity to the performance of this frantic ritual. When he figured he had filled the pit again, he suddenly realized he was not carrying books to the place of burning, but away from it. Again he had drifted off into his moon dream, and instead of destroying the objects of his obsession, he was recollecting them. As he headed back toward the house, he noticed how the crust of snow glimmered with a scintillant, reflected light. Against his will, his head came up. He looked into the deep and nearly cloudless sky. He said, "The moon." He knew then that he was a dead man. Laguna Beach, California. For Dominic Corvasis, Christmas was usually not much different from other days. He had no wife or children to make it special. Raised in foster homes, he had no relatives with whom he could share a turkey and mincemeat pie. A couple of friends, including Parker Fane, always invited him to join in their festivities, but he declined, for he knew he would feel like the proverbial fifth wheel. However, Christmas was not sad or lonely. He was never bored by his own company, and his home overflowed with good books that could fill the day with delight. But this Christmas, Dom could not concentrate to read, for he was preoccupied by the mysterious mail he had received the previous day, and by the need to resist the urge to pop a Valium. Though he had been afraid that he would dream and walk in his sleep, he had taken no Valium yesterday and no Dalmane last night. He was determined to avoid any further reliance on chemicals, though he continued to crave them. In fact, the craving became so bad that he emptied the pills into the toilet and flushed them away, because he did not trust himself. As the day wore on, his anxiety rose to the level he had experienced before he had begun drug therapy. At 7 o'clock Christmas night, Dom arrived at Parker's rambling hillside contemporary and accepted a glass of homemade eggnog with a cinnamon stick in it. The burly painter's beard, usually bushy and untamed, was neatly trimmed, and his mane of hair was newly cut and combed in honor of the holiday. Though he was more conservatively groomed and more subdued in dress than was his habit, he was every bit as ebullient as one expected him to be. "What a Christmas! Peace and love reigned in this house today, I tell you. My cherished brother made only 40 or 50 nasty and envious remarks about my success, which is not half as many as he lets loose with on a less blessed occasion. My sainted half-sister Carla only once called her sister-in-law Doreen a bitch, and even that might be considered justified in light of the fact that Doreen started it by calling Carla a brainless new-age crackpot full of psychobabble. Ah! Truly, a day of fellowship and caring. Not one punch thrown this year, if you can believe it. And Carla's husband, though he got plastered as usual, did not throw up or fall down a flight of stairs as in the past years, though he did insist on doing his Bette Midler imitation at least a dozen times. As they moved toward a grouping of chairs by the window wall overlooking the sea, Dom said, "I'm going on a trip. A long drive. I'll fly to Portland and rent a car up there. Then I'll retrace the journey I took the summer before last, from Portland down to Reno, across Nevada and half of Utah on Interstate 80, then to Mountain View." Dom sat down as he spoke, but Parker remained on his feet, very still. The announcement pleasantly electrified him. "What's happened? That's no vacation. That's not a route you'd take for pleasure. Are you sleepwalking again?" "Must be. And something's happened to convince you this is related to the changes you underwent that summer." "I haven't begun sleepwalking again, but I'm sure I will. Probably tonight, because I've thrown the damn drugs away. They weren't curing me. I lied. I was getting hooked, Parker. I didn't care because it seemed that being hooked was better than enduring the things I did while sleepwalking. But now, all that's changed because of these." He held up the 2 notes from his unknown correspondent. "The problem's not just within me, not just psychological. There's something stranger at work here." He gave the first note to Parker. His fearful state of mind was betrayed by the sheet of paper which shook in his hand. When the painter read it, he looked baffled. Dom said, "It came in the mail yesterday at the post office. No return address. There was another note delivered to the house." He explained about having typed the words "the moon" on his word processor hundreds of times in his sleep, and about waking from a dream with those same words on his lips, then passed the second note to Parker. "But if I'm the first one you've told about this moon thing, how could anyone have known enough to send such a note?" "Whoever he is," Dom said, he knows about my sleepwalking. Maybe because I've gone to a doctor about it. You're saying you're being watched? Apparently, to a degree. Periodically monitored, if not constantly watched. But while the monitor knows about my sleepwalking, he probably doesn't know about my typing those words on the display writer, or that I woke up repeating them in the night, not unless he was standing beside my bed, which he wasn't. However, he indisputably does know that I'll react to the moon, that those words will frighten me. So he must know what lies behind this whole crazy mess. At last Parker sat down on the edge of a chair. Find him, and you'll know what's going on. New York is a big place, Dom said. I have no starting point there. But when I got this first note, this business about the answer to my sleepwalking lying in the past, I realized you must be right about this personality crisis being tied to the previous one. The dramatic change I went through on the trip from Portland to Mountain View is somehow connected. If I make that trip again, stop at the same motels, eat in the same roadside restaurants, try to recreate it as exactly as I can, something might turn up. My memory might be jogged. But how could you have forgotten something so major? Maybe I didn't forget it. Maybe the memory was taken from me. Leaving that possibility for later exploration, Parker said, Whoever the hell this guy is, what reasons would he have for sending these notes? I mean, you've imagined a situation where it's you against them, some unknown them, and so this guy is on their side, not yours. Maybe he doesn't agree with everything that's been done to me. Whatever it is that I've forgotten was done to me. Done to you? What are we talking about here? Dom nervously turned his glass of eggnog around and around in his hands. I don't know. But this correspondent, he obviously wants me to know my problem's not psychological, that there's something more behind it. I think maybe he wants to help me find the truth. So why doesn't he just call you up and tell you the truth? The only thing I can figure is that he doesn't dare risk telling me. He must be part of some conspiracy. God knows what. But part of some group that doesn't want the truth to come out. If he approaches me directly, the others will know and he'll be in deep shit. As if it helped him think, Parker ran one hand through his hair several times, mussing it badly. You make this sound like some all-knowing secret society is on your ass, like the Illuminati Society, Rosicrucians, CIA, and the Fraternal Order of Masons all rolled into one. You actually think you've been brainwashed? If you want to call it that. Whatever traumatic episode I've forgotten, I didn't forget it without assistance. Whatever I saw or experienced was apparently so shocking, so traumatic that it's still festering in my subconscious, trying to reach me through sleepwalking and through the messages I leave on the display writer. It was so damn big that even brainwashing hasn't been able to wipe it out. So big that one of the conspirators is risking his own neck to send me hints. After reading them one more time, Parker returned the two notes to Dom, chugged down his own eggnog. Shit. I think you've got to be right, which upsets me. I don't want to believe it. It sounds too much as if you've let your novelistic imagination run wild, as if you're trying out the plot of a new book on me, something a bit more colorful than you should write. But crazy as the whole thing sounds, I can't think of any other answer. Dom realized he was squeezing the eggnog glass so tightly that he was in danger of shattering it. He put it on a small table and blotted his hands on his slacks. Me neither. There's nothing else that explains both the crazy damn sleepwalking and my personality change between Portland and Mountain View, and those two notes. His face lined with worry, Parker said, What could it have been, Tom? What did you stumble into when you were out there on the road? I don't have the foggiest. Have you considered that it might be something so bad, so damn dangerous that you'd be better off not knowing? Dom nodded. But if I don't learn the truth, I won't be able to stop the sleepwalking for good. In my sleep, I'm running from the memory of whatever happened to me out there on the road the summer before last. And to stop running, I've got to find out what it was. Face up to it. Because if I don't stop the sleepwalking, it'll eventually drive me mad. That might sound a bit melodramatic too, but it's true. If I don't learn the truth, then the thing I fear in my dreams is going to start haunting the waking hours as well, and I'm not going to have a moment's peace, waking or sleeping, and eventually the only solution will be to put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. Jesus. I mean it. I know you do. God help you, my friend. I know you do. Reno, Nevada. A cloud saved Zeb Lomack. It drifted across the moon before the grip of the lunar obsession had completely reclaimed him. With the empyreal lantern briefly dimmed, Zebediah abruptly became aware that he was standing coatless in the freezing December night, gaping up at the sky, mesmerized by moonbeams. If the cloud had not broken the trance, he might have stood there until the object of his grim fascination had descended past the horizon. Then, having sunk back into his lunacy, he might have returned to one of the rooms papered with the ancient god-face that the Greeks called Cynthia, that the Romans called Diana, there to lie in a stupor until days hence he had starved to death. Reprieved, he let out a wretched cry and ran to the house. He slipped and fell in the snow, fell again on the porch steps, but immediately scrambled up, desperately seeking the safety of the indoors where the face of the moon could not work its charms on him. But of course there was no safety inside either. Though he closed his eyes and began at once to tear blindly at the moon pictures, ripping them from the kitchen walls and casting them on the garbage-covered floor, he began to succumb to his obsession yet again. Eyes tightly shut, he could not see the cratered images, but he could feel them. He could feel the pale light of 100 moons upon his face, and he could feel the roundness of the moons in his hands as he tore them off the wall, which was crazy, because they were only pictures that could not produce light or warmth, and could not convey by touch the roundness of the lunar globe, yet he nevertheless felt those things strongly. He opened his eyes, and was instantly captured by the familiar celestial body. Just like my dad. Asylum-bound. Like a distant crackle of lightning, that thought flickered through Zeb Lomack's rapidly dimming mind. It jolted him, and allowed him to recover just long enough to turn away from the living room door and fling himself toward the kitchen table, where the loaded shotgun waited. Chicago, Illinois. Father Stefan Vikazik, descendant of strong-willed Poles, rescuer of troubled priests, was not accustomed to failure, and he did not handle it well. But after everything I've told you, how can you still not believe? He demanded. Brendan Cronin said, Father Stefan, I'm sorry, but I simply don't feel any stronger about the existence of God than I did yesterday. They were in a bedroom on the second floor of Brendan's parents' ginger-snap brick house in the Irish neighborhood called Bridgeport, where the young priest was spending the holiday according to Father Vikazik's orders, issued yesterday after the uptown shootout. Brendan, dressed in gray slacks and a white shirt, was sitting on the edge of a double bed that was covered by a worn, yellow chenille spread. Stefan, choosing to feel needled by his curate's stubbornness, moved constantly around the room, from dresser to highboy to window to bed to dresser again, as if trying to avoid the prickling pain of his failure. "Tonight," Father Vikazik said, "I met an atheist who was half converted by Toke's incredible recovery, but you're unimpressed." "I'm happy for Dr. Sonifert," Brendan said mildly, "but his renewed belief doesn't rekindle my own." The curate's refusal to be properly impressed by recent miraculous events was not the only thing that irritated Father Vikazik. The young priest's pacific demeanor was also bothersome. If he could not find the will to believe in God again, then it seemed he should at least be disheartened and downcast by his continued lack of faith. Instead, Brendan appeared untroubled by his miserable spiritual condition, which was quite different from his attitude when Father Vikazik had seen him last. He had changed dramatically, for reasons that were not at all clear. A great peace seemed to have settled over Brendan. Still determinedly pressing his argument, Stefan said, "It was you, Brendan, who cured Emmy Hallberg and healed Winton Toke. It was you, through the power of those stigmata on your hands, stigmata that God visited upon you as a sign." Brendan looked at his palms, now unmarked. "I believe somehow I did heal Emmy and Winton, but it wasn't God acting through me." "Who else but God could have granted you such curing power?" "I don't know," Brendan said. "Wish I did. But it wasn't God. I felt no divine presence, Father." "Good grief! How much more strongly do you expect him to make his presence felt? Do you expect him to thump you on the head with his great staff of justice, tip his diadem to you, and introduce himself? You've got to meet him halfway, Brendan." The curate smiled and shrugged. "Father, I know these amazing events seem to have no explanation other than a religious one, but I feel very strongly that something other than God lies behind it." "Like what?" Stefan challenged. "I don't know. Something tremendously important. Something really wonderful and magnificent. But not God. Look, you've said that the rings were stigmata. But if that's what they were, why wouldn't they have been in a form that had some Christian significance? Why rings, which seem to have no relation to the message of Christ?" When Brendan began Stefan's unconventional course of psychological therapy at St. Joseph's Hospital for Children 3 weeks ago, the young priest had been so troubled by his loss of faith that he'd been growing rapidly thinner. Now, he had stopped losing weight. He was still 30 pounds lighter than usual, but he was no longer as wan and haggard as he had been following his shocking outburst during Mass on the 1st of December. In spite of his spiritual fall, there was a glow to his skin and a light in his eyes that was almost beatific. "You feel splendid, don't you?" Stefan asked. "Yes, though I'm not sure why." "Your soul's no longer troubled?" "No." "Even though you've still not found your way back to God?" "Even though," Brendan agreed. "Maybe it has something to do with the dream I had last night." "The black gloves again?" "No, haven't had that one in a while," Brendan said. "Last night, I dreamed that I was walking in a place of pure, golden light. Beautiful light. So bright, I could see nothing around me, and yet it didn't hurt my eyes." A peculiar note, perhaps of reverence, entered the curate's voice. "In the dream, I keep walking and walking, not knowing where I am or where I'm going, but with the sense that I'm approaching a thing or a place of monumental importance and unbearable beauty. Not just approaching, but being called to it. Not an audible call, but a summons that just reverberates in me. My heart is pounding, and I'm a little afraid, but it isn't a bad fear, Father. What I feel in that bright place, not bad at all. So I just keep walking through the light, towards something magnificent that I can't see, but that I know is there. Drawn by Brendan's hushed voice, as if by a magnet, Father Vikazik moved to the bed and sat upon the corner of it. But surely this is a spiritual dream, the call of God coming to you in sleep. He's calling you back to your faith, back to the duties of your office. Brendan shook his head. No. There was no religious quality to the dream, no sense of a divine presence. It was a different kind of awe that filled me, a joy unlike the joy I knew in Christ. I woke up 4 times during the night, and each time I woke the rings were on my hands, and each time that I fell back to sleep I dropped into the same dream again. Something very strange and important is happening, Father, and I'm a part of it. But whatever it is, it's not anything that my education, experiences, or previous beliefs have prepared me for. Father Vikazik wondered if the call that had come to Brendan in the dream had been from Satan instead of God. Perhaps the devil, aware that a priest's soul was in jeopardy, had dressed his hateful form in this deceptively attractive golden light, the better to lead the curate from the righteous path. Still firmly determined to bring his curate back into the fold, but temporarily out of winning strategies, Stefan Vikazik decided to call a truce. He said, "So, what now? You aren't ready to put on your Roman collar and resume your duties, as I thought you'd be by now. Do you want me to contact Lee Kellogg, the Illinois provincial, and ask him to authorize psychiatric counseling?" Brendan smiled. "No, that doesn't appeal to me anymore. I don't believe it'd do any good. What I'd like to do, if it's all right with you, Father, is move back into my room in the rectory and wait this out. See what happens. Of course, as I remain a fallen-away priest, I can't hear confessions or say Mass. But while I'm waiting to see what happens, I could do some cooking, help you catch up on the filing." Father Vikazik was relieved. He had expected Brendan to express the intention of returning to a secular life. "You're welcome, of course. There's much you can do. I'll keep you busy, no need to worry about that. But tell me, Brendan, you do think there's a possibility that you'll find your way back?" The curate nodded. "I don't feel alienated from God anymore, just empty of Him. As this situation develops, perhaps it'll lead me back to the church, as you're convinced it will. I just don't know." Still frustrated and disappointed by Brendan's refusal to see the miraculous presence of God in the healing of Emmy and Winton, Father Vikazik was nonetheless glad that he would have the curate close and be provided the opportunity to continue guiding him back to salvation. Brendan went downstairs with Father Vikazik, and at the front door the 2 men embraced in such a way that a stranger, without any knowledge of their occupation, would have thought them father and son. Accompanying Father Vikazik as far as the front stoop, where a blustery wind gave a howl more suited to Halloween than to Christmas, Brendan said, "I don't know why or how, Father Stefan, but I feel we're about to embark upon an amazing adventure." The discovery or rediscovery of faith is always an amazing adventure, Brendan, Father Vikazik said. Then, having gotten in the last clean jab as a good fighter for souls should always do, he left. Reno, Nevada. Whimpering, gasping for breath, struggling valiantly against the narcotizing effect of his lunar obsession, Zeb Lomack clambered through the garbage and squirming roaches that carpeted the kitchen, grabbed the shotgun that lay upon the table, jammed the barrel between his teeth, and suddenly realized that his arms were not long enough to reach the trigger. The urge to look up at the bewitching moons on the walls was so overpowering that he felt as if someone had hold of him by the hair and was pulling his head back to force his gaze up from the floor. And when he closed his eyes defensively, it seemed as if some invisible adversary began to pry insistently at his eyelids. In his horror of being committed to a madhouse like his father, he found the strength to resist the mesmeric moon call. Eyes still closed, he collapsed into a chair, kicked off one shoe, stripped away the sock, braced the shotgun with both hands, put the barrel in his mouth, raised his unshod foot, and touched one bare toe to the cold trigger. Imagined moonlight on his skin and imagined lunar tides in his blood, no less forceful for being imaginary, demanded his attention with such sudden power that he opened his eyes, saw the many moons on the walls, and cried, "No!" into the barrel of the gun. Even as the spellbinding moon call pulled him back toward a trance, even as he pressed his foot down upon the trigger, the swelling memory balloon at last burst in his mind, and he remembered everything that had been taken away from him. The summer before last, Dominic, Ginger, Faye, Ernie, the young priest, the others, Interstate 80, the Tranquility Motel. Oh, God, the motel. And oh, God, the moon. Perhaps Zebediah Lomax was unable to check the downward motion of his bare foot, or perhaps, instead, the suddenly revealed memory was so terrible that it encouraged suicide. Whichever the case, the 12-gauge went off with a roar, and the back of his head blew out, and for him, though for no one else, the terror ended. Boston, Massachusetts. All Christmas afternoon, Ginger Weiss read Twilight in Babylon, and at 7 o'clock that evening, when it was time to go downstairs for drinks and dinner with the Hannaby family, she resented the interruption and did not want to put the book aside. She was a willing captive of the engrossing story, but she was more captivated by the photo of the author. Dominic Corvais's commanding eyes and dark good looks continued to arouse in her an uneasiness bordering on fear, and she could not overcome the peculiar feeling that she knew him. Dinner with her hosts, their children and grandchildren, might have been pleasurable if Dominic Corvais had not exerted a mysteriously powerful claim on her attention. At 10 o'clock, when she could at last gracefully withdraw without offending anyone, she cast out and gathered in a final series of Christmas wishes for happiness and health, then returned to her room. She began reading where she had left off, and with a minimum of interruptions to scrutinize the author's photograph again, she finished the book at 3:45 a.m. In the deep, post-midnight silence that had settled over Baywatch, Ginger sat with the book in her lap, the jacket photo turned up, her eyes fixed on Dominic Corvais's hauntingly familiar face. Minute by minute, as she sat in her strange, silent, one-sided communion with the writer's image, Ginger became increasingly convinced that she had met the man somewhere, and that he was, in some unimaginable fashion, part of her recent troubles. Although her steadily growing conviction was tempered by the realization that this intuition might be part of the same mental disturbance that generated her fugues, and might therefore be unreliable, her agitation and excitement increased until, shaky and distraught, she was finally driven to action. Leaving her room with exaggerated stealth, she went downstairs through the dark and untenanted rooms of the great slumbering house into the kitchen. She switched on the light and used the wall phone to call information in Laguna Beach. It was 1 o'clock in the morning in California. Too rude an hour to wake Corvasis. But if she could get a number for him, she would sleep better, knowing that she could get in touch with him in the morning. To her dismay, though not to her surprise, his number was unlisted. Switching off the kitchen light and creeping quietly back to her room, Ginger made up her mind to write Corvasis in the morning, care of his publisher. She would dispatch the message by express mail with an urgent plea to the publisher to forward the letter immediately. Perhaps attempting to contact him was precipitate and irrational. Perhaps she had never met him, and perhaps he had nothing to do with her bizarre affliction. Perhaps he'd think she was a crackpot, but if this 1,000,000-to-1 shot proved a good bet, the payoff might be her very salvation, which was sufficient reward to risk making a fool of herself. Laguna Beach, California. As yet unaware that an advance review copy of his book had made a vital link between himself and a deeply troubled woman in Boston, Dom remained at Parker Fane's house until midnight, discussing the possible nature of the conspiracy that he had theorized. Neither he nor Parker had enough information to put together a detailed or even slightly useful picture of the conspirators, but the very process of sharing and exploring the mystery with a friend made it less frightening. They agreed that Dom should not fly to Portland and begin his odyssey until he saw how bad his sleepwalking became, now that he had thrown away the Valium and Dalmane. Maybe somnambulism would not recur, as he expected it would, in which case he could travel without fear of losing control of himself in a distant place. But if he resumed his night rambling, he would need a couple weeks to decide on the best way of restraining himself during sleep before heading to Portland. Besides, by waiting a while he might receive additional letters from his unknown correspondent. Those clues might make the trek from Portland to Mountain View unnecessary, or might target a specific area along that route as the place where Dom would encounter some sight or experience that would free his imprisoned memories. By midnight, when Dom rose to leave Parker's hillside house, the artist had become so intrigued by the situation that he looked as if he would be up for hours yet, his mind spinning. "You sure it's wise to be alone tonight?" he asked at the front door. Dom stepped outside onto a walkway patterned with spiky, geometric forms of darkness and wedge-shaped slices of yellow light, which were formed by the beams of a decorative iron lantern half obscured by shadow-casting palm fronds. Looking back at his friend, he said, "We've been through this before. It might not be wise, but it's the only way." "You'll call if you need help." "I'll call," Dom said. "And take those precautions we talked about." Dom attended to those precautions a short while later at home. He removed the pistol from his nightstand, locked it in a drawer of his office desk, and buried the desk key under a package of ice cream in the freezer. Better to be unprepared for a burglar than to risk firing the gun while sound asleep. Next, from a coil of rope in the garage, he cut a 10-foot length. After brushing his teeth and undressing, he knotted one end of the line securely around his right wrist in such a way that he could escape only by untying 4 difficult knots. He secured the other end of the rope to one post of the headboard, taking care to fasten it tightly. With 1 foot of the line's length used for the knots, he was left with 9 feet of play, enough to assure his comfort while keeping him tethered within a safe distance of the bed. In previous somnambulistic episodes, he had performed complex tasks that had required some concentration, though nothing quite so tedious as the unraveling of well-made knots, which were often a challenge to him when he was awake. In his sleep, he would surely lack the coordination and mental focus to free himself, and the effort to do so would be frustrating enough to wake him. Being thus hampered involved some danger. If a fire broke out in the night, or if the house were damaged in an earthquake, he might be so delayed by the need to untie himself that he would perish in the smoke, or beneath a collapsing wall. He had to risk it. When he turned out the bedside light and slipped under the blanket, trailing the rope from one arm, the glowing red numerals of the digital clock read 12:58. Staring at the dark ceiling, wondering what in the name of God he had become involved in out there on the road the summer before last, he waited for sleep to creep upon him. On the nightstand, the telephone was silent. If his number had not been unlisted, he might have received, at that moment, a long-distance call from a lonely and frightened young woman in Boston, a call that would have radically changed the course of the next few weeks, and might have saved lives. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In the guest room of her only daughter's house, where a nightlight burned in consideration of Ernie's phobia, Fay Block listened to her husband as, asleep and dreaming, he mumbled into his pillow. A few minutes ago she had been awakened when he had let out a soft cry and had thrashed for a moment in the sheets. Now she raised herself on one elbow, cocked her head, and listened intently, trying to decipher his muffled speech. He was saying the same thing again and again into the pillow. The almost panicky urgency in his voice made Fay nervous. She leaned closer to him, straining to understand. Suddenly, he shifted his head just enough to turn his mouth from the pillow, and his words became clear, though no less mysterious than when they had been muffled. The moon. The moon. The moon. The moon. Las Vegas, Nevada. Georgia took Marcy into her own bed that night, because it did not seem like a good idea to leave the girl alone after the disturbing events of the day. She did not get much rest, because all night Marcy seemed to phase in and out of nightmares, frequently kicking at the sheets, squirming vigorously as if to free herself from restraining hands, and talking in her sleep about doctors and needles. Georgia wondered how long this had been going on. Their bedrooms were separated by back-to-back closets, insulated by hanging clothes, and the child's sleep talk was very soft, so it was possible that she had passed a lot of nights in unconscious terror without Georgia being aware of it. Her voice raised gooseflesh on Georgia's arms. In the morning she would take Marcy to the doctor. Given her unexplained dread of all physicians, the girl might cause a hell of a scene. But as much as Marcy feared going to a doctor, Georgia feared not going. If it had not been so hard to locate the right physician on Christmas Day, Georgia would have gone for help already. She was scared. Following Marcy's outburst, when her grandfather's teasing about taking her to a hospital had driven her away from the table in a mad panic, the day had gone downhill. The girl was so overcome by fear that she peed her pants, and for 10 or 15 hideously embarrassing and terrifying minutes she resisted all Georgia's efforts to get her cleaned up. She screamed, scratched, and kicked. The tantrum passed at last, and she submitted to a bath. But she was like a little zombie, slack-faced and empty-eyed, as if the terror in passing out of her had taken with it all her strength and her mind as well. That quasi-catatonic state lasted almost an hour while Georgia made a dozen telephone calls in an attempt to track down Dr. Bezencourt, the pediatrician who treated Marcy on those rare occasions when she was sick. As Mary and Pete tried unsuccessfully to get a smile, or at least a word of response from the stricken girl, and as Marcy continued to act as if she were deaf and mute, George's mind was increasingly filled with half-remembered magazine articles about autistic children. She couldn't recall whether autism was a condition that began in infancy, or whether it was possible for a perfectly normal little girl of 7 to suddenly withdraw into a private place and close out the rest of the world forever. Not being able to remember made her a little crazy. Gradually, however, Marcy came out of her daze. She began to answer Mary and Pete, though in one-word replies delivered in a flat, emotionless voice nearly as unsettling as her screams had been earlier. Sucking on her thumb, as she had not done in at least 2 years, she went into the living room to play with her new toys. Most of the afternoon she played without any visible pleasure, a faint scowl having taken unchallenged possession of her small face. Georgia was no less worried because of this change, but she was relieved to see that Marcy showed no further interest in the little Miss Doctor kit. By 4:30 the girl's scowl had faded, and she had become sociable once more. In a good mood again, she was such a natural charmer that she almost made it seem as if her outburst at the table had been no worse than any child's temper tantrum. In fact, on the outside stairs of the apartment complex, beyond Marcy's hearing, Georgia's mother paused on the way down to the car and said, "She's just trying to let us know that she's hurt and confused. She doesn't understand why her father left, and right now she needs a lot of special attention, Georgia. A lot of love. That's all." Georgia knew the problem was worse than that. She had no doubt that Marcy was still disturbed by her father's behavior, deeply hurt by his abandonment, and full of unresolved conflicts. But something else was eating the girl, something that seemed disturbingly irrational, and Georgia was scared of it. Not long after Pete and Mary left, the girl began playing Little Miss Doctor with the same unnerving intensity she had exhibited earlier, and when bedtime came she wanted to take the kit with her. Now, some of the Little Miss Doctor things lay on the floor at Marcy's side of the bed, some on the nightstand. And in the dark bedroom the child dreamed and whimpered about doctors, nurses, needles. Georgia would have been unable to sleep even if Marcy had been perfectly still and quiet. Worry induced insomnia even more effectively than a dozen cups of coffee. Since she was awake anyway, she listened attentively to her daughter's every dreamy utterance, hoping that she would hear something that would help her understand or that would assist the doctor in arriving at his diagnosis. It was after 2 o'clock in the morning when Marcy mumbled something different from what she had mumbled before, something that had nothing to do with doctors and nurses and big sharp needles. With a flurry of violent kicks, the girl flopped from her stomach onto her back, gasped, and went rigid, perfectly still. "The moon, the moon," she said, in a voice that was filled with both amazement and fear. "The moon." A voice of such chilling, whispery urgency that Georgia knew it was not just meaningless sleep talk. "The moon, moon, moon." Chicago, Illinois. Brendan Cronin, priest on probation, slept warmly under a blanket and patchwork quilt, smiling at something in a dream. The winter wind sighed through the giant pine tree outside, fluted and soughed in the eaves, and moaned at his window, exerting itself in evenly spaced gusts, as if nature were ventilating the night with a huge mechanical bellows that faithfully produced 8 exhalations to the minute. Even lost in his dream, Brendan must have been aware of the wind's slow pulse, for when he began to talk in his sleep, the words issued from him in a sympathetic rhythm. "The moon, the moon, the moon, the moon." Laguna Beach, California. "The moon! The moon!" Dominic Corvasis was awakened by his own fearful shouting and by a burning pain in his right wrist. He was on his hands and knees in the darkness beside his bed, wrenching frantically at something that had a grip on his arm. He continued to struggle for a few seconds until the mists of sleep cleared, whereupon he realized that he was being held by nothing more sinister than the rope with which he had tethered himself. Breathing raggedly, heart pounding, he fumbled for the lamp switch and winced as the sudden light stung his eyes. A quick look at the restraining rope showed that in his sleep, and in the dark, he had completely untied one of the 4 tightly drawn knots and partially unraveled a second before losing patience for the task. Then, in the panic that always accompanied his sleepwalking, he evidently had begun to pull and tug and twist against the belaying line as if he were a dumb animal protesting a leash, painfully abrading his right wrist. Dom got off the floor and, pushing aside the tangled blankets, sat on the edge of the bed. He knew he had been dreaming, though he could not recall anything about the dream. However, he was pretty sure that it was not the nightmare he had endured on other occasions during the past month, for that one had had nothing to do with the moon. This was another dream, equally terrifying, but in a different way. His shouts, which had been partly responsible for waking him, had been so importunate, so haunted, so fright-filled that he could even now summon them in memory as clearly as he had first heard them. "The moon! The moon!" He shuddered and raised his hands to his throbbing head. The moon! What did it mean? Boston, Massachusetts. Ginger sat straight up in bed with a shrill cry. Lavinia, the Hannaby's housekeeper, said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Wise. Didn't mean to scare you. You are having a nightmare." Nightmare? Ginger had no recollection of a dream. "Oh, yes," Lavinia said, "and a really bad one from the sound of it. I was passing in the hall when I heard you crying out. I almost came in right away, until I realized you must be dreaming. I hesitated then, but you went on and on, shouting it over and over again, until I thought I'd better wake you." Blinking, Ginger said, "Shouting? What was I shouting?" "Over and over again," the housekeeper said. "The moon! The moon! The moon! You sounded so frightened." "I don't remember." "The moon," Lavinia assured her. "The moon. Over and over again, in such a voice that I half thought someone was killing you." Part 2. Days of Discovery. Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. Mark Twain. Is there some meaning to this life? What purpose lies behind the strife? Whence do we come? Where are we bound? These cold questions echo and resound through each day, each lonely night. We long to find the splendid light that will cast a revelatory beam upon the meaning of the human dream. The Book of Counted Sorrows. A friend may well be reckoned the masterpiece of nature. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Chapter 4. December 26th through January 11th. 1. Boston, Massachusetts. Between December 27th and January 5th, Dr. Ginger Weiss went to Pablo Jackson's Back Bay apartment 6 times. On 6 of those visits, he used hypnotic therapy to probe cautiously and patiently at the Azrael block that sealed off a portion of her memory. To the old magician, she grew more beautiful each time she arrived at his door, more intelligent, charming, and appealingly tough-minded, too. Pablo saw in her the kind of woman he would have wanted as a daughter. Ginger had stirred in him protective, fatherly feelings that he had never known before. He told her nearly everything he had learned from Alexander Christopherson at the Hergensheimers' Christmas party. She resisted the idea that her memory block had not developed naturally, but had been implanted by persons unknown. "Too bizarre. Things like that don't happen to ordinary people like me. I'm just a farmishta from Brooklyn, not someone who gets involved in international intrigue." The only thing about his conversation with Alex Christopherson that he did not tell her was that the retired espionage officer had warned against becoming involved with her. If Ginger knew Alex had been deeply disturbed, she might decide that the situation was too dangerous to justify Pablo's involvement. Out of concern for her, and out of a selfish desire to be a part of her life, he withheld that information. At their first meeting on December 27th, prior to the session of hypnosis, he prepared a lunch of quiche and salad. As they ate, Ginger said, "But I've never been around a sensitive military installation, never been involved in any defense research, never associated with anyone who could conceivably be part of a spy ring. It's ludicrous." "If you stumbled on some dangerous bit of knowledge, it wasn't in a high-security area. It was someplace you had every right to be, except you just happened to be there at the wrong time."
"But listen, Pablo, if they brainwashed me, that would have taken time. They'd have had to hold me in custody somewhere, right?"
"I imagine it would take a few days."
"So you can't be right," she said. "Of course, I realized that while they were forcing me to forget the thing I had accidentally seen, they'd also repress the memory of the place where they held me for the brainwashing. But there'd be a blank spot in my past somewhere, an empty time when I couldn't remember where I'd been or what I'd done."
"Not at all. They'd implant a set of false recollections to cover the missing days, and you'd never know the difference."
"Good God. Really? They could do that?"
"One thing I hope to do is locate those false memories," Pablo explained as he finished his quiche. "It'll take a long time, slowly regressing you back through your life, week by week. But when I find the phony memories, I'll recognize them to the suite because they won't have the detail, the substance of genuine memories. Mere stage sets, you see. If we find 2 or 3 days of tissue-thin memories, we'll have pinpointed the origin of your problem because those will be the dates when you were in the hands of these people, whoever they may be."
Yes, I see," she said, suddenly excited. "The first day of the mushy memories will be the day that I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and the last day will be the day they finished brainwashing me. It's terribly difficult to believe. But if someone really did implant this memory block, and if all my symptoms, the fugues, are a result of those repressed memories struggling to the surface, then my problem isn't really psychological. There's a chance I could practice medicine again. All I've got to do is dig out the memories, bring them into the light, and then the pressure will be relieved."
Pablo took her hand and gave it a squeeze. "Yes, I believe there's real hope. But it's not going to be easy. Every time I probe at the block, I risk plunging you into a coma. Or worse. I intend to be, so careful. But the risk remains." The first 2 sessions of deep hypnosis were conducted in armchairs by the huge bay window, one on December 27th, one on Sunday the 29th, each lasting 4 hours. Pablo regressed her day by day through the previous 9 months, but found no obviously artificial memories. Also on Sunday, Ginger suggested he question her about Dominic Corvasis, the novelist whose picture affected her in such a peculiar manner. When Pablo hypnotized her and established that he was speaking to the inner Ginger, to her deep, subconscious self, he asked if she had ever met Corvasis, and after a brief hesitation she said yes. Pablo pursued the point cautiously and diligently, but he could get almost nothing more out of her. At last, a thin vapor of memory escaped her.
"He threw salt in my face."
"Corvasis threw salt on you?" Puzzled, Pablo asked, "Why?"
"Can't quite remember."
"Where did this happen?" Her frown deepened, and when he continued to pursue the subject, she withdrew, sinking into that frightening, comatose state. He quickly retreated before she had spiraled down as deep as she had done before. He assured her that he would ask no further questions about Corvasis if only she would return, and gradually she responded to that promise. Clearly, Ginger had at one time met Corvasis, and her encounter with him was associated with the memories of which she had been robbed. In the next 2 sessions, Monday the 30th and Wednesday, first day of the new year,
Pablo regressed Ginger yet another 8 months to the end of July 2 summers ago, without discovering any tissue-thin memories that would indicate the work of mind control specialists. Then, on Thursday, January 2nd, Ginger asked him to question her about her previous night's unremembered dream. For the 4th time since Christmas, she had cried out in her sleep, "The moon," with such insistence that she woke others in Baywatch. "I think the dream's about the place and time that's been stolen from me. Put me in a trance and maybe we'll learn something." But when hypnotized and returned to last night's dream, she refused to answer questions and drifted into a deeper sleep than a mere hypnotic trance. He had pulled the Azrael trigger once more, which was positive proof that her dreams involved those forbidden memories. On Friday they did not meet. Pablo needed the day to read further about memory blocks of all kinds and to think about how best to proceed. In addition, he had recorded all 5 post-Christmas sessions, so he sat at the reproduction Sheraton desk in his book-lined study and listened to portions of those tapes for hours. He was searching for a single word or a change in Ginger's voice that might make a particular answer seem more important on rehearing than it had seemed at the time. He found nothing startling, though he noticed that, during hypnotic regression, a subtle note of anxiety had entered her voice when their backward journey through time had reached August 31st of the year before last. It was nothing dramatic that would have caught his attention at the time the recordings were made, but by telescoping all the sessions into one afternoon, using the fast-forward control to skip from day to day, he saw the pattern of steadily building anxiety, and he suspected they were getting close to the event now hidden behind the Azrael block. Therefore, during their 6th post-Christmas session on Saturday, January 4th, Pablo was not surprised when the breakthrough came. As usual, Ginger was sitting in one of the armchairs by the bay window, beyond which a fine snow was falling. Her silver-blonde hair glowed with spectral light. As he regressed her back through July of the previous year, her brows knitted, and her voice became whispery and tense, and Pablo knew she was drawing closer to the moment of her forgotten ordeal. Since they were going backward in time, he had already taken her through her busy months as a surgical resident at Memorial Hospital, back to the moment when she first reported to George Hannaby for duty on Monday, July 30th, more than 17 months ago. Her memories remained sharp and richly detailed as Pablo conveyed her into Sunday, July 29th, when she still had been settling into her new apartment. July 28th, 27th, 26th, 25th, 24th, through those days she had been unpacking and shopping for furniture, all the way back to July 21st, 20th, 19th. On July 18th, the moving van arrived with her household goods, which she had shipped from Palo Alto, California, where she had lived the previous 2 years while taking an advanced course of study in vascular surgery. Farther back. On July 17th, she arrived in Boston by car and booked a room overnight at the Holiday Inn Government Center, as close to Beacon Hill as possible, not yet able to stay at her new apartment because she had no bed there. By car? You drove cross-country from Stanford.
It was the first vacation I ever really had. I liked to drive, and it was a chance to see a little of the country, Ginger said, but in such an ominous voice that she might have been talking about a journey through hell rather than a transcontinental holiday. So Pablo began to regress her through the days of her journey, back across the Midwestern heartland, around the northernmost horn of the Rocky Mountains, through Utah, into Nevada, until they came to Tuesday morning, July 10th. She had stayed the previous night at a motel, and when he asked for the name of it, a shudder passed through her. Tranquility.
Tranquility Motel. Where is this place? Describe it, too. On the arms of her chair, her hands curled into fists.
30 miles west of Elko, on Interstate 80.
Haltingly, reluctantly, she described the 20-unit Tranquility Motel and Grill. Something about the place terrified her. Every muscle in her body went rigid. Pablo said, "So you stayed the night of July 9th at the motel. That was a Monday. All right. So now it's Monday, July 9th. You're just arriving at the motel. You haven't stayed there yet. You're just driving up to it. What time of the day is it?" She did not answer, and her tremors grew more pronounced. And when he asked again, she said,
"I didn't arrive on Monday. Friday."
Startled, Pablo said, "The previous Friday? You stayed at the Tranquility Motel from Friday, July 6th to Monday, July 9th? 4 nights at this small motel in the middle of nowhere?" He leaned forward in his chair, sensing that they had found the time when her mind had been tampered with. "Why would you want to stay so long?" In a slightly wooden voice, she said,
"Because it was peaceful. I was on vacation, after all."
Her strangely stilted voice became more flat and devoid of nuance with each word she spoke.
"I needed to relax, you see, and this was a perfect place to relax."
The old magician looked away from her, watched the faintly luminous snow slanting down through the dreary gray afternoon beyond the window, and carefully considered his next question. "You said this motel has no swimming pool, and the rooms you've described aren't luxurious, not resort-style rooms for long-term visits. What on earth did you do for 4 days out there in the middle of nowhere, Ginger?"
"Like I said, I relaxed. Just relaxed. Napped. Read a couple of books. Watched some TV. They have good TV even way out there in the plains because they've got their own little satellite receiver dish on the roof."
Her manner of speech was now entirely altered, and she sounded as if she were reading from a script.
"After 2 intense years at Stanford, I needed a few days of doing absolutely nothing."
"What books did you read while at the motel?"
I don't remember."
Her hands were still fisted, and she was still rigid. Fine, pearly beads of sweat popped out along her hairline. "Ginger, you're there now, in the motel room, reading. Understand? You are reading whatever you were reading then. Now, look at the title of the book and tell me what it is."
No title."
"Every book has a title."
"No title."
"Because there really is no book, is there?"
"Yes. I just relaxed. Napped. Read a couple of books. Watched some TV,"
she said in a soft, dead, emotionless voice.
"They have good TV even way out there on the plains because they've got their own little satellite receiver dish on the roof."
"What TV shows did you watch?"
"News. Movies."
"What movies?" She flinched.
"I don't remember."
Pablo was quite sure that the reason she did not remember these things was precisely because she had never done them. She had been at that motel all right, because she could describe it in minute detail, but she could not recall the books and the TV programs because she had never passed any of that time in those pursuits. Through clever, post-hypnotic suggestions,
She had been instructed to say that she had done those things, and she had actually been made to remember vaguely having done them, but they were merely artificial memories designed to cover what had really transpired at that motel. A specialist in brainwashing could insert false memories in a subject's mind, but even if he worked very hard at it and built an intricate web of interlocking details, he could not make the phony memories as convincing as real ones. Pablo said, "Where did you eat dinner each night?"
"The Tranquility Grill. It's a small place, and it doesn't have much of a menu, but the food is reasonably good."
That response was once again delivered in a flat and hollow voice. Pablo said, "What did you eat at the Tranquility Grill?" She hesitated.
I don't remember."
"But you told me the food was good. How could you make that judgment if you don't remember what you ate?"
It's a small place, and it doesn't have much of a menu."
The more insistently he pressed for details, the more tense she became. Her voice remained emotionless as she spewed out her programmed responses, but her face twisted and hardened with anxiety. Pablo could have told her that her apparent memories of those 4 days at the Tranquility Motel were false. He could have ordered her to blow them out of her mind, the way one might blow dust from an old book, and she would have done it. Then he could have told her that her true memories were locked behind an Azrael block, and that she must hammer it into more dust. But if he had done so, she would have plunged, as programmed, into a coma. Or worse. He would have to spend many days, possibly weeks, looking for tiny cracks to exploit cautiously. For today, he contented himself with identifying the precise number of hours of her life that had been stolen from her. He took her back to Friday, July 6th, of the summer before last, and asked exactly when she signed the register at the Tranquility Motel.
"A little after 8 o'clock.
She no longer spoke in a wooden voice because these were real memories.
"It was still an hour before sunset, but I was exhausted. All I wanted was dinner, a shower, and bed."
She described the man and woman behind the check-in counter in detail. She even recalled their names, Faye and Ernie. Pablo said, "Once you had checked in, you ate at the Tranquility Grill next to the motel. So, describe the place." She did so, and in convincing detail. But when he jumped her ahead to the moment at which she left the restaurant, her recollections were phony again, thin and without color. Clearly, her memories had been altered from some point after she had gone into the Tranquility Grill on that Friday evening until she had left the motel and had headed toward Utah the following Tuesday morning. Pablo backtracked, returning Ginger to the small restaurant once more, searching for the exact moment at which the genuine memories ended and the false began. "Tell me about your dinner from the moment you went into Tranquility Grill that Friday evening, minute by minute." Ginger sat up straight in her chair. Her eyes were still closed, but under the shuttered lids they moved visibly, as if she were looking left and right upon entering the Tranquility Grill. She unfisted her hands and got up, much to Pablo's surprise. She walked away from her chair, toward the center of the room. He walked beside her to prevent her from bumping into furniture. She did not know she was in his apartment, but imagined herself to be making her way between the tables in the restaurant. As she moved, the tension and fear left her, for now she was wholly in that time, prior to all her trouble, when she had had nothing about which to be tense or afraid. In a quiet, anxiety-free voice, she said,
"Took me a while to freshen up and get over here, so it's almost twilight. Outside, the plains are orange in the late sunlight, and the inside of the diner is full of that glow. I think I'll take that booth over in the corner by the window."
Pablo went with her,
guiding her past the Picasso painting toward one of the sofas that was decorated with colorful pastel accent pillows. She said,
Smells good. Onions, spices, French fries.
"How many people in the diner, Ginger?" She paused and turned her head, surveying the room with closed eyes.
The cook behind the counter and a waitress. 3 men. Truck drivers, I guess, on stools at the counter, and 3 at that table, and the chubby priest, another guy over at that booth.
Ginger continued, pointing and counting.
11 in all, plus me.
"All right," Pablo said. "Let's go to that booth by the window." She began walking again, smiled vaguely at someone, sidestepped an obstacle that only she could see, then suddenly twitched in surprise, jerked one hand to her face. "Oh!" She stopped. "What is it?" Pablo asked. "What's happened?" She blinked furiously for a moment, smiled, and spoke to someone in the Tranquility Grill back there on July 6th of last year.
No, I'm all right. It's nothing. I've already brushed it off."
She wiped her face with one hand. "See?" She had been looking down, as if the other person was seated, and now she raised her eyes as he got up. Pablo waited for her to continue the conversation. She said,
"Well, when you spill salt, you'd better throw some over your shoulder, or God knows what'll happen. My father used to throw it 3 times, so if you'd been him, you'd have buried me in the stuff."
She started walking again, and Pablo said, "Stop. Wait, Ginger. The man who threw salt over his shoulder. Tell me what he looks like."
"Young,"
she said.
32 or 33, about 5'10", lean, dark hair, dark eyes, sort of handsome, seems shy, sweet.
Dominic Corvasis, no doubt about it. She began to move again. Pablo stayed at her side until, realizing she was about to sit in the restaurant booth, he guided her gently to the sofa. She sat back on it and looked out a window, smiling at her private panorama of Nevada plains washed in the light of a dying sun. Pablo watched and listened while Ginger exchanged pleasantries with the waitress and ordered a bottle of Coors. The beer was served, and Ginger pantomimed sipping it while she watched the sun fade. Seconds ticked past, but Pablo didn't speed her through the scene because he knew they were approaching the crucial moment when her real memories gave way to phony ones. The event, the thing that she saw and should not have seen, had transpired around this time, and Pablo wanted to learn everything he could about the minutes leading up to it. Twilight arrived back there in the past. When the waitress returned, Ginger ordered a bowl of the homemade vegetable soup and a cheeseburger with all the trimmings. Night fell out there in Nevada. Abruptly, before her food had been served, Ginger frowned and said, "What's that?" She looked out the imagined window, scowling. "What do you see?" Pablo asked, chained to his inconvenient vantage point in present-day Boston. A worried look came over her face, and she stood up. "What the devil is that noise?" She looked toward other people in the restaurant with a puzzled expression, and she spoke to them. I don't know what it is." She suddenly tottered sideways and nearly fell. "Gewalt!" She reached out as if supporting herself against the side of a booth or table. "Shaking! Why is everything shaking?" She jumped in surprise. "It's knocked over my beer glass. Is it an earthquake? What's happening? What is that sound?" She stumbled again. Now she was frightened. "The door!" She started to run across the living room, though in her mind she was heading toward the exit from the restaurant that, in reality, she had long ago departed. "The door!" she cried again, But then she stopped abruptly, swaying, gasping, shuddering. When Pablo caught up with her, she dropped to her knees and hung her head. "What's happening, Ginger?"
Nothing.
She had changed in an instant. "What's that noise?"
What noise?
The robot voice again. "Ginger, damn it, what's happening in the Tranquility Grill?" Horror was on her face, but she merely said,
I'm having dinner.
"That's a false memory."
Having dinner.
He tried to make her continue with the crucial memory of the frightening thing that had been about to happen. But at last he had to accept that the Azrael block, behind which her memories were repressed, took form when she had been running for the restaurant door, and it did not end until the following Tuesday morning, when she drove east toward Salt Lake City. In time, he might be able to chip it down to smaller dimensions, but enough had been accomplished for one day. At last they were making real headway. They knew that on the night of Friday, July 6th, the year before last, Ginger had seen something she had not been meant to see. Having seen it, she had almost certainly been detained in a room at the Tranquility Motel, where someone had used sophisticated brainwashing techniques to conceal the memory of that event from her, and thereby prevent her from carrying word of it to the world. They had worked on her for 3 days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, releasing her with sanitized recollections on Tuesday. But, in God's name, who were these omnipotent strangers, and what had she seen?
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Strangers by Dean Koontz, performed by Dick Hill. 2. Portland, Oregon. Sunday, January 5th, Dominic Corvasis flew to Portland and took a hotel room near the apartment house in which he had once lived. Rain was falling hard, and the air was cold. Except for dinner in the hotel restaurant, he spent the remaining hours of Sunday afternoon and evening at a table by the window of his room, alternately staring out at the rain-lashed city and studying the road maps. Again and again, he mentally reviewed the trip he had taken the summer before last, and would take again, starting tomorrow. As he had told Parker Fane on Christmas, he was convinced that he had stumbled into a dangerous situation out there on the road, and that, paranoid as it sounded, the memory of it had been wiped from his mind. The mail from his unknown correspondent pointed to no other conclusion. 2 days ago, he had received a third envelope without a return address, postmarked New York. Now, when Dom tired of looking at the maps and staring thoughtfully out at the Oregon rain, he picked up that envelope, shook out the contents, and studied them. This time there had been no note, just 2 Polaroid photographs. The first picture had the least effect on him, although it made him tense, unaccountably tense, considering that it was a photograph of someone who, as far as he knew, was a stranger to him. A young, pudgy priest with unruly auburn hair, freckles, and green eyes. He was facing the camera, sitting in a chair near a small writing desk, a suitcase at his side. He was very erect, head up and shoulders squared off, hands limp in his lap, knees together. The picture disturbed Dom because the expression on the priest's face was only 1 step removed from the lifeless, sightless stare of a corpse.
The man was alive, that much was evident from his rigid posture, yet his eyes were chillingly empty. The second photograph hit Dom much harder than the first, and its powerful effect did not diminish with familiarity. A young woman was the subject of this snapshot, and she was no stranger. Although Dom could not recall where they had met, he knew they were acquainted. The sight of her made his heart quicken with a fear similar to that which filled him when he woke from one of his episodes of sleepwalking. She was in her late 20s, blue eyes, silver blonde hair, exquisitely proportioned face. She would have been exceptionally beautiful if her expression had not been precisely that of the priest, slack, dead, empty-eyed. She had been photographed from the waist up, lying in a narrow bed, sheets pulled up chastely to her neck. Restraining straps held her down. One arm was partially bared to allow clearance for an IV needle in her wrist vein. She looked small, helpless, oppressed. The photograph instantly brought to mind his own nightmare, in which unseen men were shouting at him and forcing his face into a sink. A couple of times, that bad dream had not begun at the sink itself, but in a bed, in a strange room, where his vision was blurred by a saffron mist. Looking at the young woman, Dom was convinced that somewhere there was a Polaroid shot of him in similar circumstances, strapped to a bed, an IV needle in his arm, his face without expression. When he had shown the two photographs to Parker Fane on Friday, the day they came in the mail, the artist jumped to similar conclusions. "If I'm wrong, roast me in hell and make sandwiches for the devil, but I swear, this is a snapshot of a woman in a trance or drug-induced stupor undergoing the brainwashing that you evidently underwent. Christ! This situation gets more bizarre and fascinating day by day. It's something you ought to be able to go to the cops about. But you can't, because who's to say which side they'd be on? It may have been a branch of our own government you ran afoul of out there on the road. Anyway, you weren't the only one who got in trouble, good buddy. This priest and this woman also stumbled into it. Whoever went to this much trouble is hiding something damn big, a lot bigger than I thought before." Now, sitting at the table by his hotel room window, Dom held one picture in each hand, side by side, and let his gaze travel back and forth from the priest to the woman. "Who are you?" he asked aloud. "What are your names? What happened to us out there?" Outside, lightning cracked whip-like in the night over Portland, as if a cosmic coachman were urging the rain to fall faster. Like the drumming hooves of 1,000 harried horses, fat, hard-driven raindrops hammered against the wall of the hotel and galloped down the window. Later, Dom fastened himself to the bed with a tether that he had improved considerably since Christmas. First, he wrapped a length of surgical gauze around his right wrist and secured it with adhesive tape, a barrier between rope and flesh to prevent abrasion. He was no longer using an ordinary all-purpose line, but a hawser-laid nylon rope, only a 1/4 inch in diameter but with a breaking strength of 2,600 pounds. It was expressly made for rock and mountain climbing. He had switched to the sturdier rope because, on the night of December 28th, he had slipped his previous tether by chewing all the way through it while asleep. The mountaineering rope was fray-resistant and nearly as impervious to teeth as copper cable would have been. That night in Portland he woke 3 times, wrestling furiously with the tether, perspiring, panting, his racing heart's accelerator floored beneath a heavy weight of fear. "The moon! The moon!" 3. Las Vegas, Nevada. The day after Christmas, Georgia Monatella took Marcy to Dr. Louis Besancourt, and the examination turned into an ordeal that frustrated the physician, frightened Georgia, and embarrassed them both.
From the moment Georgia took her into the doctor's waiting room, the girl screamed, screeched, wailed, and wept. "No doctors! They'll hurt me!" On those rare occasions when Marcy misbehaved, and they were rare indeed, one hard slap on the bottom was usually all that was required to restore her senses and induce contrition. But when Georgia tried that now, it had the opposite effect of what she intended. Marcy screamed louder, wailed more shrilly, and wept more copiously than before. The assistance of an understanding nurse was required to convey the shrieking child from the waiting area into an examination room, by which time Georgia was not only mortified, but worried sick by Marcy's complete irrationality. Dr. Bezencourt's good humor and bedside manner were not enough to quiet the girl, and in fact, she became more frightened and violent the moment he appeared. Marcy pulled away from him when he tried to touch her, screamed, struck him, kicked him until it became necessary for Georgia and a nurse to hold her down. When the doctor used an ophthalmoscope to examine her eyes, her terror reached a crescendo indicated by a sudden loosening of her bladder that was dismayingly reminiscent of a fiasco on Christmas Day. Her uncontrolled urination marked an abrupt change in her demeanor. She became sullen, silent, just as she had for a while on Christmas. She was shockingly pale, and she shivered constantly. She had that eerie detachment that made Georgia think of autism. Lou Bezencourt had no simple diagnosis with which to comfort Georgia. He spoke of neurological and brain disorders and psychological illness. He wanted Marcy to check into Sunrise Hospital for a few days of tests. The ugly scene at Bezencourt's office was just a warm-up for a series of fits Marcy threw at the hospital. The mere sight of doctors and nurses catapulted her into panic, and invariably the panic became outright hysteria that escalated until, exhausted, the child fell into that semi-catatonic trance from which she needed hours to recover. Georgia took a week of sick leave from the casino and virtually lived at Sunrise for 4 days, sleeping on a rollaway bed in Marcy's room. She didn't get much rest. Even in a drugged sleep, Marcy twitched, kicked, whimpered, and cried out in her dreams, "The moon, the moon." By the 4th night, Sunday, December 29th, worried and weary, Georgia almost needed medical attention for herself. Miraculously, on Monday morning, Marcy's irrational terror simply went away. She still did not like being hospitalized, and she pleaded aggressively to go home, but she no longer appeared to feel that the walls were going to close in and crush her. She remained uneasy in the company of doctors and nurses, but she did not shrink from them in horror or strike them when they touched her. She was still pale, nervous, and watchful, but for the first time in days her appetite was normal, and she ate everything on her breakfast tray. Later in the day, after the final testing had been completed, while Marcy was sitting in bed eating lunch, Dr. Bezencourt spoke with Georgia in the hall. He was a hound-faced man with a bulbous nose and moist, kind eyes. "Negative, Georgia. Every test, negative. No brain tumors, no cerebral lesions, no neurological dysfunction." Georgia almost burst into tears. "Thank God." "I'm going to refer Marcy to another doctor," Bezencourt said. "Ted Coverley. He's a child psychologist and a good one. I'm sure he'll ferret out the cause of this. Funny thing is, I have a hunch we may have cured Marcy without realizing we were doing it." Georgia blinked. "Cured her? What do you mean?" "In retrospect, I can see that her behavior had all the earmarks of a phobia. Irrational fear, panic attacks. I suspect she had begun to develop a severe phobic aversion to all things medical. And there's a treatment called flooding, wherein the phobic patient is purposefully, even ruthlessly exposed to the thing he fears for such a long time, hours and hours, that the power of the phobia is shattered, which is what we might have inadvertently done to Marcy when we forced her into the hospital." "Why would she have developed such a phobia?" Georgia asked.
Where would it have come from? She's never had a bad experience with doctors or hospitals. She's never been seriously ill. Besancourt shrugged, sidled out of the way of some nurses pushing a patient on a gurney. We don't know what causes phobias. You don't have to crash in a plane in order to be afraid of flying. Phobias just spring up. Even if we accidentally cured her, there'll be a residual apprehension that Ted Coverley can identify. He'll root out any remaining traces of phobic anxiety. Don't worry, Georgia. That afternoon, Monday, December 30th, Marcy was released from the hospital. In the car on the way home, she was almost her old self, happily pointing out animal shapes in the clouds. At home, she dashed into the living room and settled down immediately among the piles of new Christmas toys which she had not yet had much opportunity to enjoy. She still played with the Little Miss Doctor kit, though not exclusively, or with that disturbing intensity that she had exhibited on Christmas Day. Georgia's parents raced over to the apartment. Georgia had kept them away from the hospital by arguing that they might disturb Marcy's delicate condition. Marcy remained in a splendid mood at dinner, sweet and amusing, leaving Georgia's parents disarmed. For the next 3 nights, Marcy slept in Georgia's bed in case she suffered an anxiety attack, but none materialized. The nightmares came with less frequency and less power than before, and Marcy's sleep talk awakened Georgia only twice in 3 nights.
The moon, the moon, the moon.
But now it was a soft and almost forlorn call, rather than a shout. In the morning, at breakfast, she asked Marcy about the dream, but the girl could not remember it.
The moon?
She said, frowning into her bowl of tricks.
Didn't dream about the moon. Dreamed about horses. Can I have a horse someday? Maybe, when we don't live in an apartment anymore.
Marcy giggled.
I know that. You can't keep a horse in an apartment. The neighbors would complain.
Thursday, Marcy saw Dr. Coverley for the first time. She liked him. If she still had an abnormal fear of doctors, she hid it well. That night, Marcy slept in her own bed with only the company of a teddy bear named Murphy. Georgia got up 3 times between midnight and dawn to look in on her daughter. Once, she heard the now familiar chant,
Moon, moon, moon,
in a whisper that, because it was an eerie blend of fear and delight, made the hair prickle on her scalp. And on Friday, with 3 days of school vacation still ahead for Marcy, Georgia put her in Kara Persagian's care once more and returned to work. It was almost a relief to get back to the noise and smoke of the casino. Cigarettes, stale beer, and the occasional blast of halitosis were infinitely more pleasing than the antiseptic stink of the hospital. She picked up Marcy at Kara's place, and on the way home the girl excitedly showed her the product of a day spent drawing on butcher's paper. Scores of pictures of the moon, in every imaginable hue. On Sunday morning, January 5th, when Georgia got out of bed and went to brew coffee, she found Marcy at the dining room table, engaged in a curious task. The girl, still in her pajamas, was taking all the photographs out of their picture album and making neat stacks of them.
I'm putting the pictures in a shoebox because I need the
album, the girl said, frowning over the hard word.
I need it for my moon collection.
She held up a picture of the moon clipped from a magazine.
I'm going to make a big collection. Why? Baby, why are you so interested in the moon? It's pretty,
Marcy said. She put the picture on a blank page of the photo album and stared at it. In her fixed gaze, in the intensity of her fascination with the photograph, there was an echo of the single-mindedness with which she had played Little Miss Doctor. With a quiver of apprehension, Georgia thought, this is how the damn doctor phobia started. quietly, innocently. Has Marcy merely traded one phobia for another? She had the urge to run to the telephone and somehow get hold of Dr. Coverley, even if it was Sunday and his day off. But as she stood by the table, studying her daughter, Georgia decided she was overreacting. Marcy certainly had not traded one phobia for another. After all, the girl wasn't afraid of the moon, just, well, strangely fascinated by it. A temporary enthusiasm. Any parent of a bright 7-year-old was accustomed to these short-lived but fiercely burning fascinations and infatuations. Nevertheless, Georgia decided she would tell Dr. Coverley about it when she took Marcy to his office for a second session on Tuesday. At 12:20 a.m., Monday, before she turned in for the night, Georgia looked in on Marcy to see if she was sleeping soundly. The girl was not in bed. In her dark room, she had drawn a chair up to the window and was sitting there staring out. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Come see," Marcy said softly, dreamily. Heading toward the girl, Georgia said, "What is it, Peanut?" "The moon," Marcy said, her eyes fixed on the silvery crescent high in the black vault of the sky. "The moon." Boston, Massachusetts. On Monday, January 6th, the wind from the Atlantic was bitterly cold and unrelenting, and all of Boston was humbled by it. On the blustery streets, heavily bundled and bescarfed people hurried toward sanctuary with their shoulders drawn up and heads tucked down. In the hard, gray winter light, the modern glass office towers appeared to be constructed of ice, while the older buildings of historic Boston huddled together, presenting a drab and miserable face utterly unlike their charm and stateliness in better weather. Last night, sleet had fallen. The barren trees were jacketed in glittering ice, bare black branches poking through the white crust like the marrow core revealed beneath the outer layers of shattered bones. Herbert, the efficient major domo who kept the Hannaby household functioning smoothly, drove Ginger Weiss to her 7th post-Christmas meeting with Pablo Jackson. The wind and the previous night's ice storm had brought down power lines and disrupted the traffic lights at more than half the intersections. They finally reached Newbury Street at 11:05 a.m., just 5 minutes past Ginger's 11 o'clock appointment. After the breakthrough during Saturday's session, Ginger had wanted to contact the people at the Tranquility Motel in Nevada and broach the subject of the unremembered event that had transpired there on the night of July 6th, the summer before last. Either the owners of that motel were accomplices of those who had tampered with Ginger's memory, or they were victims like her. If they had been subjected to brainwashing, perhaps they also were experiencing anxiety attacks of one sort or another. Pablo was firmly opposed to immediate confrontation. He felt the risks were too great. If the owners of the motel were not victims but associates of the victimizers, Ginger might be putting herself in grave danger. "You've got to be patient. Before approaching them, you must have as much information as you can possibly obtain." She had suggested they go to the police, seeking protection and an investigation, but Pablo had convinced her that the police would not be interested. She had no proof that she had been the victim of a mental mugging. Besides, the local constabulary could not unravel a crime across state lines. She'd have to go to the federal authorities or local Nevada police, and in either case she might be unwittingly seeking help from the very people responsible for what had been done to her. Frustrated, but unable to find a hole in Pablo's arguments, Ginger had agreed to continue following his program of treatment. He had wanted Sunday to himself so he could review the crucial tape of Saturday's session, and he had said he was not available Monday morning because he intended to see a friend in the hospital. "But you come back at, say, 1 o'clock Monday afternoon,
and we'll begin chipping away at the edges of that memory block. En pantoufle, in slippers, as they say, in a relaxed manner. This morning he had called her from the hospital to say that his friend was being discharged sooner than expected, and that he, Pablo, would be home by 11 o'clock if she would like to come earlier than planned. "You can help me make lunch." Now, disembarking from the elevator and stepping quickly along the short hall to Pablo's apartment, Ginger decided that she would make every effort to control her natural impatience and to settle for making progress en pantoufle, as the magician was determined they would. The front door was ajar. Assuming he had left it open for her, she stepped into the foyer. Closing the door, she said, "Pablo?" In another room, someone grunted. Something clattered softly, something thudded to the floor. "Pablo?" He did not answer. Moving into the living room, she called out, louder than before, "Pablo?" Silence. One of the library's double doors was open, and a light was on. Ginger entered and saw Pablo lying face down on the floor near the Sheraton desk. He had evidently just returned from his visit to his hospitalized friend, for he was still wearing galoshes and an overcoat. As she rushed to him and knelt at his side, grim possibilities occurred to her. Cerebral hemorrhage, thrombosis or embolism, massive heart attack. But she was not prepared for what she found when she eased him onto his back. Pablo had been shot, high in the chest, and bright red arterial blood welled from the bullet hole. His eyes fluttered open, and although they looked unfocused, he seemed to know who she was. Blood bubbled over his lower lip. He got out a single word in an urgent whisper. "Run!" Her instinctive reaction upon seeing him prone before the desk had been that of a friend and physician. Anguished, she had gone immediately to his aid. But until Pablo said, "Run," Ginger did not understand that her own life might be in jeopardy. Suddenly she realized that she had heard no gunfire, which meant a silencer-equipped pistol. The assailant was no ordinary burglar, someone infinitely more dangerous. All those considerations flashed through her mind in an instant. Her heart pounding, she rose and turned toward the door. The gunman, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a leather top-coat belted tightly at the waist, came out from behind the door, holding the silencer-equipped pistol. He was big, but surprisingly less threatening in appearance than she had expected. He was her age, clean-cut, with innocent blue eyes, and a face unsuited for menace. When he spoke, the disparity between his unremarkable appearance and his murderous actions was even greater, for his first words were a tremulous apology of sorts. "It shouldn't have happened. Didn't have to happen, for Christ's sake. I was duping those tapes on a high-speed recorder. That's all I wanted, dupes of the tapes." He was pointing to the desk, and for the first time Ginger noticed an open attaché case in which was nestled a compact piece of electronic equipment. Tape cassettes were scattered across the top of the desk, and she knew at once what tapes they were. "Let's call an ambulance," she said. She edged toward the phone, but he stopped her by gesturing pointedly and angrily with the gun. "High-speed duplication," he said, torn between rage and tears. "I could have made copies of all 6 of your sessions and been out of here. He wasn't supposed to be home for another fucking hour, at least." Ginger grabbed a chair cushion and used it to prop up Pablo's head, so he would not choke on the blood and phlegm in his throat. Obviously stunned by what had happened, the gunman said, "He just comes in, so quiet, gliding in here like a goddamn ghost." Ginger remembered how gracefully and elegantly the magician carried himself, as if each movement was prelude to an act of prestidigitation. Pablo coughed, closed his eyes. Ginger wanted to do more for him, but the only remedy was heroic surgery. At the moment,
She could only keep a hand on his shoulder in a feeble attempt to reassure him. She looked up entreatingly, but the gunman only said, "And what the hell's he doing? Packing a gun? A fucking 80-year-old man. A gun in his fist, as if he knows how to handle something like this." Until now, Ginger had not noticed the pistol on the carpet, a few feet from Pablo's outflung hand. When she saw it, a cripplingly sharp pang of horror went through her, and she nearly passed out. For in that instant she knew Pablo had been aware all along that it was dangerous to help her. She had not suspected that the mere attempt to probe at the memory block would quickly draw the unwanted attentions of men like this one in the leather topcoat, because this meant she was being watched. Maybe not hour by hour, or even every day, but they were keeping tabs on her. The moment she first called Pablo, she unwittingly endangered his life. And somehow he had known, for he had been packing a gun. Now Ginger felt the weight of guilt. "If he hadn't pulled that stupid .22, the gunman said miserably, "and if he hadn't insisted on calling the cops, I'd have walked away without laying a hand on him. I didn't want to hurt him. Shit." "For God's sake," Ginger said beseechingly, "let me call an ambulance. If you didn't mean to hurt him, then let's get help." The gunman shook his head, and his gaze moved to the crumpled magician. "Too late, anyway. He's dead." Those last two words, like a pair of hard punches, knocked the breath out of her, and drew the shadowy curtain of unconsciousness to the edges of her vision. One glance at the old man's glassy eyes was enough to confirm what the gunman had said, yet she resisted the truth. She lifted his left hand and put her fingertips to his thin black wrist, feeling for a pulse. Finding none, she searched along the carotid artery in his throat, but in spite of the remaining warmth of the flesh, there was only an awful stillness where once had been the throb of life. "No," she said. "Oh, no." She touched Pablo's dark brow, not with the diagnostic intent of a physician, but tenderly, lovingly. Her heart was so painfully constricted with grief that it was difficult to believe she had known the magician only 2 weeks. Like her father, she was quick to give her heart, and because Pablo was the man he was, the gift of affection and love was even more easily bestowed than usual. "I'm sorry," the killer said shakily. "I'm really sorry. If he hadn't tried to stop me, I'd have walked right out of here. Now, I've killed someone, haven't I? And you've seen my face." Blinking back her tears, suddenly aware that she could not afford to grieve right now, Ginger rose slowly to her feet and faced him. As if thinking aloud, the gunman said, "You've got to be dealt with now, too. I'll have to ransack the place, empty out drawers, take a few things of value, and make it look like you two walked in on a burglar." He chewed worriedly on his lower lip. "Yeah, it'll work. Instead of copying the tapes, I'll just take them so they won't be here to raise suspicions." He looked at Ginger and winced. "I'm sorry." "Jesus, I really am. But that's the way it'll have to be. I wish it didn't. It's partly my fault. Should have heard the old bastard coming in. Shouldn't have let him surprise me." He moved toward her. "Should I maybe rape you, too? I mean, would a burglar just shoot a good-looking girl like you? Wouldn't he rape you first? Wouldn't that make this look more real?" He came closer, and she began to back away. "God, I don't know if I can do it. I mean, how can I get a hard-on and do it to you when I know I've got to kill you afterward?" He kept coming toward her, and she backed up against the bookshelves. "I don't like this. Believe me, I don't. This shouldn't have to happen. I really hate this." His apparently genuine pity, repeated apologies,
and sorrowful self-recriminations gave Ginger the creeps. He would have been less frightening if he had been pitiless and bloodthirsty. The fact that he had scruples, but could set them aside long enough to commit 1 rape and 2 murders, that made him more of a monster. He stopped 6 feet from her and said,
"Please take off your coat."
It was useless to beg, but she hoped to make him overconfident.
"I won't give a good description of you. I swear. Please let me go."
"Wish I could." His face defined remorse.
"Take off your coat."
Buying time while she arrived at a course of action, Ginger slowly unbuttoned the coat. Her hands were shaking, but she exaggerated those genuine tremors and fumbled with the buttons. At last she shrugged out of the coat and let it drop to the floor. He stepped closer. The pistol was only inches from her chest. He was more relaxed, holding the gun less rigidly than before, thrusting it forward less aggressively, though he was by no means lax with it.
"Please, don't hurt me."
She continued to beg because, if he thought she was nearly paralyzed with abject fear, he might slip up and give her an opportunity for escape.
"I don't want to hurt you,"
he said, as if deeply offended by the implication that he had any choice in the matter.
"Didn't want to hurt him, either.
That old fool was responsible for this, not me. Listen,
I'll make it as painless as I can, I promise you that."
Still holding the gun in his right hand, he used his left hand to touch her breasts through her sweater. She endured his fondling, because he might become careless as he grew aroused. In spite of his claims that his empathy would render him impotent, Ginger was certain he'd have no difficulty raping her. Beneath his regret and sympathy, beneath the sensitivity he wished to project more for his own benefit than for hers, he was taking an unconscious, savage pleasure in what he had done and would do. In spite of his gentle voice, violence burned in every word he spoke. He stank of violence. He said,
"Very pretty. Petite, yet so nicely built."
He slipped his hand under her sweater, gripped her bra, gave it a hard yank that broke it. As elastic snapped, the bra straps dug painfully into her shoulders, the metal clasp at her back bit the skin. He grimaced as if her pain was transmitted to him.
"I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I didn't mean it. I'll be more careful."
He pushed aside the ruined brassiere and put his cool, clammy hand on her bare breasts. Filled equally with terror and revulsion, Ginger pressed back even harder against the bookshelves, which jabbed painfully into her back. The gunman was less than an arm's length away from her now, but he kept the pistol between them. The muzzle was pressed coldly against her bare midriff, leaving her no room to maneuver. If she tried to twist free of him, she would be gut-shot for her temerity. Fondling her, he continued to speak softly and to express great sadness at the necessity of raping and killing her, as though she simply must understand, as though it would be unthinkably cruel of her not to bestow upon him full absolution for the sin of taking her life. With nowhere to run, with his monotonous self-justifications washing over her in numbing waves of words, subjected to his groping hand, Ginger was gripped by a claustrophobia so intense she felt the urge to claw at him and force him to pull the trigger just to end it. His certs-scented breath had a cloying, minty aroma that, by its pervasiveness, gave her the feeling she was closed up in a bell jar with him. She whimpered, pleaded with wordless sounds, turned her head from side to side as if trying to deny the reality of the assault. The picture of demoralization and terror that she presented could not have been more convincing if she had had days to practice, but there was unfortunately little calculation in it. Further inflamed by her distress, he pawed at her more roughly than before.
"I think I can do it, baby.
I think I can do it to you. Feel me, baby. Just feel me. He pressed his body to hers and ground his pelvis against her. Incredibly, he seemed to think that, under such stressful and tragic circumstances, his rampant tumescence was a tribute to her erotic appeal, and that somehow she ought to be flattered. Her reaction could only have been a disappointment for him. When he pressed and rubbed himself against her, he was obliged to stop jamming the gun into her belly. Swept away by his own excitement, convinced that Ginger was weak and helpless, he did not even keep the weapon pointed at her, but held it to one side with the muzzle aimed at the floor. Ginger's terror was exceeded by her loathing and anger, and the moment the pistol swung away from her, she translated those pent-up emotions into action. Turning her head to the side, she slumped against him as if about to faint in fear or in a swoon of reluctant passion, an action that brought her mouth to his throat. In swift succession, she bit him hard in the Adam's apple, slammed one knee into his crotch, and clawed at his gun hand to keep the pistol away from her. He partially blocked the knee, limiting the damage to his privates, but he was unprepared for the bite. Shocked, horrified, and reeling from the devastating pain in his throat, the gunman pushed away from her and stumbled backward 2 steps. She had bitten deep, and now she gagged on the taste of his blood, though she did not permit her revulsion to delay her counterattack. She grabbed his gun hand, brought it to her mouth, and bit his wrist. A sharp cry of pain and astonishment burst from him. Because she was delicate, waif-like, he had not taken her seriously. As she bit him again, he dropped the gun, but simultaneously he made a fist of his other hand and with tremendous force slammed it into her back. She was driven to her knees and thought for a moment that he had broken her spine. Pain, as bright and scintillant as an electric current, shot up her back into her neck, flashed through her skull. Stunned, her vision briefly blurred, Ginger almost did not see him bending to retrieve the gun. Just as his fingers touched the butt, she frantically threw herself at his legs. Seeing her coming and hoping to jump out of her reach, he whipped upright as if he were a lashed-down sapling suddenly cut loose. When she hit him a fraction of a second later, he windmilled his arms in a brief attempt to keep his balance. Falling backward, he crashed into one of the library's chairs, knocked over a small table and a lamp, and rolled onto Pablo Jackson's corpse. Equally breathless, staring warily at each other, they were both petrified for a moment. They were on their sides on the floor, curled fetally in reaction to their pains, gasping for breath. To Ginger, the gunman's eyes seemed as wide and round as clock faces, proof that he was filled with fevered thoughts of his own mortality ticking close. The bite would not kill him. She had not bitten through the jugular vein or the carotid artery, had merely pierced the thyroid cartilage, mangling tissue, severing a few small vessels. However, it was easy to understand why he might be convinced it was a mortal wound. The pain must be excruciating. He put his unbitten hand to his damaged throat, then pulled it away and stared aghast at his own gore, dripping off his fingers. The killer thought he was dying, and that might make him either less or more dangerous. Simultaneously, they saw that his pistol had been kicked halfway across the library during their tussle. It was closer to him than to Ginger. Bleeding from throat and wrist, making a strange, wheezing, gurgling noise, he scrambled across the floor toward the weapon, and Ginger had no option but to get up and run. She fled from the library into the living room, hobbling more than running, slowed by the pain in her back, which pulsed through her in diminishing but still debilitating waves. She intended to leave the apartment by the front door, but then she realized there was no escape in that direction because the only exits from the public corridor were the elevator and the stairs. She could not wait for the elevator, and in the stairwell she could easily be trapped. Instead, hunched because of her aching back, she scurried crab-like across the living room, down a long hall into the kitchen, where the swinging door softly swished shut behind her. She went directly to the utensils rack on the wall by the stove and took down a butcher's knife. She became aware that a shrill, eerie keening was issuing from her. She held her breath, cut off the sound, and got a grip on herself.
The gunman did not immediately burst into the kitchen as Ginger expected. After a few seconds, she realized that she was lucky he had not yet appeared, because the butcher's knife was of no use against a pistol at a distance of 10 feet. Silently cursing herself for almost having made a fatal error, she quickly and light-footedly returned to the door and took up a position to one side of it. Her back still ached, but the sharpest pain was gone. Now she was able to stand straight and flat against the wall. Her heart was pounding so loud that it seemed as if the wall against which she leaned was a drumhead, responding to her heartbeat, amplifying it until the hollow booming of atrium and ventricle must be echoing throughout the entire apartment. She held the knife low, ready to swing it up and into him in a deadly arc. However, that desperate scenario depended on his slamming through the kitchen door in a fit of hysteria and rage, reckless, crazed by the conviction that he was dying from his throat wound, bent on blind revenge. If instead he came slowly, cautiously, nudging the swinging door open inch by inch with the barrel of the gun, Ginger would be in trouble. But every second that passed without his appearance made it less likely that he would play the drama out in the way she hoped. Unless the throat wound was far worse than she had realized. In that case, he might be still in the library, bleeding to death on the Chinese carpet. She prayed that was what had happened to him. But she knew better. He was alive, and he was coming. She could scream, and perhaps alert a neighbor who would call the police, but the gunman would not be driven off in time. He would not run until he killed her. Screaming was a waste of energy. She pressed harder against the wall, as if trying to melt into it. The swinging door, just inches from her face, riveted her as a black snake might command the full attention of a field mouse. She was tense, poised to react to the first sign of movement, but the door remained still, maddeningly still. Where the hell was he? 5 seconds passed. 10. 20. What was he doing? The taste of blood in her mouth became more rather than less acrid as the seconds ticked past, and nausea worked its greasy fingers in her. As she had more time to consider what she had done to him in the library, she grew acutely aware of the bestiality of her actions, and she was shaken by her own potential for savagery. She had time, as well, to think about what she still intended to do to him. She had a mental image of the wide blade of the butcher's knife spearing deep into his body, and a shudder of revulsion shook her. She was not a killer. She was a healer, not merely by education but by nature as well. She tried to stop thinking about stabbing him. It was dangerous to think too much about it, dangerous and confusing and enervating. Where was he? She could not wait any longer. Afraid that her inaction was damping the animal cunning and savage ferocity that she needed if she were to survive, uneasily certain that each passing second was somehow giving him a greater advantage, she eased to the doorway and put one hand on the edge of the door. But as she was about to pull it open a crack and peer out at the hallway and into the living room, she was chilled by the sudden feeling that he was there, inches away, on the other side of the portal, waiting for her to make the first move. Ginger hesitated, held her breath, listened. Silence. She brought her ear to the door, still could not hear anything. The handle of the knife had grown slippery in her sweaty hand. At last, she took hold of the edge of the door and cautiously pulled it inward until a half-inch gap opened. No shots rang out, so she put one eye to the crack. The gunman was not right in front of her, as she had feared, but at the far end of the hall where it met the foyer. He was just re-entering the apartment from the public corridor, pistol in hand. Evidently, he had first looked for her at the elevator and on the stairs, Not finding her, he had returned. Now, by the way he closed the door, locked it, and engaged the chain to delay her exit, it was clear that he had decided she was still in the apartment. He held his bitten hand to his bitten throat. Even at a distance, she could hear his wheezy breathing. However, he was clearly no longer panicked. Having survived this long, he was gaining confidence by the second. He had begun to realize that he would live. Moving to the edge of the foyer, he looked left toward the living room and right toward the bedroom. Then he looked straight back down the long, shadowy hall, and Ginger's heart stumbled through a flurry of irregular beats as, for a moment, he seemed to be staring directly at her. But he was too far away to see that the door was being held half an inch ajar. Instead of coming straight toward her, he went into the bedroom. He moved with a quiet purposefulness that was disheartening. She let the kitchen door go shut, unhappily aware that her plan would no longer work. He was a professional, accustomed to violence, and although he was initially thrown off balance by the unexpected ferocity of her attack, he was rapidly regaining his equilibrium. By the time he searched the bedrooms and the closets in there, he would be completely cool and calculating once more. He would not come charging into the kitchen and make an easy target of himself. She had to get out of the apartment. Fast! She had no hope of reaching the front door. He might already be finished in the bedroom and on his way back into the hall. Ginger put the knife down. She reached under her sweater, pulled off her ruined bra, and dropped it on the floor. She stepped silently around the kitchen table, pulled the curtains away from the window, and looked out at the fire escape landing in front of her. Quietly, she twisted the latch. She slid up the lower sash, which unfortunately was not quiet. The wooden frame, swollen by the winter dampness, moved with a squeak and squeal and scrape. When it abruptly loosened and slid all the way up with a solid thump and a rattle of glass, she knew she had alerted the gunman. She heard him coming at a run along the hallway. She climbed hastily out of the window, onto the iron fire escape, and started down. The bitter wind lashed her, and the piercing sub-zero cold penetrated to her bones. The metal steps were crusted with ice from last night's storm, and icicles hung from the handrails. In spite of the treacherous condition of those switchback stairs, she had to descend quickly or risk a bullet in the back of her head. Repeatedly, her feet almost slipped out from under her. She could not get a secure grip on the icy railing with her ungloved hands, but it was even worse when she took hold of the bare metal, for she stuck to the frigid iron, pulling loose only by sacrificing the top layer of skin. When she was still 4 steps from the next landing, she heard someone curse above her, and she glanced back. Pablo Jackson's killer was coming out of the kitchen window in frantic pursuit of her. Ginger took the next step too fast, and the ice did its work. Her feet flew out from under her, and she fell over the final 3 steps onto the landing, crashing down on her side, reigniting the pain in her back. Her fall shattered the ice that coated the metal grid, and chunks fell through lower levels of the fire escape, making brittle music, disintegrating as they struck the steps below. In the wind's maniacal howling, the whisper of the silenced pistol was lost altogether, but Ginger saw sparks leap off the iron inches from her face, and she knew a shot had narrowly missed her. She looked up in time to see the gunman taking aim, and to see him slip and stumble down several treads. He pitched forward, and she thought he was going to fall atop her. He grabbed at the railing 3 times before he was able to halt his uncontrolled descent. He was sprawled on his back across several risers, clutching a step with one hand. One leg shot out into space between 2 of the narrow iron balusters. His other arm was hooked around a baluster, which was how he had arrested his fall. That was the hand holding the pistol, which was why he could not immediately take another shot at her. Ginger scrambled to her feet, intent upon making as rapid a descent as possible. But when she cast one last quick look at the gunman, she was arrested by the sight of the buttons on his topcoat, which were the only colorful objects in that wintry gloom, bright brass buttons, each decorated with the raised image of a lion passant, the familiar cadence mark from English heraldry. She had seen nothing special about the buttons before. They were similar to those on many sports jackets, sweaters, coats, but now her eyes fixed on them, and everything else faded away, as if only the buttons were real. Even the gabbling, hooting wind which filled the day and blustered coldly in every corner of it could not keep a grip on her awareness. The buttons. Only the buttons held her attention, and they generated in her a terror far more powerful than her fear of the gunman. "No," she said, uselessly denying what was happening to her. "The buttons. Oh, no, the buttons." This was the worst possible time and place to lose control of herself. The buttons. She could not forestall the attack. For the first time in 3 weeks, Ginger was overwhelmed by a crushing, irrational terror. It made her feel small, doomed. It plunged her into a strange and lightless interior landscape through which she was compelled to run blindly. Turning from the buttons, she fled down the fire escape, and as total blackness claimed her, she knew that her reckless flight would terminate in a broken leg or fractured spine. Then, while she lay paralyzed, the killer would come to her, put the gun to her head, and blow her brains out. Darkness. Cold. When the world returned to Ginger, or she to the world, she was huddled in dead leaves and snow and shadows at the foot of a set of exterior cellar steps behind a townhouse, an unguessable distance along Newbury Street from Pablo's building. A dull pain throbbed the length of her back. Her entire right side ached. The badly abraded palm of her left hand burned. But the severe cold was the worst discomfort. A chill lanced up through her from the snow and ice in which she sat. A frost passed into her by osmosis from the concrete retaining wall against which she leaned. The raw wind rushed down the single flight of 10 steep steps, snuffling and growling like a living creature. She did not know how long she had been cowering there, but she ought to get moving or risk pneumonia. However, the gunman might be nearby, searching for her, and if she revealed herself, the chase would be on again, so she decided to wait a minute or two. She was astonished that she had clambered all the way down the ice-sheathed fire escape and had fled, by whatever roundabout route, to this hiding place without breaking her neck. Evidently, in her fugue, reduced to the miserable condition of a frightened and mindless animal, there was at least the compensation of an animal-like fleetness and sure-footedness. Like a pair of industrious morticians, the wind and cold continued to drain the warmth from her. The narrow, gray concrete stairwell increasingly resembled an unlidded sarcophagus. Ginger decided it was time to go. She rose slowly. The small backyard was deserted, as were the yards of houses on both sides. Ice-crusted snow, a few bare trees, nothing threatening. Shivering, sniffing, blinking away tears, Ginger climbed the stairs and followed a brick walkway that linked the rear of the house to the gate at the end of the small property. She intended to find her way back to Newbury Street, locate a telephone, and call the police, but as she reached the gate, that plan was abruptly forgotten. On each of the 2 gateposts was a wrought-iron carriage lamp with amber panes of glass. Either they'd been left burning by accident, or were activated by a solenoid that had mistaken the dreary winter morning for twilight. They were electric lamps, but had those flickering bulbs that imitated gas flames, so the lantern glass was alive with shimmering, dancing, amber light. That throbbing, yellowish luminosity made Ginger's breath catch, and she was once more pitched into a state of unreasoning panic. No, not again. But yes, the mist, nothingness, gone. Colder. Her feet and hands were going numb. She was apparently on Newbury Street again. She had crawled under a parked truck. Lying in the gloom under the oil pan, she peered out from beneath her sanctuary, getting a wheel-level view of the vehicles parked on the other side of the street. Hiding. Every time she recovered from a fugue, she was hiding from something unspeakably terrifying. Today, of course, she was hiding from Pablo's killer, but what about other days? What had she been hiding from then? Even now, she was hiding not only from the gunman, but from something else that hovered tantalizingly at the edge of remembrance, something she had seen out in Nevada, something— "Miss? Hey, miss?" Ginger blinked and turned stiffly toward the voice, which came from the back of the truck. She saw a man on his hands and knees looking under the tailgate. For a moment she thought it was the gunman. "Miss? What's wrong?" Not the gunman. Evidently, he had given up when he couldn't find her quickly and had fled. This was someone she had never seen before, and this was one occasion when a stranger's face was welcome. He said, "What the hell are you doing under there?" Ginger was filled with self-pity. She realized how she had looked, running crazily through the neighborhood like some demented freak. All dignity had been stolen from her. She squirmed toward the man who had spoken to her, grasped the gloved hand he offered, and allowed him to help her slide out from beneath the truck, which proved to be a Mayflower Moving Company van. The rear doors were open. She glanced inside and saw boxes. Furniture. The guy who had pulled her out was young, brawny, and dressed in quilted thermal coveralls with the Mayflower logo stitched across the chest. "What's going on?" he asked. "Who are you hiding from, lady?" As the Mayflower man spoke, Ginger noticed a policeman standing in the middle of the intersection half a block away, directing traffic where a signal light had failed. She ran toward him. The Mayflower man called after her. She was surprised she could run at all. She felt as if she were a creature constructed of nothing but aches and pains and chills, yet she ran with a dreamy effortlessness into the shrieking wind. The gutters were full of icy slush, but the street itself was relatively dry and calcimine streaked with de-icing compounds. Dodging out of the way of a couple of oncoming cars, she even found the strength to call out to the cop as she drew near him. "There's been a man killed! Murder! You've got to come! Murder!" Then, when he started toward her with a look of concern on his broad Irish face, she saw the shiny brass buttons on his heavy winter-weight uniform coat, and all was lost again. They were not exactly like the buttons on the leather topcoat the killer had been wearing. They were not decorated with a lion passant, but with some other raised figure. But one glimpse sent her thoughts flashing toward remembrance of buttons she had seen then. During the mysterious events at the Tranquility Motel, some forbidden recollection began to surface, and that pulled the Azrael trigger. As she lost control and ran off into her private darkness, the last thing she heard was her own pathetic cry of despair. Coldest. That morning, at least for Ginger Weiss, Boston was the coldest place on earth. Bitter, polar, piercing, marrow-freezing, the January day induced a glaciation of the spirit as well as the flesh. When the fugue receded, she was sitting on the ground in ice and snow. Her hands and feet were numb, stiff. Her lips were chapped and cracked. This time, she had taken refuge in the narrow space between a row of well-manicured bushes and a brick building, in a shadowy corner where the angled wall of a bay-windowed tower met a flat portion of the main facade, the former Hotel Agassiz. Where Pablo had his apartment, where he had been killed, she had come nearly full circle. She heard someone approaching. Between the hoary branches of the snow-dressed and ice-laced shrubs, she saw someone climbing over the low wrought-iron fence that separated the front lawn from the sidewalk. She did not see the person himself, merely his booted feet, legs clad in blue trousers, and the flaps of a long, heavy navy blue coat, but as he came across the narrow strip of lawn toward the shrubbery, she knew who he was, the traffic cop from whom she had turned and run. Fearing yet another seizure at the sight of his coat buttons, Ginger closed her eyes. Perhaps irreversible psychological damage was a side effect of the brainwashing she had undergone, an inevitable result of the tremendous and constant stress generated by the artificially repressed memories struggling mightily to make themselves known. Even if she could find another hypnotist to do for her what Pablo had done, perhaps there was no way the block could be broken or the pressure relieved, in which case she was destined to deteriorate further. If she was stricken by 3 fugues in one morning, what was to prevent 3 more in the next hour? The policeman's boots crunched noisily through the sleet-skinned snow. He stopped in front of her. She heard him pressing against the low bushes and parting them to look into her hiding place. "Miss? Hey, what's wrong? What were you shouting about murder? Miss?" Maybe she would fall into a fugue and remain there forever. "Oh, now, what are you crying about?" the cop said sympathetically. "Darling, I can't help you if you won't tell me what's wrong." She would not be the daughter of Jacob Weiss if she failed to respond warmly and eagerly to the slightest sign of kindness in others, and the policeman's concern finally affected her. She opened her eyes and looked up at the topmost brass button on his coat. The sight of it did not bring the hateful darkness upon her. But that meant nothing, for the ophthalmoscope, black gloves, and other triggering items had not affected her later, when she had forced herself to confront them again. In a crackle of ice, the cop pushed between the bushes. She said, "They've killed Pablo. They murdered Pablo." And as she spoke those words, her distress over her condition was made worse by a rush of guilt. The 6th of January would forever be a black day in her life. Pablo was dead, because he tried to help her. Such a very cold day. 5. On the road. Monday morning, the 6th of January, Dom Corvasis cruised his old Portland neighborhood in a rented Chevrolet, trying to recapture the mood he had been in when he had left Oregon for Mountain View, Utah, more than 18 months ago. The rain, as heavy as any he had ever seen, had stopped near dawn. Now the sky, though still cloudy from horizon to horizon, was a particularly powdery, dry-looking shade of gray, like a burnt field, as if there had been a fire behind the clouds that had forced out all that precipitation. He drove through the university campus, stopping repeatedly to let the familiar scenes stir feelings and attitudes of times past. He parked across the street from the apartment where he had lived, and as he stared up at the windows, he tried to recall the man he had been then. He was surprised at how difficult it was to recollect the timidity with which that other Dom Corvasis had viewed life. Though he could bring to mind the way he had been, there was no intimacy or poignancy to those memories. He could see those old days again, but he could not feel them, which seemed to indicate that he could never be that old Dom again, regardless of how much he feared the possibility. He was convinced that he had seen something terrible on the road the summer before last, and that something monstrous had been done to him. But that conviction generated both a mystery and a contradiction. The mystery was that the event had wrought in him an undeniably positive change. How could an experience fraught with pain and terror effect a beneficial change in his outlook? The contradiction was that, in spite of the beneficial effect on his personality, the event filled his dreams with horror. How could his ordeal have been both terrifying and positive, both horrible and uplifting at the same time? The answer, if it could be found, was not here in Portland, but out on the highway. He started the engine, put the Chevy in gear, pulled away from his old apartment building, and went looking for trouble. The most direct route from Portland to Mountain View began with Interstate 80 north. But as he had done 19 months ago, Dom took a more roundabout trail, heading south on Interstate 5. That special summer, he had scheduled a layover in Reno for a few days to do some research for a series of short stories about gambling, so the less direct route had been necessary. Now, in his rented Chevy, he followed the familiar highway, keeping his speed down to 50, even as low as 40 on the steeper hills, for he had been pulling a U-Haul trailer that last day in June, and he had not made good time. And, as before, he stopped for lunch in Eugene. Hoping to spot something that would goose his memory and provide a link with the mysterious events of the previous trip, Dom looked over the small towns that he passed. However, he saw nothing that made him uneasy, and nothing bad happened all the way to Grants Pass, where he arrived shortly before 6 o'clock that evening, right on schedule. He stayed in the motel where he had been a guest 18 months ago. He remembered the number of the room, 10, because it was near the soft drink and ice machines, which had been the source of irritating noises half the night. It was unoccupied, and he took it, vaguely explaining to the clerk that it had sentimental associations for him. He ate at the same restaurant across the road from the motel. He was seeking satori, which was a Zen word meaning sudden enlightenment, a profound revelation. But enlightenment eluded him. All day he had used the rearview mirror, hoping to spot a tail. During dinner he surreptitiously watched the other customers, but if he was being followed, his tail was masterful, invisible. At 9 o'clock, rather than use the telephone in his room, he walked to a nearby service station payphone. With his credit card, he placed a call to the number of another payphone in Laguna Beach. By prearrangement, Parker Fane was waiting there with a report on the mail that he had collected for Dom earlier in the day. There was little chance that either of their phones was tapped. However, after receiving those 2 disturbing Polaroid snapshots, Dom had decided, and Parker had agreed, that in this case prudence and paranoia were synonymous. "Bills," Parker said. "Advertisements. No more strange messages and no more Polaroids. How's it going at your end?" "Nothing so far," Dom said, leaning wearily against the plexiglass and aluminum wall of the phone booth. "Didn't sleep well last night." "But you didn't go for a walk?" "Didn't even get one knot untied. Had a nightmare, though. The moon again." "Anybody follow you to that payphone?" "Not unless he was thin as a dime and a master of camouflage," Parker said. "So you can call me here again tomorrow night and not have to worry that they've tapped the line." "We sound like 2 madmen," Dom said. "I'm kind of having fun," Parker said. "Cops and robbers, hide and seek, spies. I was always good at games like that when I was a kid. You just hang in there, my friend. And if you need help, I'll come, fast." "I know," Dom said. He walked back to the motel through a cold, damp wind. As in the hotel in Portland, he woke 3 times before dawn, always surfacing from an unremembered nightmare, always shouting about the moon. Tuesday, January 7th, Dom rose early and drove to Sacramento, then took Interstate 80 east toward Reno. Rain fell, silvery and cold for most of the drive, and by the time he reached the foothills of the Sierras, it was snowing. He stopped at a narco station, bought tire chains, and put them on before heading into the mountains. The summer before last, he had taken more than 10 hours to get from Grants Pass to Reno, and this time the drive took even longer. When he finally checked in at Harrah's Hotel, where he had stayed before, called Parker Fane from a payphone, and had a bite of dinner in the coffee shop, he was too tired to do anything but pick up a copy of the Reno newspaper and return to his room. So at 8:30 that evening, sitting in bed in his underwear, he saw the story about Zebediah Lomack. Moon Man's estate worth $500,000. Reno. Zebediah Harold Lomack, 50, whose suicide on Christmas Day led to the discovery of his bizarre obsession with the moon, left an estate valued at more than $500,000. According to documents filed with the probate court by Eleanor Woolsey, sister of the deceased and executrix of Lomax's will, most of the funds are in accounts at various savings and loan associations and in treasury bills. The modest house in which Lomax lived at 1420 Wasp Valley Road has an appraised value of only $35,000. Lomax, a professional gambler, is said to have amassed his wealth primarily from the game of poker. He was one of the best players I ever knew, said Sidney Sierra Sid Garfork of Reno, another professional gambler and winner of last year's World Championship of Poker at Binion's Horseshoe Casino in Las Vegas. He took to cards when he was just a kid, the way some others might have a natural knack for baseball or math or physics. According to Garfork and other friends of Lomax, the gambler's estate would have been even larger if he had not had a weakness for dice games. He lost back more than half his winnings at the craps tables, and the IRS took a big chunk, of course, Garfork said. On Christmas night, responding to a neighbor's report of shotgun fire, Reno police officers found Lomax's body in the garbage-strewn kitchen of his home. Upon further investigation, they found thousands of photographs of the moon decorating walls, ceilings, and furniture. There was more to the story, which had apparently been a local sensation for the past 2 weeks. Dom read with growing fascination and uneasiness. Most likely, Zebediah Lomax's mad obsession with the moon had nothing to do with Dom's own problems. Coincidence. Yet, he felt a stirring of precisely that fear, part terror, part horror, and part awe, that filled him when he woke from his nightmares, that also overwhelmed him when he went sleepwalking and tried to nail windows shut. He pored over the article several times, and at 9:15, in spite of his weariness, he decided that he had to get a look in the Lomax house. He dressed, retrieved his rented car from the hotel's valet parking, and got directions to Wasp Valley Road from the attendant. Reno was below the snow line, so the night was dry and the roads clean. Dom stopped at an all-night Save-On drugstore to buy a flashlight. He arrived at 1420 Wasp Valley Road shortly after 10 o'clock and parked across the street. The house was actually a bungalow with large porches, every bit as modest as the news account had indicated. It sat on a half-acre lot. From previous storms, snow lay in patches on the roof, covered the lawn, weighted the branches of several large pines. The windows were dark. According to the article in the Reno newspaper, Eleanor Woolsey, Zebediah Lomax's sister, had flown in from Florida 3 days after his death on December 28th. She arranged the funeral services, which had been conducted on the 30th, and was staying over until the estate was settled. However, she was at a hotel rather than in her brother's house, because the bungalow was too depressing. Dom was a law-abiding citizen. The prospect of breaking into the house gave him no thrill, but it had to be done, because there was no way he could see it except by forced entry. He saw no point in trying to persuade Eleanor Woolsey to allow a visit tomorrow, for she had been quoted in the newspaper as saying that she was sick and tired of gawkers, and that she was repulsed by the perverse curiosity of strangers. 5 minutes later, on the back porch of the Lomax bungalow, Dom discovered that the door was equipped with a deadbolt in addition to its regular lock. He tried the windows that faced onto the porch. The one above the kitchen sink was unlatched. He slid it open and clambered inside. Hooding the flashlight with one hand to avoid drawing the notice of anyone outside, he swept the narrowed beam around the kitchen, which was no longer in the disgusting condition in which Reno policemen had found it on Christmas. According to the newspaper, just 2 days ago, Lomax's sister began cleaning the house and preparing it for sale. Evidently, she had started here. The garbage was gone, the counters were clean, and the floor was spotless. The air was filled with the stink of new paint and spectricide. A single, startled roach scurried along the baseboard and disappeared behind the refrigerator, but there was no longer a gross infestation, and there were no pictures of the moon. Dom was suddenly worried that Eleanor Woolsey and her helpers might have made too much progress. Perhaps all traces of Zebediah Lomax's obsession had been stripped down, scrubbed out, and thrown away. But that concern was quickly put to rest when Dom followed the pale, probing beam of the flashlight into the living room, where the walls and ceiling and windows were still papered with big posters of the moon. It seemed as if he were hanging in deep space, in some crowded realm where 100 cratered worlds orbited impossibly close to one another. The effect was disorienting. He felt dizzy, and his mouth went dry. He moved slowly out of the living room into a hallway where hundreds of pictures of the moon, some color and some black and white, some large and some small, some overlapping others, had been fixed to every inch of the walls with glue, Scotch tape, masking tape, and staples. The same decorations had been applied in both bedrooms as well, so the omnipresent moon seemed almost like a fungus that had spored and spread throughout the house, creeping into every corner. The newspaper report had said that no one but Lomax had been in the house for more than a year prior to his suicide. Dom believed it, for if visitors had seen the work of this lunatic cut-and-paste Michelangelo, they would have contacted the mental health authorities at once. The neighbors told of the gambler's rapid metamorphosis from a hail fellow to a recluse. Apparently his fascination with the moon had begun the summer before last. The summer before last. The timing uncannily paralleled the changes in Dom's own life. Second by second, Dom grew more uneasy. He could not understand the insane behavior that had created this eerie display, could not put himself inside the fevered mind of Lomax, but he could empathize with the gambler's terror. Just moving through the moon-crowded house, shining his flashlight on the lunar faces, Dom felt a tingling along the back of his neck. The moons did not mesmerize him as they had evidently mesmerized Lomax, but as he stared at them, he sensed instinctively that the impulse that had driven Lomax to paper his house with moon images was the same impulse that drove Dom himself to dream of them. He and Lomax had shared some experience in which the moon had figured, or of which it was an apt and powerful symbol. The summer before last, they had been in the same place at the same time. The wrong place at the wrong time. Lomax had been driven mad by the stress of repressed memories. Will I be driven mad, too? Dom wondered, as he stood in the master bedroom, turning slowly in a circle. A new and grim thought struck him. Suppose Lomax had not killed himself out of despair over his unshakable obsession, but had instead been compelled to shove the shotgun barrel into his mouth, because he had finally remembered what had happened to him the summer before last. Maybe the memory was far worse than the mystery. Maybe, if the truth were revealed, sleepwalking and nightmares would seem less terrifying than what had happened during that drive from Portland to Mountain View. Moons. The oppressiveness of those pendulant forms drastically increased. The claustrophobic mural made breathing difficult. The moons seemed to portend some unreadable but manifestly evil fate that awaited him, and he stumbled out of the room, suddenly eager to flee from them. Among a herd of leaping and prancing shadows, whipped up by the bobbling beam of the flashlight, he ran down the short hall, into the living room, tripped over a stack of books, and fell with a jarring crash. For a moment he lay stunned, but his senses swiftly cleared, and he was jolted to find himself staring at the word Dominic, which was scrawled in felt-tip pen across the luminous moon face in one of the dozens of identical big posters. He had not noticed it when he had come through from the kitchen earlier, but now he had fallen so that the flash in his right hand was aimed just right. A chill rippled through Dom. He had read nothing about this in the newspaper, but the handwriting surely belonged to Lomax. To the best of his knowledge, he had not known the gambler, yet to pretend that this was another Dominic would be to embrace an outrageous coincidence. He got up from the floor and took a couple of steps toward the poster that bore his name,
stopping 6 feet from it. In the penumbra of the flashlight beam, he saw writing on an adjacent poster. His own name was only one of 4 that Lomax had scribbled across 4 lunar images. Dominic, Ginger, Faye, Ernie. If his name was here, because he had shared a forgotten, nightmarish experience with Lomax, then the other 3 must have been fellow sufferers as well, though Dom could remember nothing whatsoever about them. He thought of the priest in the Polaroid snapshot. Was that Ernie? And the blonde strapped to the bed. Was she Ginger? Or Faye? As he moved the light from one name to the other and back again, some dark and awesome memory did indeed stir in him. But it remained far down in his subconscious, an amorphous blur, like a giant ocean creature swimming past just below the mottled surface of a murky sea, its existence revealed only by the rippled wake of its passage and by the flicker of shadow and light in the water. He tried to reach out for the memory and seize it, but it dove deep and vanished. From the moment he had come into the Lomax place, Dom had been in the hands of fear. But now frustration took an even tighter grip on him. He shouted in the empty house, and his voice echoed coldly off the moon-papered walls. "Why can't I remember?" He knew why, of course. Someone had mucked with his mind, scrubbing out certain memories. But still he shouted, fearful, furious. "Why can't I remember? I've got to remember!" He held his left hand toward the poster that featured his name, as if to wrench from its substance the memory that had been in Lomax's mind when he had scrolled Dominic. His heart thumped. He roared with hot anger. "God damn it! God damn you, whoever you are! I will remember! I will remember, you sons of bitches! You bastards! I will!" Suddenly, impossibly, even though he was not touching it, though his hand was still a few feet from it, the poster bearing his name tore loose from the wall. It was fixed in place with 4 strips of masking tape angled across its corners, but the tape peeled up with the sound of zippers opening, and the poster leapt off the wall, as if a wind had blown straight through the lath and plaster behind it. With a rattle and rustle of paper wings, it swooped at him, and he staggered back across the living room in surprise, nearly falling over the books again. In his unsteady hand, his flashlight revealed that the poster had stopped a few feet from him. It hung at eye level, unsupported, in thin air, undulating slightly from top to bottom, first bulging out at him and then bending away when the direction of undulation reversed itself. As the pucked surface of that moon rippled, his own handwritten name fluttered and writhed as if it were the legend on a wind-stirred banner. Hallucination, he thought desperately. But he knew it was really happening. He could not breathe, as if the cold air were so syrup-thick with miraculous power that it could not be inhaled. The poster floated closer. His hands shook. The flashlight jiggled. Sharp glints of light lanced off the undulant surface of the glossy paper. After a timeless moment, in which the only sound was the crackle of the animated poster, other noise abruptly arose from every part of the room. The zipper sound of masking tape being pulled loose. On the ceiling, walls, and windows, the other posters simultaneously disengaged themselves. With a brittle clatter, rattle, whoosh, 100 moon images exploded toward Dom from every direction, and he cried out in surprise and fear. The loosed cry was like a blockage expelled from his windpipe, for he was suddenly able to breathe. The last of the tape pulled loose. 50 posters hung unmoving in mid-air, not even rippling, as if pasted firmly to nothing whatsoever. The silence in the dead gambler's house was as profound as in a temple devoid of worshippers, a cold and penetrating silence that seemed to pierce to the core of Dom, seeking to replace even the soft, liquid susurration of his blood's movement through his arteries and veins. Then,
as if they were 50 parts of a single mechanism brought to life with the flick of a switch. The 3-by-5-foot lunar images shivered, rustled, flapped. Although there was not the slightest breeze to propel them, they began to whirl around the room in the orderly manner of horses on a carousel. Dom stood in the middle of that eerie merry-go-round, and the moon circled him. They capered and twirled, curled and uncurled, flexed and flapped, here seen as half-moons, and here as crescents, and here full face, and they waxed and waned, ascended and descended, faster, faster, faster still. In the flashlight glow it seemed like a procession set in motion by the sorcerer's apprentice, who, in the old story, had magically imparted life to a bunch of broomsticks. Dom's fear receded, making room for wonder. At the moment there seemed no threat in the phenomenon. In fact, a wild delight burgeoned in him. He could think of no explanation for what he was witnessing, but stood in dumb astonishment, puzzled and amazed. Usually nothing was so terrifying as the unknown, but perhaps he sensed a benign power at work. Wonderstruck, he turned slowly in a circle, watching the moons parade around him, and at last a tremulous laugh escaped him. In an instant the mood changed dramatically. In a cacophony of imitation wings, the posters flew at Dom as if they were 50 enormous and furious bats. They swooped and darted over his head, slapped his face, beat against his back. Though they were not alive, he attributed malevolent intent to their assault. He put one arm across his face and flailed at the moons with a hand that held a flashlight, but they did not fall back. The noise grew louder and more frantic as the paper wings beat on the chilly air and on one another. His previous delight forgotten, Dom stumbled across the room in a panic, searching for the way out, but he could see nothing but zooming, soaring, spinning moons, no doors, no windows. He staggered one way, then another, disoriented. The noise grew still worse as in the hallways and other rooms of the bungalow 1,000 moons began to tear free of their petrified orbits upon the walls. Tape pulled loose and staples popped out of plaster, and glue suddenly lost its adhesiveness. 1,000 cratered moon forms, and then 1,000 more, detached themselves and rose into suspension with 10,000 rustles, spun and swooped toward the living room with 100,000 clicks and crackles and hisses, swinging into orbit around Dom with a steadily swelling roar that sounded as if he were immersed in raging flames. The glossy, full-color pictures, torn from magazines and books, now flashed and sparkled and shimmered as they darted through the flashlight beam, contributing to the scintillant illusion of fire, and the black and white pictures cascaded down and spiraled up like bits of ash caught in thermal currents. Gasping for breath, he sucked in slick paper and newsprint moons and had to spit them out. Thousands of small paper whirls seethed around him in layer upon layer, and when he hysterically parted one curtain composed of false planetoids, there was only another behind it. Intuitively, he perceived that this impossible display was meant to help him break through to a full recollection of his unremembered nightmares. He had no idea who or what lay behind the phenomenon, but he sensed the purpose. If he immersed himself in the storm of moons and let them sweep him away, he'd understand his dreams, understand the frightening cause of them, and know what had happened to him on the road 18 months ago. But he was too scared to let go and be drawn into a trance by the mesmerizing weave and bobble of the pale spheres. He longed for that revelation, but was terrified of it. He said, "No, no!" He pressed his hands over his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. "Stop it! Stop it!" His heart hammered 2 beats to each exclamation. "Stop it!" His throat cracked as his cries broke loose. "Stop it!" He was astonished when the tumult was cut off with the suddenness of a symphony orchestra terminating a thunderous crescendo on one last bone-shaking note. He did not expect his shouted commands to be obeyed, and he still did not think his words had done the trick. He took his hands away from his ears.
He opened his eyes. A galaxy full of moons hung around him. With a trembling hand, he plucked one of the pictures from its unsupported perch upon the air. Wonderingly, he turned it over in his hand, tested its substance between two fingers. There was nothing special about the picture, yet it had been suspended magically before him, just as thousands more were still suspended, motionless. "How?" he said shakily, as if the moons, being able to levitate, ought also to be able to speak. "How? Why?" The moons fell as one. As by the breaking of some spell, the thousands of pieces of paper dropped straight to the floor, where they lay in uneven heaps, in a drift, over Dom's winter boots, with no lingering trace of the mysterious life force that had possessed them. Bewildered and half in shock, Dom shuffled toward the doorway that led to the hall. The moons crunched and rustled like dry autumn leaves. At the door he stopped and played his flashlight beam slowly over the short corridor, where not a single lunar image remained moored by staples, tape, or glue. The walls had been stripped bare. Turning, he took a couple of steps into the center of the living room once more, then knelt among the debris. He put down the glowing flashlight and sifted paper moons through his trembling hands, trying to understand what he had seen. Within him, fear fought delighted amazement, and terror battled awe. But in truth he could not decide how he ought to feel, because there was no precedent for what he had experienced. One moment, a giddy laugh began to build, but then joy was frozen by a breath of cold horror. Now he felt he'd been in the presence of something unspeakably evil, but now he was just as convinced it had been something good and pure. Evil, good, perhaps both, or neither. Just, well, something. Some mysterious thing beyond the descriptive, definitive power of words. He knew one thing only. Whatever had happened to him the summer before last was far stranger than he had realized heretofore. Still sifting paper moons through his fingers, he noticed something unusual on his hands. He brought them palms up into the direct beam of the flashlight. Rings. On each palm blazed a ring of swollen red skin, each as perfect as if the inflamed tissues had conformed to a pattern drawn with a draftsman's compass. Even as he watched, the stigmata faded, vanished. It was Tuesday, January 7th. 6. Chicago, Illinois. In his bedroom on the second floor of St. Bernadette's Rectory, Father Stefan Vikazik woke to the thump of a drum. The beat had the deep boom of a bass drum and the hollow reverberation of timpani. It sounded like the pounding of an enormous heart, although it embellished the simple two-stroke rhythm of the heart with an extra beat. Lub-dub-dub, lub-dub-dub, lub-dub-dub. Bewildered and still half asleep, Stefan switched on the lamp, squinted in the blaze of light, and looked at his alarm clock. It was 2:07 Thursday morning. Certainly not a reasonable hour for a parade. Lub-dub-dub. Lub-dub-dub. After each triad of thumps there was a 3-second pause, then a set of beats identical to all the others, then another 3-second pause. The precise timing and the unfaltering repetition of the noise began to seem less like the work of a drummer and more like the laborious piston stroke of an enormous machine. Father Vikazik threw back the covers and padded barefoot to the window that looked out on the courtyard between the rectory and the church.
He saw only snow and bare-limbed trees in the backwash of the carriage lamp above the sacristy door. The beats grew louder, and the pause between the groups shortened to about 2 seconds. He took his robe from the back of a chair and slipped it on over his pajamas. The sonorous pounding was so loud now that it was no longer merely an annoyance and puzzlement. It had begun to frighten Stefan. Each burst of sound rattled the window panes and shook the door in its frame. He hurried into the upstairs hall. He fumbled in the dark for the wall switch and finally turned on the overhead light. Farther along the short hall, on the right, another door opened, and Father Michael Girano, Stefan's other curate, dashed out of his room, struggling into his own robe. "What is that?" "Don't know," Stefan said. The next triple thud was twice as loud as the group preceding it, and the entire house reverberated as if it had been struck by 3 gigantic hammers. It was not a hard, sharp sound, but muffled in spite of its loudness, as if the hammers were thinly padded yet swung with tremendous force. The lights flickered. Now the thumps were separated by no more than a second of silence, not long enough for the echo of the previous fulminations to fade away, and with each powerful hammering the lights flickered again, and the floor under Stefan trembled. In the same instant, Father Vikazik and Father Girano perceived the locus of the noise, Brendan Cronin's room. They moved swiftly to that door, which was directly across the hall from Father Girano. Incredibly, Brendan was fast asleep. In spite of the thunderous explosions that made Father Vikazik flash back to the mortar fire of Vietnam, Brendan dreamed on, untroubled. In fact, in the pulsing light there seemed to be a vague smile tugging at the young priest's lips. The windows rattled. Drapery hooks clicked against the rods to which they were attached. On the dresser, a hairbrush bounced up and down, and several coins clinked together, and Brendan's breviary slid first to the left and then to the right. On the wall above the bed, a crucifix jiggled wildly under the picture hook from which it was hung. Father Girano shouted, but Stefan could not hear what the curate said, for now there were no pauses between muffled detonations. With each tripartite beat, Father Vikazik retreated further from his initial mental image of a huge drum, and became increasingly convinced that what he was hearing was the throbbing of some enormous and immeasurably powerful machine. But it seemed as if the sound came from all sides, as if the machinery was hidden within the walls of the house itself, laboring at some mysterious and unknowable task. As the breviary finally slid off the dresser and the coins began to spill to the floor, Father Girano backed to the doorway and stood there wide-eyed as if he might flee. But Stefan went to the bed, bent over the dozing priest, and shouted his name. When that had no effect, he grabbed Brendan by the shoulders and shook him. The auburn-haired curate blinked and opened his eyes. The hammering stopped abruptly. The sudden cessation of thunderous noise jolted Father Vikazik as badly as the first boom that had shattered his sleep. He let go of Brendan and looked around the room, disbelieving.
"I was so close," Brendan said dreamily. "I wish you hadn't wakened me. I was so close."
Stefan pulled aside the covers, took hold of the curate's hands, and turned them palms up. There was an angry red ring in each palm. Stefan stared at them in fascination, for this was the first time that he had seen the stigmata.
"What in God's name is this all about?" he wondered.
Breathing hard, Father Girano approached the bed. Staring at the rings, he said, "What are those from?" Ignoring the question, Father Vikazik spoke to Brendan. "What was that sound? Where did it come from?"
"Calling,"
Brendan said in a voice still thick with sleep and with a soft, excited pleasure.
"Calling me back."
"What was calling you?" Stefan demanded. Brendan blinked, sat up, and leaned against the headboard. His eyes had been out of focus. Now his gaze cleared, and he really looked at Father Vikazik for the first time.
"What happened? You heard it too?"
"Somehow. Yes," Stefan said. "It shook the whole house. Amazing. What was it, Brendan?"
"A call.
It was calling me, and I was following the call.
But what was calling you?
I don't know. Something. Calling me back.
Back where?
Brendan frowned. Back into the light. The golden light of the dream I told you about.
What's this all about? Father Girano persisted. His voice was shaky, for he was not as accustomed to the miraculous as were his rector and his fellow curate. Will somebody clue me in? The other priests continued to ignore him. To Brendan, Stefan said, "This golden light, what is it? Could it have been God calling you back to his fold?"
No, Brendan said. Just something calling me back. Next time, maybe I'll get a better look at it.
Father Vikazik sat on the edge of the bed. You think this will happen again? You think it'll keep calling to you?
Yes, Brendan said. Oh, yes.
It was Thursday, January 9th. Seven, Las Vegas, Nevada. Friday afternoon, Georgia Monatella was at the casino working when she learned that her ex-husband, Alan Rykoff, had killed himself. The news came by way of an emergency telephone call from Pepper Carafield, the hooker with whom Alan had been living. Georgia took the call on one of the phones in the blackjack pit, cupping a hand over one ear to block out the roar of voices, the click and snap of cards being dealt and shuffled, the ringing of slot machines. When she heard that Alan was dead, she was shocked and sickened, but she felt no grief. By his own selfish and cruel behavior, Alan had ensured she would have no reason to grieve for him. Pity was the only emotion she could summon.
He shot himself this morning, 2 hours ago, Pepper elaborated. The police are here now. You've got to come. The police want to see me? Georgia said. But why? No, the police don't want to see you. You got to come and clean his stuff out. I want his stuff out of here as soon as possible. But I don't want his things, Georgia said. It's still your job, whether you want them or not. Miss Carafield, it was a bitter divorce. I neither want nor... He had a will drawn up last week. He named you executor, so you got to come. I want his stuff out of here now. It's your job.
Alan had lived with Pepper Carafield in a high-rise condominium, a ritzy place called The Pinnacle on Flamingo Road, where the Cole girl owned an apartment. It was a 15-story white concrete monolith with bronze windows. Surrounded by undeveloped desert land, it appeared to be even taller than it was, and because it stood alone, it looked oddly like a monument, the world's largest, swankiest tombstone. The grounds were lushly planted with sprinkler-tended lawns and flower beds, but a few dry tumbleweeds had blown in from the bordering plots of sand and scrub. The chill and desolate wind which stirred the tumbleweeds also fluted hollowly under the condominium's portico. 2 police cars and a morgue wagon stood in front of the building, but no cops were in the lobby, just a young woman on a mauve sofa near the elevators 40 feet away, and at a desk near the entrance a man in gray slacks and blue blazer who was security guard and doorman. The travertine marble floor, crystal chandeliers, oriental carpet, Henry Don sofas and chairs, and brass elevator doors contributed to a decor that strained too hard to convey class, but conveyed it nonetheless. As Georgia asked the doorman to announce her, the young woman on the sofa rose and said,
Mrs. Rykoff, I'm Pepper Carafield. I think you use your maiden name now? Monatella, Georgia said.
Like the building in which she lived, Pepper strained for Fifth Avenue class, but her efforts were less successful than those of the interior designers who had worked on the Pinnacle. Her blonde hair had been cut in an excessively shaggy, carefree style that hookers preferred, perhaps because when you spent your workday in a series of beds, shaggy hair required less grooming.
She wore a purple silk blouse that might have been a Halston, but she had left too many buttons open, revealing a daring amount of cleavage. Her gray slacks were well-tailored, but too tight. She wore a Cartier watch encrusted with diamonds, but the elegant effect of the watch was spoiled by her indulgence in flashy diamond rings. She wore 4 of them.
I couldn't bear to stay upstairs in the apartment, Pepper said, motioning for Georgia to join her on the sofa. I'm not going back up there until they've taken the body away.
She shivered.
We can talk right here, just so we keep our voices low.
She nodded toward the doorman at the desk.
But if there's going to be a scene, I'll just get up and walk away. You understand? People here don't know what I do for a living. I intend to keep it that way. I never do business out of my home. I'm strictly out call.
Her gray-green eyes were flat. Georgia stared coldly at her.
If you think I'm a scorned, suffering wife, you can relax, Miss Carafield. Anything I ever felt for Alan is gone now. Even knowing he's dead, I feel nothing. Nothing much. I'm not proud of it. I was in love with him once, and we created a lovely child together. I should feel something, and I'm ashamed that I don't. But I'm definitely not going to cause a scene.
Oh, great, Pepper said, genuinely pleased, so involved with herself and her own concerns that she was oblivious of the domestic tragedy Georgia had just described.
There are a lot of high-class people live here, you know. When they hear my boyfriend killed himself, they're going to be standoffish for a long time. These kind of people don't like messy scenes, and if they found out what I do for a living, well, there'd be no way I'd ever fit in here again, you know? I'd have to move, and I sure don't want to. No way, honey. I like it here a lot.
Georgia looked at Pepper's ostentatiously diamond-encumbered hands, looked at her plunging neckline, looked into her avaricious eyes, and said, What do you suppose they think you are? An heiress? Astonishingly, missing the sarcasm, Pepper said,
Yeah, how'd you know? I paid for the condo with $100 bills, so no credit check was necessary, and I've let them all think my family has money.
Georgia did not bother to explain that heiresses did not pay for condominiums with bundles of $100 bills. She simply said,
Could we talk about Alan? What happened? What went wrong?
I would never have thought Alan was a type to kill himself. Glancing at the doorman to make sure he had not left his post and drifted nearer, Pepper said,
Me neither, honey. I'd never have pegged him as the type. He was so macho. That's why I wanted him to move in and take care of me, manage me. He was strong, tough. Of course, a few months ago he started acting a little weird, and lately he was downright creepy. Weird and creepy enough that I was thinking about maybe finding someone else to look after me. But I didn't expect he'd screw things up for me by killing himself. Christ, you just never know, do you?
Some people have no consideration, Georgia said. She saw Pepper's eyes narrow, but before the hooker could say anything, Georgia said,
Am I to understand that Alan was pimping for you?
Pepper scowled.
Listen, I don't need a pimp. Whores need pimps. I'm no whore. Whores give $50 blowjobs, screw 8 or 10 Johns a day for whatever they can get, spend half their lives with a clap and wind up broke. That's not me, sister. I'm an escort for gentlemen of means. I'm on the approved escort list of the finest hotels, and last year I made $200,000. What do you think of that? I got investments. Whores don't have investments, honey. Alan wasn't my pimp. He was my manager. In fact, he managed a couple of my girlfriends, too. I fixed him up with them because, at first, before he started getting strange, he was the best. Dazzled by the woman's self-delusion, Georgia said, And Alan took a managerial fee for handling your career? And theirs? Her scowl fading, somewhat placated by Georgia's willingness to use euphemisms, Pepper said, No, that was one of the best things about our arrangement with him. He was still a blackjack dealer,
See, that's where he made his money. He had all the contacts needed to manage us, but all he wanted for his trouble was free trade. I never knew a man who needed so much pussy. He couldn't get enough. In fact, the last couple of months he seemed obsessed with pussy. Was he like that with you, honey?
Repulsed by this sudden intimacy, Georgia tried to stop the woman, but Pepper would not be quiet.
In fact, the last few weeks he was so horny all the time that I started to think maybe I should dump him. I mean, there was something a little crazy about it. He'd do it and do it and do it until he just couldn't get his pecker up to do it anymore, and then he'd want to watch X-rated videotapes.
Georgia was suddenly angry that Alan had made her executor, forcing her to witness the moral squalor in which he had passed the last year of his life. And she was angry because she would have to find a way to explain his death to Marcy, who was already treading a psychological tightrope. But she was not really angry with Pepper Carrafield. Not angry, but appalled, yes, because even Alan deserved a little mourning and respect from his live-in lover, more than this shark could ever give him. But there was no point in blaming the shark for being a shark. One of the elevators opened, disgorging uniformed policemen, morgue employees, and a gurney bearing a corpse in an opaque plastic body bag. Georgia and Pepper rose from the sofa. Even as the stretcher was being rolled out of the first elevator, the doors of the second opened, and 4 more cops appeared, 2 in uniform, plus a team of plainclothes detectives. A detective came to Pepper Carrafield and asked a few final questions. No one asked any questions of Georgia. She stood rigid and suddenly numb, staring at the body bag that contained her ex-husband. They rolled the gurney across the travertine. The wheels squeaked. Georgia watched it moving away. 2 cops held the lobby doors, while the morgue attendants pushed the gurney outside. It moved past the lobby windows. Georgia turned to observe its progress. She still felt no grief, but she was swept by a powerful wave of melancholy, a profound sadness at what might have been. From the nearest of the elevators, where she was holding a door open, Pepper said, "Let's go up to my place." Outside, they closed the doors of the coroner's van. In the elevator on the way up, and in a discreet whisper in the 14th floor hallway, then continuing in a normal tone of voice as they entered her big living room, Pepper insisted on describing Alan's peculiar sexual hunger. He had always had the carnal appetite of a gourmand, but apparently sex had become a sick obsession with him as his life had wound down through its last couple months. Georgia did not want to hear about it, but stopping the hooker seemed more difficult than simply enduring her chatter. In recent weeks, Alan's days had been devoted to erotic pursuits, though it all sounded feverish and desperate rather than pleasurable. He had used sick leave and vacation time to spend long, often frantic, hours in bed with Pepper or others whose careers he managed, and there was no variation or perversion that he failed to explore to excess. The hooker chattered on. Alan had developed a fascination with lascivious substances, devices, appliances and clothing, dildos, penis rings, spike-heeled shoes, vibrators, cocaine ointment, handcuffs. Georgia, already weak-kneed and dizzy since seeing the body bag, grew queasy. "Please stop. What's the point? He's dead, for God's sake." Pepper shrugged. "I thought you'd want to know. He threw away a lot of his money on this sex binge. Since you're the executor of the estate, I thought you'd want to know." The last will and testament of Alan Arthur Rykoff, which he had left with Pepper for safekeeping, was a simple, pre-printed 1-page form of the type obtainable at any business supply store. Georgia sat on a cobalt-blue, ultra-suede chair beside a lacquered black Tavola table, quickly scanning the will in the light from a high-tech, burnished steel, cone-shaped lamp. The most surprising thing was not that Alan had named Georgia as executor, but that he had left what he owned to Marcy, whose fatherhood
he had been prepared to deny. Pepper sat on a black lacquered chair with white upholstery near a wall of windows.
I don't figure it's much of an estate. He spent money pretty freely, but there's his car, some jewelry.
Georgia noticed that Alan's will had been notarized just 4 days ago, and she shivered.
He must have been considering suicide when he had this notarized. Otherwise he wouldn't have felt the need for it.
Pepper shrugged.
I guess. But didn't you see the danger? Didn't you see he was troubled? Like I told you, honey, he'd been weird for a couple months.
Yes, but there must have been a noticeable change in him during the last few days, something different from that other strangeness.
When he told you he'd made out a will and asked you to put it in that lockbox of yours, didn't you wonder?
Wasn't there anything about him, his manner, his look, his state of mind that worried you? Pepper stood up impatiently.
I'm no psychologist, honey. His stuff's in the bedroom. If you want to give his clothes to Goodwill, I'll call them. But his other stuff, jewelry, personal things, you can get them out of here right now. I'll show you where everything is.
Georgia was sickened by the moral squalor into which Alan had sunk, but she also felt the measure of guilt for his death. Could she have done something to save him? By leaving his few possessions to Marcy, and by naming Georgia executor of his will, he seemed to have reached out to them in his last days, and although that gesture was pathetic and inadequate, it touched Georgia. She tried to remember how he had sounded on the telephone before Christmas, when she had last spoken with him. She remembered his coldness, arrogance, and selfishness. But perhaps there had been other, more subtle things that she should have heard beneath the surface cruelty and bravado. Distress, confusion, loneliness, fear. Brooding on that, she followed Pepper toward the bedroom. She loathed this task, pawing through Alan's things, but it had to be done. Halfway down a long hall, Pepper stopped at a door, pushed it inward.
Oh, shit. I can't believe the damned cops left it like this.
Georgia looked in the open door before she realized that this was the bathroom in which Alan had killed himself. Blood was all over the beige tile floor. More blood was spattered over the glass door of the shower stall, sink, towels, wastecan, and toilet. The wall behind the toilet was stained with dried blood in a macabre pattern resembling a Rorschach blot, as if Alan's psychological condition and the meaning of his death were there to be read by anyone with sufficient insight.
Shot himself. Twice,
Pepper said, supplying details Georgia did not want to hear.
First in the crotch. Is that queer or what? Then he put the gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger.
Georgia could smell the vague, coppery scent of blood.
The damned cops should have cleaned up the worst of it, Pepper said,
as if she thought policemen ought to be armed not only with guns but with scrub brushes and soap.
My housekeeper doesn't come until Monday, and she's not going to want to deal with this disgusting mess.
Georgia broke the bloody bathroom's hypnotic hold on her and stumbled blindly a few steps along the hall.
Hey,
Pepper Carafield said,
you okay?
Georgia gagged, clenched her teeth, moved quickly along the hall, and leaned against the jamb of another doorway.
Hey, honey, you were still carrying a torch for him, weren't you?
No, Georgia said softly.
Pepper moved closer, too close,
putting an unwanted, consoling hand upon her shoulder.
Sure you were. Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry.
Pepper oozed unctuous sympathy, and Georgia wondered if the woman was capable of any genuine emotion that did not have its roots in self-interest.
You said you were burnt out on him, but I should have seen.
Georgia wanted to shout, "You stupid bitch! I'm not carrying a torch for him, but he was still a human being, for Christ's sake. How can you be so callous? What's wrong with you? Is something missing in you?" But she only said, I'm all right.
Where are his things? I want to sort through them and get out of here.
Pepper ushered Georgia through the doorway in which she had been leaning into a bedroom.
He had the bottom drawers of the highboy, plus the left side of the dresser and that half of the closet. I'll help.
She pulled out the lowest drawer of the highboy. For Georgia, the room suddenly was as eerie and unreal as a place in a dream. Her heart began to pound, and she moved around the bed toward the first of 3 things that had filled her with fear. Books. 6 books were stacked on the nightstand. She had seen the word moon on the spines of 2 of them. With trembling hands she sorted through them and found that all 6 dealt with the same subject.
Something wrong?
Pepper asked. Georgia moved to the dresser, on which stood a globe the size of a basketball. A cord trailed from it. She clicked the switch on the cord and found the globe was opaque with a light inside. It was not a globe of the earth, but of the moon, with geological features, craters, ridges, plains, clearly named. She gave the glowing sphere a spin. The 3rd thing that frightened her was a telescope on a tripod beside the dresser in front of a window. Nothing about the instrument was different from other amateur telescopes, but to Georgia it seemed ominous, even dangerous, with dark and unknowable associations.
Those are Alan's things,
Pepper said.
He was interested in astronomy? Since when? For the past couple months,
Pepper said. The similarities between Alan's and Marcy's conditions troubled Georgia. Marcy's irrational fear of doctors, Alan's compulsive sex drive. Those were different psychological problems, obsessive fear in one case, obsessive attraction in the other, but they shared the element of obsession. Apparently, Marcy had been cured of her phobia. Alan was not as fortunate. He'd had no one to help him, and he had snapped, shooting off the genitals that had come to control him, putting a bullet in his brain. Georgia shuddered. It was too coincidental that father and daughter had been stricken by psychological problems simultaneously, but what made it more than coincidence was the other strangeness they shared, their interest in the moon. Alan had not seen Marcy in 6 months, and their most recent phone conversation had been in September, weeks before either had become fascinated by the moon. There had been no contact by which either could have transmitted that fascination to the other. It appeared to have sprung up spontaneously in each of them. Remembering Marcy's moon-troubled sleep, Georgia said,
Do you know if he was having unusual dreams? About the moon? Yeah. How'd you figure that? He was having them, but he could never remember any details when he woke up. They started, back in late October, I think it was. Why? What's it matter? These dreams, were they nightmares?
Pepper shook her head.
Not exactly. I'd hear him talking in his sleep. Sometimes he sounded afraid, but lots of times he'd smile, too.
Georgia felt as if ice had formed in her marrow. She turned to look at the lighted globe of the moon. What in the hell is going on, she wondered. A shared dream? Is that possible? How? Why? Behind her, Pepper said,
Are you okay?
Something had driven Alan to suicide. What might happen to Marcy? Saturday, January 11th, Boston, Massachusetts. The memorial service for Pablo Jackson was held at 11 o'clock Saturday morning, January 11th, in a non-denominational chapel on the grounds of the cemetery where he was to be buried. The coroner and police pathologists had not been finished with the body until Thursday, so 5 days had passed between Pablo's murder and his funeral. When the last eulogy was delivered, the mourners adjourned to the grave where the casket waited. Snow had been cleared around Pablo's plot, but the space was insufficient. Scores of people stood outside the prepared area, some in snow deeper than their boots. Others remained on the sidewalks that crisscrossed the memorial park, watching from a distance. 300 had come to pay their last respects to the old magician.
The chilly air steamed with the breath of the rich and the poor, the famous and the unknown, Boston socialites, magicians. Ginger Weiss and Rita Hannaby stood in the first circle around the gravesite. Since Monday, Ginger had not had much of an appetite and had gotten little sleep. She was pale, nervous, and very tired. Both Rita and George had argued against Ginger's attendance at the services. They were concerned that such a wrenchingly emotional experience would trigger a fugue. But the police had encouraged her, hoping she might see Pablo's killer at the services. In self-defense, she had hidden the truth from the cops, leading them to believe that the killer was an ordinary burglar, and sometimes burglars were driven by such sick compulsions. But she knew that he was no mere burglar, and that he would not risk arrest by coming to the cemetery. Ginger wept during the eulogies, and by the time she walked from the chapel to the grave, her grief was a vice squeezing her heart. But she did not lose control. She was determined not to make a circus of this solemn occasion, determined to pay her respects with dignity. Besides, she had come with a second purpose that could not be fulfilled if she spiraled down into a fugue or suffered an emotional collapse. She was sure that Alexander Christopherson, former ambassador to Great Britain, former United States Senator, and former director of the CIA, would be at the funeral of his old friend, and she wanted very much to speak with him. It was to Christopherson on Christmas Day that Pablo had turned for advice about Ginger's problems, and it was Alex Christopherson who had told him about the Azrael block. She had an important question to ask Christopherson, though she dreaded the answer. She had seen him in the chapel, recognized him from his days in public life, when he had been on television and in newspapers. He was a striking figure, tall, thin, white-haired, unmistakable. Now they stood on opposite sides of the grave, the draped casket between them. He had glanced at her a couple times, though without recognition. The minister said a brief, final prayer. After a moment, some of the mourners greeted one another, formed small groups to talk. Others, including Christopherson, moved away through a forest of headstones, past snow-laden pines and winter-stripped maples toward the parking lot.
"I've got to talk to that man," Ginger told Rita. "Be right back."
Startled, Rita called after her, but Ginger did not pause or offer further explanation. She caught up with Christopherson in the jagged shadows cast by the skeletal branches of an immense oak that was all black bark and crusted snow. She called his name, and he turned. He had piercing gray eyes, which widened when she told him who she was. "I can't help you," he said, and began to turn away from her.
"Please,"
she said, putting a hand on his arm.
"if you blame me for what happened to Pablo—"
"Why should you care what I think, Doctor?" She held fast to his arm.
"Wait! Please, for God's sake!"
Christopherson surveyed the slowly dispersing crowd in the cemetery, and Ginger knew that he was afraid the wrong people, dangerous people, might see him with her and assume he was helping her as Pablo had done. His head twitched slightly, and Ginger thought it was an indication of his nervousness. But then she realized it was the faint tremor of Parkinson's disease. He said, "Dr. Weiss, if you are seeking some form of absolution, then by all means, let me provide it. Pablo knew the risks, and he accepted them. He was the captain of his own fate."
"Did he understand the risks? That's what I've got to know."
Christopherson seemed surprised. "I warned him myself."
"Warned him about who? About what?"
"I don't know who or what, but considering the enormous effort expended to tamper with your memory, you must have seen something of tremendous importance. I warned Pablo that whoever had brainwashed you was no amateur, and that if they realized the two of you were trying to break through the Azrael block, they might come after not just you but him as well." Christopherson's gray eyes searched her eyes for a moment, and then he sighed. "He did tell you about his conversation with me?"
"He told me everything.
Except about your warning." Her eyes filled with tears again. "He didn't breathe a word of that."
He withdrew one elegant but palsied hand from his pocket and gripped her arm reassuringly.
"Doctor, now that you've told me this, I can't possibly lay any of the blame at your doorstep." "But I blame me,"
Ginger said, in a voice thin with misery.
"No, you can't blame yourself for any of it."
Looking around again to make sure they were not under surveillance, Christopherson opened the top 2 buttons of his overcoat, reached inside, plucked the display handkerchief from the breast pocket of his suit jacket and gave it to Ginger.
"Please, stop punishing yourself. Our friend lived a full and fortunate life, Doctor. His death might have been violent, but it was relatively quick, which can be a blessing."
Drying her eyes on the swatch of pale blue silk that he had given her, Ginger said,
"He was a dear man."
"He was," Christopherson agreed.
"And I'm beginning to understand why he took the risks he did for you. He said you were a very dear woman, and I see his judgment was as accurate and reliable as usual."
She finished blotting her eyes. Her heart still felt pinched in a vice, but she began to believe there was a chance that guilt and grief would eventually give way to grief alone.
"Thank you."
As much to herself as to him, Ginger said,
"What now? Where do I go from here?"
"I'm in no position to help you," he said at once. "I've been out of the intelligence business for almost a decade, and I've no contacts anymore. I've no idea who might be behind your memory block or why."
"I wouldn't ask you to help me. I'm not risking any more innocent lives. I just thought you might have some idea how I can help myself."
"Go to the police. It's their job to help." Ginger shook her head.
"No. The police are slow. Too slow. Most of them are overworked and the rest are just bureaucrats in uniforms. My problem's too urgent to wait for them to solve it. Besides, I don't trust them. Suddenly I don't trust authorities of any kind. The tapes Pablo made of our sessions were gone when I took the police back to his apartment, so I didn't mention them. I spooked. I didn't tell the cops about my fugues or about how Pablo had been helping me. I just said we'd been friends, that I had stopped by to have lunch and walked in on the killer. I let them think it was an ordinary burglary. Sheer paranoia. Didn't trust them, still don't. So the cops are out."
"Then find another hypnotist to regress you."
"No, I'm not risking any more innocent lives," she repeated.
"I understand. But those are the only suggestions I have." He shoved both hands into the deep pockets of his overcoat. "I'm sorry."
"No need to be,"
she said. He started to turn away, hesitated, sighed.
"Doctor, I want you to understand me. I served in the war, the big war, with some distinction. Later, I was a good ambassador. As head of the CIA and as a senator, I made many difficult decisions, some that put me in personal danger. I never backed away from risk. But I'm an old man now, 76, and I feel older. Parkinson's, a bad heart, high blood pressure. I have a wife I love very much, and if anything happens to me, she'll be alone. I don't know how well she'd deal with being alone, Dr. Weiss."
"Please, there's no need to justify yourself," Ginger said. She realized how completely and quickly their roles had reversed. In the beginning, he had been the one full of reassurances and absolution. Now she was returning the favor. Jacob, her father, had often said that the capacity for mercy was humankind's greatest virtue, and that the giving and receiving of mercy formed a bond unbreakable. Ginger remembered Jacob's words now because In allowing Alex Christofson to allay her guilt, and in trying to allay his, she felt that bond. Apparently he felt it too, for although he did not stop trying to explain himself, his explanations became more intimate, and were offered now in a tone of voice that was less defensive and more conspiratorial.
Quite frankly, Doctor, my reluctance to get involved is not so much because I find life infinitely precious, but because I am increasingly afraid of death. As he spoke, he reached into an inside pocket and withdrew a notepad and pen. In my life, I've done some things of which I'm not proud.
Holding the pen in his palsied right hand, he began to print.
True, most of those sins were committed in the line of duty. Government and espionage are both necessary, but neither is a clean business. In those days, I didn't believe in God or an afterlife. Now I wonder, and wondering, I'm sometimes afraid.
He tore the top page from the pad.
Afraid of what might await me after death, you see. That's why I want to hold on to life as long as I can, Doctor. That's why, God help me, I've become a coward in my old age.
As Christofson folded and passed to her the slip of paper on which he had been printing, Ginger realized that he had managed to put his back to all of the remaining mourners before he had removed the notepad and pen from his coat. No one could have seen what he had done. He said,
I've just given you the phone number of an antique store in Greenwich, Connecticut. My younger brother, Philip, owns the place. You can't call me direct, because the wrong people may have seen us talking. My telephone might be tapped. I won't risk associating with you, Dr. Weiss, and I won't pursue any investigation of your problem. However, I have many years of broad experience in these matters, and there may be times when that experience will be of help to you. You may encounter something you don't understand, a situation you don't know how to deal with, and I may be able to offer advice. Just call Philip and leave your number with him. He'll immediately call me at home and use a prearranged code word. Then I'll go out to a payphone, return his call, get the number you left with him, and contact you as quickly as possible. Experience, my peculiar kind of malevolent experience, is all I'm willing to offer you, Dr. Weiss. It's more than enough. You're not obligated to help me at all. Good luck.
He turned abruptly and walked away, his boots crunching in the frozen snow. Ginger returned to the grave where Rita, the mortician, and 2 laborers were the only people remaining. The velvet curtain around the grave had been collapsed and removed. A plastic tarpaulin had been pulled off a waiting mound of earth.
What was that all about?
Rita asked.
Tell you later,
Ginger said, bending down to pick up a rose from the pile of flowers beside Pablo Jackson's final resting place. She leaned forward and tossed the bloom into the hole on top of the casket.
Alav HaSholem. May this sleep be only a little dream between this world and something better. Baruch Hashem.
As she and Rita walked away, Ginger heard the laborers begin to shovel dirt onto the casket. Elko County, Nevada. On Thursday, Dr. Fontaine was satisfied that Ernie Block was cured of his disabling nyctophobia. "Fastest cure I've ever seen," he said. "I guess you Marines are tougher than ordinary mortals." On Saturday, January 11th, after only 4 weeks in Milwaukee, Ernie and Faye went home. They flew into Reno on United, then caught a 10-seat commuter flight to Elko, arriving at 11:27 in the morning. Sandy Sarver met them at the airport in Elko, though Ernie did not immediately recognize her. She was standing by the small terminal in the crystalline winter sunshine, waving as Ernie and Fay disembarked. Gone was the pale-faced mouse, the familiar slump-shouldered frump. For the first time since Ernie had known her, Sandy was wearing a little makeup, eyeshadow, and lipstick. Her nails were no longer bitten. Her hair, always limp and dull and neglected in the past, was now full, glossy. She had gained 10 pounds. She had always looked older than she was now. She looked years younger. She blushed when Ernie and Fay raved about her makeover. She pretended the changes were of little consequence, but she was clearly pleased by their praise, approval, and delight. She had changed in other ways as well. For one thing, she was usually reticent and shy, but as they walked to the parking lot and put the baggage in the back of her red pickup, she asked lots of questions about Lucy, Frank, and the grandchildren. She did not ask about Ernie's phobia because she knew nothing of it. They had kept his condition secret, and had explained the extension of their Wisconsin visit by saying they wanted to spend more time with the grandchildren. In the truck, as Sandy drove through Elko and onto the interstate, she was downright garrulous as she spoke of the Christmas just past and of business at the Tranquility Grill. As much as anything, Sandy's driving surprised Ernie. He knew she had an aversion to four-wheel travel, but now she drove fast, with an ease and skill Ernie had never seen in her before. Fay, sitting between Ernie and Sandy, was aware of this change too, for she gave Ernie meaningful looks when Sandy maneuvered the pickup with special fluidity and audacity. Then a bad thing happened. Less than a mile from the motel, Ernie's interest in Sandy's metamorphosis was suddenly displaced by the queer feeling that had first seized him on December 10th, when he had been coming home from Elko with the new lighting fixtures. The feeling that a particular piece of ground, half a mile ahead, south of the highway, was calling him. The feeling that something strange had happened to him out there. As before, it was simultaneously an absurd and gripping feeling, characterized by the eerie attraction of a talismanic place in a dream. This was an unsettling development, because Ernie had supposed that the peculiar magnetism of that place had been somehow a part of the same mental disturbance that resulted in his crippling dread of the dark. His nyctophobia cured, he had assumed that all other symptoms of his temporary psychological imbalance would disappear along with his fear of the night. So this seemed like a bad sign. He did not want to consider what it might indicate about the permanency of his cure. Fay was telling Sandy about Christmas morning with the grandkids, and Sandy was laughing. But to Ernie, the laughter and conversation faded. As they drew nearer the plot of ground that exerted a mesmeric attraction on him, Ernie squinted through the sun-streaked windshield, possessed by a sense of impending epiphany. Something of monumental importance seemed about to happen, and he was filled with fear and awe. Then, as they were passing that beguiling place, Ernie became aware that their speed had dropped. Sandy had slowed to under 40 miles an hour, half the speed she had maintained since Elko. Even as Ernie realized the truck had slowed, it accelerated again. He looked at Sandy too late to be certain that she also had been temporarily spellbound by that same portion of the landscape, for now she was listening to Fay and watching the road ahead and bringing the pickup back to speed. But it seemed to him there was a strange look on her face, and he stared at her in bewilderment, wondering how she could share his mysterious and irrational fascination with that piece of quite ordinary land.
"Oh, it's good to be home,"
Fay said, as Sandy switched on the right turn signal and steered the truck toward the exit lane. Ernie watched Sandy for an indication that she had slowed the truck in answer to the same eerie call that he felt, but he saw none of the fear that the call engendered in him. She was smiling. He must have been wrong. She had slowed the truck for some other reason. A chill had taken residence in his bones, and now as they drove up the sloped county road and turned into the motel lot, he felt a cold, damp dew of sweat on his palms, on his scalp. He looked at his watch. Not because he needed to know the time, but because he wanted to know how long until sundown. About 5 hours. What if it wasn't darkness in general that he feared? What if it was a specific darkness? Perhaps he had quickly overcome his phobia in Milwaukee because he was only mildly frightened by the night out there. Perhaps his real fear, his deep fear, was of the darkness of the Nevada plains. Could a phobia be that narrowly focused, that localized? Surely not. Yet he looked at his watch. Sandy parked in front of the motel office, and when they got out of the truck and went around to the tailgate to get the luggage, she hugged both Faye and Ernie.
I'm glad you're back. I missed you both. Now I'd better get over to the diner and help Ned. Lunch hour started.
Ernie and Faye watched Sandy as she hurried away, and Faye said,
"What on earth do you suppose happened to her?"
"Damned if I know," Ernie said. Her breath steaming in the cold air, Faye said,
"At first, I thought she must have learned she's pregnant. But now I don't think so. If she was pregnant and overjoyed about it, she'd have told us. She'd have been bursting with the news. I think it's something else."
Ernie pulled 2 of the 4 suitcases out of the back of the truck and stood them on the ground, surreptitiously glancing at his watch as he put the bags down. Sundown was 5 minutes closer. Faye sighed.
"Well, whatever the cause, I'm sure happy for her."
"Me too," Ernie said, lifting the other 2 bags out of the truck.
"Me too,"
Faye said, affectionately mimicking him as she picked up the 2 lightest suitcases.
"Don't play cool with me, you big softy. I know you've worried about her almost like you used to worry about our own Lucy. When you first saw the change in Sandy back at the airport, I was watching you, and I thought your heart was going to melt."
He followed her with the 2 heavier bags. "Do they have a medical term for a calamity like that? For a melting heart?"
"Sure. Cardioliquefaction."
He laughed, in spite of the tension that knotted his stomach.
Faye was always able to make him laugh, usually when he needed it most.
When they got inside, he would put his arms around her, kiss her, and convey her straight upstairs and into bed. Nothing else would be as certain to chase away the fear that had popped up in him like a jack-in-the-box. Time spent with Faye was always the best medicine. She put her 2 bags down by the office door and fished her keys out of her purse. When it had become clear, early on, that Ernie was likely to have an exceptionally swift recovery, and that they would not need to stay in Milwaukee for months, Faye had decided against flying home to search for a motel manager. They simply kept the place closed. Now they needed to unlock, turn up the thermostat, clean away the accumulated dust. A lot of work to be done, but still enough time for a little horizontal dancing first, Ernie thought with a grin. He was standing behind Faye as she put the key in the office door, so fortunately she did not see him twitch and jump in surprise when the bright day was suddenly claimed by shadows. They were not actually plunged into darkness. A large cloud merely moved across the sun. The level of light dropped by no more than 20%, yet even that was sufficient to startle and unnerve him. He looked at his watch. He looked toward the east, from whence the night would come. "I'll be all right," he thought. "I'm cured." On the road. Reno to Elko County. Following the paranormal experience in Lomax's house on Tuesday, when countless paper moons took orbit around him, Dominic Corvasis spent a few days in Reno. On his previous journey from Portland to Mountain View, he had stayed over to research a series of short stories about gambling. Recreating that trip, he passed Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in the biggest little city in the world. Dom wandered from casino to casino, watching gamblers. There were young couples, retirees, pretty young women, middle-aged women in stretch pants and cardigans, leather-faced cowboys, fresh from the range, and soft-faced rich men on junkets from far cities, secretaries, truckers, executives, doctors, ex-cons, and off-duty cops, hustlers and dreamers, escapees from every social background, drawn together by the hope and thrill of organized games of chance, surely the most democratizing industry on earth. As during his previous visit, Dom gambled only enough to be part of the scene, for his primary purpose was to observe. After the storm of paper moons, he had reason to believe that Reno was the place where his life had been changed forever, and where he would find the key to unlock his imprisoned memories. Those around him laughed, chattered, grumbled about the unkindness of cards, shouted to encourage the rolling dice, but Dom remained cool and alert, among them, yet distanced from them, the better to spot any clue to the unremembered events in his past. No clue was revealed. Each night, he contacted Parker Fane in Laguna Beach, hoping that the unknown correspondent had sent an additional message. No message was received. Each night before sleep came, he tried to understand the impossible dance of paper moons, and he sought an explanation of the circular, swollen red rings in his hands, which he had watched fade as he knelt in a drift of moons in Lomax's living room. No understanding came. Day by day, his craving for Valium and Dalmane diminished, but his unremembered nightmares, the moon, grew worse. Each night he fought fiercely against the tether with which he moored himself to his bed. By Saturday, Dom still suspected that the answer to his night fear and somnambulism lay in Reno. But he decided that he must not change his plans, must go on to Mountain View. If he concluded the journey without achieving Satori, he could return to Reno at that time. The summer before last, he departed Harris at 10:30 a.m., Friday, July 6th, after an early lunch. On Saturday, January 11th, he therefore followed that timetable, driving onto I-80 at 10:40, heading northeast across the Nevada wasteland toward distant Winnemucca, where Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid had robbed a bank in another age. The immense, unpopulated expanses of land were little different from the way they had been 1,000 years ago. The highway and power lines, often the only signs of civilization, followed the route that had been called the Humboldt Trail in the days of wagon trains. Dom drove over barren plains and hills bearded with scrub, through an uninviting yet starkly beautiful primeval world of sagebrush, sand, alkaline flats, dry lakes, solidified lava beds with columnar crystallizations, distant mountains. Sheared bluffs and veined monoliths showed traces of borax, sulfur, alum, and salt. Isolated rocky buttes were splendidly painted in ochre, amber, umber, and gray. North of the trackless Humboldt Sink, where the Humboldt River simply vanished into the thirsty earth, were more streams, as well as the Humboldt itself. And here the forbidding land featured some contrastingly fertile valleys with lush grasses and trees, cottonwoods, willows, though not in profusion. Adequate water meant communities and agriculture, but even in the hospitable valleys the settlements were small, the grip of civilization tenuous. As always, Dom was humbled by the vastness of the West. But the landscape also aroused new feelings this time, a sense of mystery, and an unsettling awareness of limitless and eerie possibilities. Hurtling through this lonely realm, it was easy to believe something frightening had happened to him here. At 2:45 he stopped for gasoline and a sandwich in Winnemucca, a town of only 5,000 souls, yet by far the largest in a county of 16,000 square miles. Then I-80 turned eastward. The land rose gradually toward the rim of the Great Basin. More mountains peaked on every horizon, with snow far down their slopes, and more bunchgrass appeared midst the sagebrush, and there were genuine meadows in some places, though the desert was by no means left entirely behind. At sunset, Dom pulled off the interstate at the Tranquility Motel, parked near the office, got out of the car, and was surprised by a cold wind. Having driven so long through deserts, he was psychologically prepared for heat, though he knew it was winter on the high plains. He reached into the car, grabbed a fleece-lined suede jacket, and put it on. He started toward the motel, then stopped, suddenly apprehensive. This was the place. He did not know how he knew, but he knew here something strange had happened. He had stopped here on Friday evening, July 6th, the summer before last. He had found the curious isolation of the place and the majesty of the land enormously appealing and inspiring. Indeed, he had become convinced that this territory was good material for fiction, and he had decided to stay a couple of days to familiarize himself with it and to brood about story ideas suitable to the background. He had not left for Mountain View, Utah, until Tuesday morning, the 10th of July. Now, he turned slowly, studying the scene in the fast-fading light, hoping to prick his memory. As he turned, he became convinced that what had happened to him here was more important than anything that would ever happen to him anywhere as long as he lived. The diner, with its big windows and blue neon sign, was at the western end of the complex, detached from the motel, surrounded by a large parking lot to accommodate long-haul trucks, of which 3 were in attendance. The entire length of the single-story white motel was served by a breezeway sheltered under an aluminum awning that glistened darkly with a well-kept coat of forest green enamel. The west wing had 10 rooms with glossy green doors. It was separated from the east wing by a 2-story section that housed the office on the first floor and, no doubt, the owner's quarters on the second. Unlike the west wing, the east wing was L-shaped, with 6 rooms in the first section, 4 in the shorter arm. Dom kept turning, and saw the dark sky in the east, the interstate dwindling into that gloom, then the immense and uninhabited panorama of shadowed land to the south. More plains and mountains lay in the west, where the sky above was streaked crimson by the sunset. Moment by moment, Dom's apprehension grew, until he had turned in a complete circle and was looking once more at the Tranquility Grill. As if in a dream, he moved toward the diner. By the time he reached the door, his heart was hammering. He had the urge to flee. Steeling himself, he opened the door and went inside. It was a clean, well-lighted place, cozy and warm. Delicious odors filled the air. French fries, onions, fresh hamburgers sizzling on the griddle, frying ham. In dreamlike fear, he crossed to an empty table. A ketchup bottle, a squeeze bottle of mustard, a sugar bowl, salt and pepper shakers, and an ashtray were clustered in the center. He picked up the salt shaker. For a moment, he did not know why he had picked it up. But then he remembered sitting at this very table the summer before last, his first night at the Tranquility Motel. He had spilled a bit of salt and had reflexively cast a pinch of it over his shoulder, inadvertently throwing it in the face of a young woman approaching behind him. He sensed that the incident was important, but he did not know why. Because of the woman? Who had she been? A stranger. What had she looked like? He tried to recall her face, but could not. His heart raced without apparent reason. He felt as if he were on the brink of some devastating revelation. He strove to recall additional details, but they eluded him. He put the salt shaker down, still moving dreamily. Shivering with unfocused anxiety, he crossed to the corner booth by the front windows. It was unoccupied, but Dom was sure that the young woman, having blinked the salt out of her eyelashes, had come here that other night. "Can I help you?" Dom was aware that a waitress in a yellow sweater was standing beside him and had spoken to him, but he remained spellbound by the tantalizing ascension of some terrible memory. It had not swum into view yet, but it was rising. The woman out of his past, whose face remained a blank to him, had sat in this booth, radiantly beautiful in the orange light of the sunset.
"Mister, is something wrong?"
The young woman had ordered dinner, and Dom had gone on with his meal, and the sunset had faded, and night had fallen, and— No! The memory swam out of the deeps, almost broke through the murky surface into light, into his consciousness. But at the last moment he recoiled from it in panic, as if he had seen the horrible face of some monstrously evil leviathan streaking toward him. Abruptly, not wanting to remember, refusing, Dom loosed a wordless cry, stumbled back, turned away from the startled waitress, and ran. He was aware of people staring, aware that he was making a scene, but he did not give a damn. All he cared about was getting out. He hit the door, flung it open, and rushed out under a post-sunset black, purple, and scarlet sky. He was afraid. Afraid of the past, afraid of the future, but afraid mostly because he did not know why he was afraid.
Chicago, Illinois. Brendan Cronin was saving his announcement for after dinner when Father Vikazik, with a full belly and with a glass of brandy in hand, would be in his best mood of the day. Meanwhile, in the company of Fathers Vikazik and Girano, he ate a hearty dinner, double portions of potatoes and beans and ham, disposing of a third of a loaf of homemade bread. Though he had regained his appetite, he had not regained his faith. When his belief in God had collapsed, it had left in him a terrible, dark emptiness and despair. But now the despair was gone, and the emptiness, though not entirely filled, was shrinking. He was beginning to perceive that one day he might lead a meaningful life that had nothing to do with the church. For Brendan, for whom no temporal pleasures had been as enticing as the spiritual joy of the Mass, the mere contemplation of a secular life was a revolutionary development. Perhaps his despair had lifted because, since Christmas, he had at least journeyed along from atheism to a qualified agnosticism. Recent events had conspired to make him consider the existence of a power that, though not necessarily God, was nevertheless above nature. After dinner, Father Girano went upstairs to spend a few hours with the latest novel by James Blaylock, the fantasist whom Brendan, too, found interesting, but whose colorful tales of bizarre fantasy creatures, and even more bizarre human beings, were too imaginative for a hard-nosed realist like Father Vikazik. Adjourning to the study with Brendan, the rector said, "He writes well, but when I'm finished with one of his stories, I get the peculiar feeling that nothing's what it seems to be. And I don't like that feeling."
"Maybe nothing is what it seems to be," Brendan said.
The rector shook his head, and his gray hair caught the light in such a way that it looked like steel wire. "No. When I read for entertainment, I prefer it in big, solid, heavy blocks that let you grapple with the reality of life." Grinning broadly, Brendan said, "If there's a heaven, Father, and if I somehow manage to get there with you, I hope I'll have a chance to arrange a meeting between you and Walt Disney. I'd love to see you convince him that he should have spent his time animating the collected works of Dostoevsky instead of the adventures of Mickey Mouse." Laughing at himself, the rector poured their drinks, and they settled into armchairs, the fallen priest with a glass of schnapps, his superior with a small brandy. Deciding there would be no better time for his news, Brendan said, "If it's all right with you, I'll be going away for a while, Father. I'd like to leave on Monday if I can. I need to go to Nevada." "Nevada?" Father Vikazik made it sound as if his curate had just said Bangkok or Timbuktu. "Why Nevada?" With the taste of peppermint schnapps on his tongue and the scent burning his sinuses, Brendan said, "That's where I'm being called. Last night, in the dream, though I still saw nothing but a brilliant light,
I suddenly knew where I was. Elko County, Nevada. And I knew I must go back there in order to find an explanation for Emmy's cure and Winton's resurrection.
Back there? You've been there before?
The summer before last, just before I came to St. Bernadette's.
Upon leaving his post with Monsignor Orbella in Rome, Brendan had flown directly to San Francisco to carry out a final assignment from his Vatican mentor. He stayed 2 weeks with Bishop John Santafiore, an old friend of Orbella. The bishop was writing a book on the history of papal selection, and Brendan came laden with research material provided by the Monsignor in Rome. It was his job to answer any questions about those documents. John Santafiore was a charming man with a sly, dry wit, and the days flashed past. His task concluded, Brendan was left with 2 weeks to himself before he was required to report to his superiors in Chicago, his hometown, where he would be assigned as curate to some parish in that archdiocese. He spent a few days in Carmel, on the Monterey Peninsula. Then, making up his mind to see some of the country that he had never seen before, Brendan set out on a long drive eastward in a rental car. Now, Father Vikazik leaned forward, brandy snifter clasped in both hands. I remembered about Bishop Santafiore, but I'd forgotten you drove from there to here. And you passed through Elko County, Nevada?
Stayed there, at a motel in the middle of nowhere. Tranquility Motel. I stopped for the night, but it was so peaceful. The countryside was so beautiful that I stayed a few days. Now I've got to go back.
Why? What happened to you out there?
Brendan shrugged. Nothing. I just relaxed, napped, read a couple books, watched TV. They have good TV reception even way out there because they've got their own little receiver dish on the roof.
Father Vikazik cocked his head.
What's wrong?
There for a moment you sounded odd. Wooden, as if repeating something you'd memorized.
I was just telling you what it was like.
So if nothing happened to you there, why is the place so special? What will happen when you go back there?
I'm not sure. But it's going to be something incredible.
Finally revealing his frustration with his curate's obtuseness, Father Vikazik put the question bluntly. Is it God calling you?
I don't think so. But maybe. A slim maybe. Father, I want your permission to go. But if I can't have your blessing, I'll go anyway.
Father Vikazik took a larger swallow of brandy than was his habit. I think you should go. But I don't think you should go alone.
Brendan was surprised. You want to come with me?
Not me. I've got St. Bet's to run. But you should be in the company of a qualified witness, a priest familiar with these things, one who can verify any miracle or miraculous visitation.
You mean some cleric who has the Cardinal's imprimatur to investigate every hysterical report of weeping statues of the Holy Mother, bleeding crucifixes, and divine manifestations of all kinds?
Father Vikazik nodded. That's right. Someone who knows the process of authentication. I had in mind Monsignor Jani of the Archdiocese's Office of Publications. He's had a lot of practice. Reluctant to disappoint his rector, but determined to proceed in his own fashion, Brendan interrupted.
There's no visitation involved here, so there's no need for Monsignor Jani. None of this has an obvious Christian significance or source.
And whoever said God isn't permitted to be subtle? Father Vikazik asked. His grin made it clear he expected to win this argument.
These things could all be merely psychic phenomena.
Bah! Claptrap. Psychic phenomena are just the non-believer's pathetic explanation for glimpses of the divine hand at work. Examine these events closely, Brendan. Open your heart to the meaning of them, and you'll see the truth. God's calling you back to His bosom. And I believe a divine visitation is what this may be building toward.
But if this is building to a divine manifestation, why couldn't it happen right here? Why is it necessary to go all the way to Nevada? Perhaps it's a test of your obedience to the will of God.
A test of your underlying desire to believe again. If your desire is strong enough, you'll discomfort yourself by taking this long journey. And as reward, you'll be shown something to make you believe again.
But why Nevada? Why not Florida?
Or Texas, or Istanbul? Only God knows.
And why would God go to all this trouble to recapture the heart of one fallen priest?
To Him who made the earth and stars, this is no trouble at all. And one heart is as important to Him as 1,000,000 hearts.
Then why did He let me lose my faith in the first place?
Perhaps losing and regaining it is a tempering process. You may have been put through it because God needs you to be stronger. Brendan smiled and shook his head in admiration.
You're never caught without an answer, are you, Father?
Looking self-satisfied, Stefan Vikazik settled back in his chair. God bless me with a quick tongue. Brendan was aware of Father Vikazik's reputation as a savior of troubled priests, and he knew the rector would not give up easily, or at all. But Brendan was determined not to go to Nevada with Monsignor Janney in tow. From the other armchair, over the rim of his brandy snifter, Father Vikazik watched Brendan with evident affection and iron determination, waiting eagerly for another argument that he could swiftly refute, for another thrust that he could parry with his unfailing Jesuitical aplomb. Brendan sighed. There was going to be a long evening. Elko County, Nevada. After hurrying out of the Tranquility Grill in fear and confusion into the last fading scarlet and purple light of dusk, Dom Corvasis went directly to the motel office. There, he walked into the middle of a scene that initially appeared to be a domestic quarrel, though he quickly saw that it was something stranger than that. A squarely built man in tan slacks and a brown sweater stood in the center of the room, this side of the counter. He was only 2 inches taller than Dom, but in other dimensions he was considerably larger. He seemed to have been hewn from massive slabs of oak. The gray of his brush-cut hair, the weathered lines of his face indicated he was in his 50s, although his bull-strong body had a younger presence and power. The big man was shaking, as if enraged. A woman stood beside him, staring up at him with an odd and urgent expression. She was a blonde with vivid blue eyes, younger than him, though it was difficult to judge her age. The man's pale face was shiny with sweat. As Dom stepped across the threshold, he realized that his flash impression was wrong. This guy was not enraged, but terrified.
"Relax," the woman said. "Try to control your breathing."
The big man was gasping. He stood with his thick neck bent, head lowered, shoulders hunched, staring at the floor, inhalation following exhalation in an arrhythmic pattern that betrayed a growing panic.
"Take deep, slow breaths," the woman said. "Remember what Dr. Fontaine taught you. When you're calm, we'll go outside for a walk."
"No," the big man said, shaking his head violently.
"Yes, we will,"
the woman said, putting a reassuring hand on his arm.
"We'll go outside for a walk, Ernie, and you'll see that this darkness is no different from the darkness in Milwaukee."
Ernie. The name chilled Dom and immediately brought to mind those 4 posters of the moon, on which names had been scrawled in Zebediah Lomax's living room in Reno. The woman glanced at Dom, and he said, "I need a room."
"We're full," she said.
"The vacancy sign is lit."
Okay, Okay, but not now. Please, not now. Go over to the diner or something. Come back in half an hour. Please.
Until that exchange, Ernie had seemed unaware of Dom's intrusion. Now, he looked up from the floor, and a moan of fear and despair escaped him. "Oh, the door! Close it before the darkness comes in."
No, 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 the woman told him, her voice firm yet full of compassion. It's not coming in. Darkness can't hurt you, Ernie.
"It's coming in," he insisted miserably.
Dom realized that the room was unnaturally bright. Table lamps, a floor lamp, a desk lamp, and the ceiling fixtures blazed. The woman turned to Dom again. "For God's sake, close the door." He stepped in rather than out and shut the door behind him. "I meant close it as you leave," the woman said pointedly. The expression on Ernie's face was part terror, part embarrassment. His eyes shifted from Dom to the window.
"He's right there at the glass. All the darkness. Pressing.
He looked sheepishly at Dom, then lowered his head again, shut his eyes tight. Dom stood transfixed. Ernie's irrational fear was horribly like the terror which drove Dom to walk in his sleep and to hide in closets. Using anger to repress her tears, the woman turned to Dom. "Why won't you go? He's nyctophobic. He's afraid of the dark sometimes, and when he has one of these attacks, we have to work it out together." Dom remembered the other names scrawled on the posters in Lomac's house, Ginger, Faye, and he chose one by instinct. "It's all right, Faye. I think I understand a little of what you're going through." She blinked in surprise when he used her name. "Do I know you?" "Do you? I'm Dominic Corvasis." "Means nothing to me," she said, staying with the big man as he turned and, eyes still closed, shuffled toward the back of the office. Ernie moved blindly toward the gate in the counter. "Got to get upstairs, where I can pull the drapes. Keep the dark out." Faye said, "No, Ernie, wait. Don't run from it." Stepping in front of Ernie, putting a hand on the man's chest to hold him, Dom said, "You have nightmares. When you wake up, you can't remember what they were, except they had something to do with the moon." Faye gasped. Ernie opened his eyes in surprise. "How'd you know that?" "I've had nightmares for over a month," Dom said. "Every night. And I know a man who suffered from them so bad he killed himself." They stared at him in astonishment. "In October," Dom said, "I started walking in my sleep. I'd creep out of bed, hide in closets, or gather weapons to protect myself. Once I tried to nail the windows shut to keep something out. Don't you see, Ernie, I'm afraid of something in the dark. I'll bet that's what you're afraid of, too. Not just the dark itself, but something else. Something specific that happened to you." He gestured toward the windows. "Out there, in the darkness on that same weekend, the summer before last." Still baffled by this turn of events, Ernie glanced at the night beyond the windows, then immediately looked away. "I don't understand." "Let's go upstairs where you can draw the drapes," Dom said. "I'll tell you what I know. The important thing is you aren't alone in this. You're not alone anymore. And thank God, neither am I." New Haven County, Connecticut. Clockwork. Jack Twist's heists always ticked along like clockwork mechanisms. The armored car job was no exception. The night was solidly roofed with clouds. No stars, no moon. No snow was falling, but a cold, moist wind swept up from the southwest. The guardmaster truck rumbled past empty fields, coming from the northeast toward the knoll from which Jack had watched it Christmas Eve. Its headlights bored through thin, ragged sheets of patchy winter fog. In the snow-wrapped fields, the county lane resembled a strip of black satin ribbon. Dressed in a white ski suit with hood, Jack lay half buried in snow south of the roadway across from the knoll. On the other side of the road, at the foot of the knoll, the second member of the team, Chad Zepp,
also in white camouflage, sprawled in another drift. The third member of the team, Branch Pollard, was halfway down the knoll with a Heckler & Koch HK-91 heavy assault rifle. The truck was 200 yards away. Refracting the headlights, fog formations drifted across the road into the lightless fields. Suddenly, the muzzle of the HK-91 flashed up on the hillside. A shot cracked above the sound of the grinding engine. The HK-91, perhaps the finest combat rifle made, could fire hundreds of rounds without jamming. Extremely accurate, effective at 1,000 yards, the HK-91 could put a 7.62 NATO round through a tree or concrete wall with sufficient punch left to kill someone on the other side. Tonight, however, they did not intend to kill anyone. Aided by an infrared telescopic sight, Pollard put the first shot where he wanted it, blowing out the right front tire of the Guardmaster transport. The truck swerved wildly. Encountering ice, it began to slide. Even while the armored transport was sliding, its fate unsettled, Jack was up and running. He leaped the ditch and dashed onto the road in front of the vehicle, which loomed like a tank. At the last moment, when it seemed bound inexorably for the ditch, the driver regained control and brought the truck to a jerky halt 30 feet from Jack. He saw one of the Guardmaster crewmen talking excitedly into a radio handset. That call for help was futile. The moment Pollard had fired from the knoll, Chad Zepp, still concealed in the snow north of the road, had switched on a battery-powered transmitter, jamming the transport's radio frequency with shrill electronic static. As the rising wind harried fog ghosts past Jack, he stood in the middle of the road, feeling naked in the blazing headlights, taking time to aim the tear gas rifle at the truck's grill. The gun was of British manufacture, designed for anti-terrorist squads. Other tear gas weapons fired grenades that spewed disabling fumes on impact, requiring the marksman to aim at windows. But upon seizing an embassy, terrorists usually boarded up the windows. The new British gun, which Jack had acquired from a black-market arms dealer in Miami, had a 2-inch bore and fired a high-velocity, steel-jacketed tear gas shell that could penetrate most wooden doors or punch through a boarded window. When Jack fired, the shell smashed through the truck's grill into the engine compartment. A noxious yellow vapor began roiling into the cab by way of its ventilation system. The guards had been trained to remain in their secure roost in a crisis, for the cab had steel doors and bulletproof glass. But when they switched off the heater and closed the vents too late, they found themselves choking in the gas-filled cabin. They opened their locked doors, spilled out into the cold winter night, wheezing, coughing. In spite of the blinding, suffocating gas, the driver had drawn his revolver. Dropping to his knees, gagging, he squinted his copiously watering eyes in search of a target. But Jack kicked the gun out of his hand, grabbed him by the coat, and dragged him to the front of the truck, where he handcuffed him to a support strut on the bumper. After firing the shot that disabled the truck, Branch Pollard had sprinted down the knoll. Now, at the other end of the front bumper, he handcuffed the other protesting guard to another strut. Both guards were blinking furiously, trying to clear their gas-blurred vision to get a look at their attackers' faces, but that was wasted effort, because Jack, Pollard, and Zepp were wearing ski masks. Leaving the securely shackled men, Jack and Pollard ran to the back of the truck, moving fast, though not because they feared being seen by other traffic on that lonely road. No traffic would pass until they were gone. The moment the Guardmaster unit had entered the flats, the last 2 members of the robbery team, Hart and Dodd, had sealed off both ends of the road with stolen vans that had been repainted and equipped with Department of Highway signs. Against an impressive backdrop of emergency beacons flashing on the roofs of their vans and on sawhorses they had set out on the pavement, Dodd and Hart would turn back everyone who wandered through, spinning a tale of a tanker truck accident. Clockwork. When Jack and Pollard got to the rear of the truck, Chad Zepp was already there. In the glow of a battery-powered light that he had fixed to the truck with a magnet, Zepp was unscrewing the faceplate that covered the lock mechanism on the doors to the cargo hold. They had brought explosives, But when trying to peel a truck as well constructed as the Guardmaster, there was a risk that explosives would fuse the lock pins, sealing the honeypot even tighter. They had to try going in through the lock, leaving explosives as a last resort. Some older armored cars had locks that operated with a key or pair of keys, and some had combination dials, but this was a new vehicle with state-of-the-art equipment. This lock was engaged and disengaged by pressing a sequence of code numbers on a 10-digit keyboard that was the size and appearance of the dial on a touch-tone telephone. To activate the lock, the guard closed the doors and simply punched in the middle number of the 3-number code. To deactivate it, he pressed all 3 numbers in the correct order. The code was changed every morning, and of the 2 men crewing the truck, only the driver knew it. There were 1,000 possible 3-number sequences in 10 digits. Because it would take between 4 and 5 seconds to key in each sequence and wait for it to be accepted or rejected, they would have to delay at least an hour and a quarter to try every combination. That was far too risky. Chad Zepp removed the faceplate from the lock. The 10 numbered buttons remained, but now it was possible to see a bit of the mechanism between and behind them. Hung on a strap from Zepp's shoulder was a battery-powered, attaché-sized computer, which could assess and control the circuitry of electronic locks and alarms. It was SLICS, an acronym for Security Lock Intervention and Circumvention Knowledge System. Intended solely for military or intelligence agency personnel with security clearance, SLICS was unavailable to the public. Unauthorized possession was a criminal violation of the Defense Security Act. To obtain a SLICS, Jack had gone to Mexico City and had paid $25,000 to a black market arms dealer who had a contact inside the firm that manufactured the device. Zepp unslung the computer and held it so he and Jack and Pollard could see the 4-inch square video display, which was dark. 3 retractable probes were slotted in the SLICS, and Jack withdrew the first of these from its niche. It looked like a copper-tipped steel thermometer on a 2-foot wire umbilical. Jack looked closely at the partially exposed guts of the electronic lock and carefully inserted the slender probe between the first 2 buttons, touching it to the contact point at the base of the button marked 1. The display screen remained dark. He moved the probe to button number 2, then 3. Nothing. But when he touched number 4, a pale green word, current, appeared on the screen, plus numbers that measured trace electricity in the contact. This meant that the middle number of the 3-digit lock code was 4. After loading sacks of money and checks into the cargo hold at the last stop on the route, the driver had pushed 4 to activate the lock. The contact point of that button would remain closed until the entire code was punched in, thereby unlocking the door. With 3 unknown numbers, the possible combinations had been 1,000, but now that they needed to find only the first and last numbers, the search was reduced to 100 combinations. Ignoring the howling wind, Jack withdrew another instrument from the SLICS. This was also on a 2-foot cord, but resembled a watercolor brush, but with a single bristle. The bristle glowed with light and was thicker than a 60-pound fishing line, stiff yet flexible. Jack inserted it into a crack at the base of the 1 button on the lock keyboard, glanced at the computer video display, but was not rewarded. He moved the bristle probe from number to number. The display screen blinked, then showed a partial diagram of a circuit board. The bristle that he had thrust inside the mechanism was actually the end filament of an optical laser, a more sophisticated cousin of the similar device which, in supermarket cash registers, read the barcodes on grocery items. The SLICS was not programmed to read barcodes, but to recognize circuitry patterns and render models of them on the display screen. The screen would register nothing whatsoever until the bristle probe was aimed directly at a circuit or portion thereof. but then it would faithfully reproduce the hidden pattern that it saw. Jack had to move the probe 3 times, insert it into the lock mechanism at 3 different points before the computer was able to piece together a picture of the entire circuitry from partial views. The diagram glowed in bright green lines and symbols on the miniature video display. After 3 seconds of consideration, the computer drew boxes around 2 small portions of the diagram to indicate those points at which a tap could easily be applied to the circuitry. Then it superimposed an image of the 10-digit keyboard over the diagram to show where those 2 weak points were in relation to that portion of the lock mechanism that was visible to Jack. "There's a good tap-in spot below the number 4 button," Jack said. "You need me to drill?" Pollard asked. "I don't think so." Jack returned the optical probe to its slot and withdrew a 3rd slender instrument with a spongy mesh tip of some material he could not identify, which the designer of Slicks had labeled the tap wand. He inserted it through the tiny gap in the lock mechanism at the base of the 4 button, slowly moved it up and down, left and right, until the computer beeped and flashed "Intervention" on the miniature video display. While Jack held the tap wand in place, and Chad Zepp held the Slicks upright, Pollard used the computer's small programming board to quickly type instructions. "Intervention" disappeared, and onto the screen came other words. "System control established." The computer could now feed commands directly to the microchip that processed the lock codes, and that directed the sliding steel bolts to either close or open. Pollard hit 2 more keys, and the Slicks began to send sequences of 3 numbers to the microchip, 1 combination every 600ths of a second, all of which used the already known 4 as the middle digit of the code. Slicks hit the right code, 545, in only 9 seconds. With 4 simultaneous thumps, the lock bolts retracted as 1. Jack returned the tap wand to its niche, switched off the computer. Only 4 minutes had passed since the rifle shot that had blown out the truck's right front tire. Clockwork. As Zepp slung the Slicks over his shoulder again, Pollard opened the rear doors of the armored car. The money was theirs for the taking. Zepp laughed with delight. With a gleeful whoop, Pollard clambered into the truck and began to push out bulging canvas bags. But Jack still felt empty and cold inside. A few snow flurries suddenly appeared in the wind. The unexplained change in Jack, which had begun weeks ago, had now reached completion. He no longer cared about getting even with society. He felt purposeless, as adrift as the wind-borne flakes of snow.
Elko County, Nevada. Fay Block had turned on the no vacancy notice to ensure that they would not be disturbed. Sitting around the table in the cheery kitchen of their apartment above the motel office, with the blinds shut against the night, the Blocks sipped coffee and listened spellbound as Dom told his story. The only point at which they registered disbelief was when he told them of the impossible dance of paper moons in Zebediah Lomax's house in Reno. But he was able to describe that startling event in such sharp detail that he felt gooseflesh pimpling his arms, and he saw that his own awe and fear were being transmitted to Fay and Ernie. They appeared most impressed by the 2 Polaroid photographs that had arrived in the mail from the unknown correspondent 2 days before Dom had flown to Portland. They studied the picture in which the zombie-faced priest was sitting at a writing desk, and they were certain it had been taken in one of their motel rooms. The photo of the blonde in bed with an IV line in her arm was a close-up that showed nothing of the room, but they recognized the floral-patterned bedspread visible in one corner of the shot. It was the kind that had been in use in some units until 10 months ago. To Dom's surprise, they had been sent a similar photograph. Ernie remembered receiving it in a plain envelope on December 10th, 5 days before they had flown to Milwaukee. Fay got it from the center drawer of the desk in the downstairs office,
and they hunched conspiratorially over the kitchen table, studying the print. It was a shot of 3 people, man, woman, child, standing in sunshine by the door to room 9. All 3 were dressed in shorts, t-shirts, and sandals.
"Do you recognize them?" Dom asked.
"No," Faye said.
"But I feel like I ought to remember them," Ernie said.
Dom said, "Sunshine, summer clothes, so we can almost certainly conclude it was taken the summer before last. That weekend, between Friday, the 6th of July, and the following Tuesday. These 3 people were part of whatever happened. Maybe innocent victims like us, and our unknown correspondent wants us to think about them, remember them."
Ernie said, "Whoever sent the pictures would have been one of the people who erased our memories. So why would he want to stir us up like this after so much trouble was taken to make us forget?"
Dom shrugged.
"Maybe he never believed it was right, what was done to us. Maybe he only went along with it because he had to. And maybe it's been on his conscience ever since. Whoever he is, he's afraid to come right out with what he knows. He's got to do it indirectly."
Abruptly, Faye pushed her chair back from the table. 5 weeks of mail piled up while we were away. Might be something more in it. As the sound of Faye's descending footsteps echoed up from the stairs, Ernie said,
"Sandy, that's our waitress at the Grill, sorted through the mail and paid the bills as they arrived, but the rest of the mail she just dropped in a paper sack. Since we came back this morning, we've been so busy getting the place open, we didn't bother looking to see what the postman brought."
Faye returned with 2 plain white envelopes. In a state of high excitement, they opened the first. It contained a Polaroid of a man lying on his back in bed, an intravenous needle in his arm. He was in his 50s, dark hair, balding. In ordinary circumstances, he probably had a jovial look, for he resembled W.C. Fields. But he was staring blankly toward the camera, face bleak, zombie eyes.
"My God, it's Calvin," Faye said.
"Yeah," Ernie said. "Cal Sharkle. He's a long-haul trucker moving freight between Chicago and San Francisco."
"He stops at the Grill most every trip," Faye said. "Sometimes when he's beat, he stays overnight. Calvin's such a nice man."
"What companies he drive for?" Dom asked.
"He's independent," Ernie said. "Owns his own rig."
"Would you know how to get in touch with him?"
"Well," Ernie said, "he signs the registry every time he checks in, so we'll have his address. Around Chicago, somewhere, I think."
"We'll check later. First, let's look in that other envelope." Faye opened it and produced another Polaroid. Again, it was a shot of a man lying in one of the Tranquility Motel's beds, an IV line in one arm. Like all the others, he had no expression whatsoever, and soulless eyes that reminded Dom of horror movies about the living dead. But this time they all recognized the man in the bed. It was Dom. Las Vegas, Nevada. When Marcy's bedtime came, she was sitting at the little desk in the corner of her room, occupied with her collection of moons. Georgia stood in the doorway watching. The girl was so thoroughly engaged by the task that she remained unaware she was being observed. A box of crayons lay beside the album full of moons. Marcy was hunched over the work surface, carefully coloring one of the lunar faces. This was a new development, and Georgia wondered what it meant. In the week since Marcy had begun her collection with magazine clippings, she had filled the album. She had few sources for photos, so she drew hundreds of pictures to add to the monotonous gallery. Using templates as varied as coins, jar lids, vases, drinking glasses, cans, and thimbles, she traced lunar forms of all sizes on tablet paper, construction paper, paper bags, envelopes, and wrapping paper. She did not spend most of her time with the album, but each day she devoted a bit more time to it than she had the day before. Dr. Ted Coverley, the psychologist treating Marcy, believed the anxiety that had generated the girl's irrational fear of doctors had not been relieved. Now the child was expressing that anxiety through her lunar preoccupation. When Georgia noted that Marcy did not seem to be particularly frightened of the moon, Coverley said,
Well, her anxiety doesn't have to seek expression in another phobia. It can show itself in other ways, such as an obsession. Georgia could not understand where her daughter's extraordinary anxiety came from. Coverly said, "That's why the therapy, to seek understanding." "Don't worry, Miss Monticello." But Georgia was worried. She was worried because Alan had killed himself only yesterday. Georgia had not yet told Marcy of her father's death. On leaving Pepper Carrafield's apartment, she had called Coverly to ask his advice. He was astonished to learn that Alan, too, had been dreaming of the moon and had independently developed an intense lunar fascination of his own. That one would take time to ponder. Meanwhile, Coverly thought it wise to withhold the bad news from Marcy until Monday. "Come with her to the appointment. We'll tell her together." Georgia was afraid that in spite of Alan's inattention, Marcy would be devastated by his death. As she stood in the bedroom doorway, watching Marcy diligently applying a crayon to one of the moons, Georgia was stricken by an acute awareness of the girl's fragility. Although she was 7 years old and in 2nd grade, the 3/4 scale chair was still too big for her, and only the toes of her sneakers touched the floor. Even for a macho man armored with muscles, life was tenuous, and every additional day of existence was against the odds. But for a child as petite as Marcy, continued life seemed downright miraculous. Georgia realized how easily her precious daughter could be taken from her, and her heart swelled and ached with love. When at last Georgia said, "Honey, better put your pajamas on and brush your teeth," she could not keep a tremor out of her voice. The girl looked bewildered, as if she were not quite sure where she was, or who Georgia was. Then her eyes cleared, and she gave her mother a smile that could melt butter. "Hi, Mommy. I've been coloring moons." "Well, now it's time to get ready for bed," Georgia said. "In a little while, okay?" The girl appeared to be relaxed, yet she was gripping a crayon so tightly that her knuckles were white. "I want to color some more moons." Georgia wanted to destroy the hateful album, but Dr. Coverly had warned that arguing with the child about the moons and forbidding her to collect them would only strengthen her obsession. Georgia was not sure he was right, but she stifled the urge to destroy the album. "Tomorrow you'll have lots of time to color, Peanut." Reluctantly, Marcy closed the album, put away her crayons, and went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Alone beside the child's desk, Georgia was overcome by weariness. In addition to working a full shift, she had arranged a mortician for Alan's body, ordered flowers, and settled details with the cemetery for Monday's funeral. She had also called Alan's estranged father in Miami to break the bad news. She was drained. Wearily, she opened the album. Red. The girl was coloring all the moons red, both those she had drawn and those clipped from newspapers and magazines. She had already painted more than 50 lunar images. The obsessive quality of the girl's work was evident in the great care she had taken to keep the crayon from slipping past the outline of each moon. The crayon had been applied more heavily, picture by picture, until some moons were coated with so much scarlet wax that they had a glisteningly wet look. The use of red, and red alone, profoundly disturbed Georgia. It almost seemed as if Marcy had glimpsed an augury of some onrushing terror, a premonition of blood. Elko County, Nevada. Fay Block had gone downstairs to the file cabinets from which she had extracted the motel registry that had been in use the summer before last. Upon her return, she put the book on the kitchen table in front of Dom, open to the guest lists of Friday and Saturday, July 6th and 7th. There, just like Ernie and I remembered. That Friday was the night they closed the interstate because of a toxic spill. A truckload of dangerous chemicals headed out to Schenkfield. That's a military installation about 18 miles southwest of here. We had to close the motel until Tuesday, until they got the situation under control. Ernie said, Schenkfield's an isolated testing ground for chemical and biological weapons, so the crap in that truck was damn nasty.
Faye continued, a new wooden note in her voice, as if reciting carefully memorized lines. They erected roadblocks and ordered us to evacuate the danger zone. Our guests left in their own cars. Her face remained expressionless. Ned and Sandy Sarver were allowed to go up to their trailer near Bayowawi because it was outside the quarantine area.
Astonished and confused, Dom said, "Impossible. I don't remember any evacuation. I was here. I remember reading, researching the geography for a series of short stories. But those memories are so thin I suspect they aren't real. No substance to them. Still, I was here, and nowhere else, and something weird was done to me." He indicated the Polaroid snapshot of himself. "There's the proof."
When Faye spoke, she sounded stiffer than before, and Dom saw a strangeness in her eyes, a slightly glazed look. Until the all-clear was given, Ernie and I stayed with friends who have a small ranch in the mountains 10 miles northeast of here, Elroy and Nancy Jameson. It was a difficult spill to clean up. The Army needed more than 3 days to do the job. They wouldn't let us back here until Tuesday morning.
"What's wrong with you, Faye?" Dom asked.
She blinked. "Huh? What do you mean?"
"You sound as if you'd been programmed with that little speech." She seemed genuinely baffled.
"What are you talking about?"
Frowning, Ernie said, "Faye, your voice went flat."
"Well, I was only explaining what happened."
She leaned over and put one finger on Friday's page of the registry.
"See, we'd rented out 11 rooms by the time they closed the interstate that night, but nobody paid for the rooms because nobody stayed. They were evacuated."
"Here's your name, 7th on the list," Ernie said.
Dom stared at his signature and at the Mountain View, Utah address to which he had been moving at the time. He could remember checking in, but he sure as hell could not remember climbing back into his car and driving out the same night in response to an evacuation order. He said, "Did you actually see the accident? The tanker truck?" Ernie shook his head. "No. The truck overturned a couple miles from here." He spoke in that by-rote tone that had marked Faye's speech. "The Army experts from Schenkfield were concerned the chemicals would be dispersed by the wind, so the quarantine zone was very large." Chilled by the unconscious artificiality in Ernie's voice, Dom looked at Faye and saw that she too had noticed her husband's unnatural tone. He said, "That's what you sounded like a moment ago, Faye." He looked at Ernie. "You two have been programmed with the same script." Faye frowned. "Are you saying the spill never happened?" "It happened, all right," Ernie told Dom. "For a while we saved a bunch of newspaper clippings about it from the Elko Sentinel, but I think we eventually threw them out. Anyway, people around these parts still wonder what might have happened if we'd gotten big winds and been contaminated with that top-secret stuff before the evacuation order was even given. Nah, it's not just some delusion of Faye's and mine." "You can ask Elroy and Nancy Jameson," Faye said. "They were here that night visiting. When we had to evacuate, they offered to take us back to their place and put us up for the duration." Dom smiled sourly. "I wouldn't put much credence in their recall of events. If they were here, then they saw what the rest of us saw, and it was scrubbed from their minds. They remember taking you back to their place because that's what they were told to remember. In fact, they were probably right here, being brainwashed with the rest of us." "My head's swimming," Faye said. "This is positively Byzantine." "But damn it, the toxic spill and evacuation happened," Ernie said. "It was in the newspapers." Dom thought of a disturbing explanation that made his scalp crawl. What if everyone here at the motel that night was contaminated, with some chemical or biological weapon headed for Schenkfield,
And what if the Army and the government covered it up to avoid bad press? Millions of dollars in lawsuits and the disclosure of top-secret information? Maybe they closed the highway and announced that everyone was safely evacuated when, in fact, we had not been gotten out in time. Then they used the motel as a clinic, decontaminated us as much as they could, scrubbed the memory of the incident out of our minds, and reprogrammed us with false memories, so we'd never know what had happened to us. They stared at one another in shocked silence for a moment, not because the scenario sounded entirely right, which it did not, but because it was the first scenario they'd come up with that made sense of the psychological problems they had been having, and explained the drugged people in those Polaroid snapshots. Then Ernie and Faye began to think of objections. Ernie voiced the first. In that case, the logical thing for them to have done was to make our false memories tie in closely with their cover story about the toxic spill and evacuation. That's exactly what they did with Faye and me, with the Jamesons, Ned and Sandy Sarver. So why didn't they do the same with you? Why'd they program you with different memories that didn't have anything to do with the evacuation? That was irrational and risky. I mean, the radical differences between our memories is virtually proof that you, or we, or all of us, were brainwashed. Don't know, Dom said. That's just one more mystery to unravel. And here's another flaw in that theory, Ernie said. If we'd been contaminated by a biological weapon, they wouldn't have let us go in just 3 days. They'd have been afraid of contagion, epidemic. Dom said, All right. So it was a chemical agent, not a virus or bacterium, something they could wash off or flush out of our systems.
That doesn't make sense either, Faye said, because the things they test at Schenkfield are meant to be deadly. Poison gas, nerve gas, hideous damn stuff. If we'd got caught in a cloud like that, we'd have been dead on the spot, or brain damaged or crippled.
Maybe it was a slow-acting agent, Dom said. Something that generates tumors, leukemia, or other conditions that only begin to show up 2 or 3 or 5 years from the date of contamination. That thought also shocked them into silence. They listened to the ticking of the kitchen clock, to the mournful fluting of the wind at the windows, wondering if malignancies were even now sprouting within them. Finally, Ernie said, Maybe we were contaminated, and maybe we're all slowly rotting inside, but I don't think so. After all, they test potential weapons at Schenkfield. And what use would a weapon be that didn't kill the enemy for years and years? Virtually no use at all, Dom acknowledged. And how could chemical contamination explain that bizarre experience you had in Lomax's house in Reno?
I've no idea, Dom said.
But now that we know they cordoned off this whole area using the excuse of a toxic spill, whether it was a real spill or not, my theory that we were brainwashed is a lot more credible. Because, see, before this, I wasn't able to explain how someone could have rounded us up at will and held us long enough to make us forget the thing we saw. But the quarantine gave them the time they needed, and it also kept away prying eyes, so at least now we have a good idea who we're up against. The United States Army. Maybe acting in collusion with the government, maybe acting alone, has been trying to hide something that happened here. Something it did but shouldn't have done. I don't know about you, but the thought of being up against an enemy that big and that potentially ruthless scares the hell out of me. An old leatherneck like me is bound to be scornful of the Army, Ernie said. But they're not devils, you know. We can't leap to the conclusion we're victims of a wicked right-wing conspiracy. That crackpot stuff makes millions for paranoid novelists and for Hollywood, but in the real world, evil is more subtle, less identifiable. If Army and government officials are behind what happened to us, they don't necessarily have immoral motives. They probably think they did the only wise thing they could have done in the circumstances.
But whether or not it's wise, Faye said, we've got to dig into this situation. If we don't, Ernie's nyctophobia will surely get worse. And your sleepwalking will also get worse, Dom. And what then?
They all knew what then what then was a shotgun barrel jammed in the mouth, the route to peace that Zebediah Lomax had taken. Dom looked down at the motel registry on the table before him. 4 spaces above his own name, he saw another entry that electrified him. Dr. Ginger Weiss. Her address was in Boston. Ginger, he said. The 4th name on those moon posters. Furthermore, Cal Sharkle, the block's trucker friend from Chicago, the zombie-eyed subject of one of the Polaroid snapshots, had checked into the motel just before Dr. Weiss. The first guests to sign in that day were Mr. and Mrs. Alan Rykoff and daughter of Las Vegas. Dom was willing to bet that they were the young family photographed in front of the door to room 9. Zebediah Lomax's name was not in the registry, so he had probably just been unlucky enough to stop at the grill for dinner that night, on his way between Reno and Elko. One of the other names might have been that of the young priest in the other Polaroid, but if so, he had signed without appending his title. We'll have to talk to all these people, Dom said excitedly. We can start calling them first thing tomorrow and see what they remember about those days in July. Chicago, Illinois. By allowing no slightest hairline crack to appear in his resolve, by showing no equivocation whatsoever, Brendan managed to obtain Father Vikassik's permission to go to Nevada alone on Monday, without Monsignor Janney trailing him in expectation of miracles. By 10:10, he was in bed with the lights out, lying on his side in blackness, staring at the window, where the palest light glistered softly in the frost that skinned the pane. The window looked out upon the courtyard, where no lights burned at this hour, so Brendan knew that he was seeing indirect moonglow refracted by the thin layer of ice that had welded itself to the glass. It had to be indirect light, because the moon was traversing the sky on a course that had made it visible from the study windows earlier in the evening, and the study was on the other side of the rectory. The moon could not now be over the courtyard, unless it had made a sudden 90-degree turn in the path it had previously been following, which was not possible. As he patiently lay waiting for sleep, he became increasingly intrigued by the subtle patterns made by the second-hand moonbeams that had been trapped in the frost. Light splintered at every point where one ice crystal interfaced with another, each beam shattering into 100 beams, 100 more. "The moon," he whispered, surprised by his voice. "The moon." Gradually, Brendan realized that something uncanny was happening. At first he was merely fascinated by the harmonious interaction of frost and moonlight, but soon fascination evolved into a more intense attraction. He could not look away from the pearly window. It offered an indefinable promise, and he was drawn as a sailor by a siren's song. Before he knew what he intended, he had slipped one arm out from beneath the blankets and was reaching toward the window, though it was 10 feet away and could not be touched from where he lay. The black silhouette of his spread-fingered hand was clearly defined against the niveous pane of glass that glowed softly beyond, and his futile straining was the essence of yearning. Brendan longed to be within the light, not the light that lived in the frost, but that other, golden light of his dreams. "The moon," he whispered, again surprised that he had spoken. His heartbeat accelerated. He began to tremble. Suddenly, upon the glass, the sugary-looking frost underwent an inexplicable change. As Brendan watched, the thin rime melted away from the edges of the pane toward the center. In a few seconds, when the melting stopped, there remained only a perfect circle of ice, about 10 inches in diameter, glowing eerily in the middle of an otherwise clear, dry, dark rectangle of glass. The moon. Brendan knew it was a sign, though he did not know from whom, or what, or where it came, nor did he understand it. On Christmas night, when he had stayed at his parents' house in Bridgeport, Brendan had apparently had a dream featuring the moon, for he had awakened his mother and father with his loud and panicky cries. But he could remember nothing of the dream. Since then, as far as he knew, none of his dreams had involved the moon, but were concerned exclusively with that mysterious place full of dazzling golden light, where he felt himself called toward some incredible revelation. Now, as he still reached with one hand toward the glimmering frost on the window, the vaguely phosphorescent rime grew brighter, as if some peculiar chemical reaction was at work within the ice crystals. The moon image changed from a milky hue to the crisper white of sun-dappled snow, then grew even brighter until it was a scintillant circle of silver blazing on the glass. Heart pounding furiously, certain he was teetering on the edge of some astounding epiphany, Brendan continued to hold his hand toward the window, and he gasped in shock as a shaft of light leapt out from the frost moon and fell across the bed. It was like the beam of a spotlight, and every bit as brilliant. As he squinted into the glare, trying to see how such fierce incandescence could possibly originate from ordinary hoarfrost and glass, the light changed to pale red, to darker red, to crimson, to scarlet. Around him, the rumpled blankets shone like molten steel, and his outstretched hand appeared to be wet with blood. He was gripped by déjà vu, absolutely convinced that he had once really stood under a scarlet moon, bathed in its bloody glow. Although he wanted to understand how this strange red light related to the wondrous golden light of his dreams, although he still felt himself being called by something unknown that waited in that radiance, he was suddenly afraid. As the scarlet beams intensified, as his room became a cauldron of heatless red fire and red shadows, his fear grew into terror of such power that it made him shake and sweat. He pulled his hand back, and the scarlet light rapidly faded to silver, and the silver dimmed as well until the circle of frost on the window shone with only a natural reflection of the January moon. As darkness laid claim to his room once more, Brendan sat up and hastily switched on the lamp. Damp with sweat, as full of the night shakes as any child frightened by fantasies of carnivorous goblins, he went to the window. The icy circle was still there, a moon image in the center of the otherwise unfrosted pane of glass. He had wondered if the light had been but a dream or hallucination. In a way, he almost wished it had been only that. But the frost moon was still there, proof that what he had seen was real, not a delusion. Hesitantly, he touched the glass. He felt nothing unusual, just the bitter cold of winter pressing against the other side of the pane. With a start, he realized that he felt the swollen rings in his palms. He turned his hands over and watched as the stigmata faded. He returned to bed. For a long while he sat with his back against the headboard, with his eyes open and the light on, waiting for the courage to lie down in darkness. Elko County, Nevada. Ernie stood by the tub in the bathroom, trying to recall precisely what he had thought and felt in the early hours of Saturday, December 14th, when he had been driven by some strange impulse to open the window and had suffered that frightening hallucination. The writer, Dominic Corvasis, stood by the sink, and Faye watched from the doorway. Reflections of the ceiling light and the light above the mirror imparted a warmth to the ceramic tile floor, glimmered in the chrome faucets and shower rod, gave a bright, flat sheen to the plastic shower curtain, and gradually illuminated the memories that Ernie sought.
Light. I came in here for the light. My fear of the dark was at a peak then, and I was trying to hide it from Faye. Couldn't sleep, so I slipped out of bed, came here, closed the door, and just sort of reveled in the light.
He told how his gaze was drawn to the window above the tub, and how he was overcome by an irrational and urgent need to escape.
It's hard to explain. But suddenly crazy thoughts whirled into my head. For some reason I panicked. I thought, this is my one chance to escape, so I'd better take it. Go through that window, head up into the hills. Get to a ranch, get help.
Help for what? Corvasis asked.
Why did you need help? Why did you feel you needed to escape from your own home?
Ernie frowned.
Don't have the foggiest notion.
He remembered the way he had felt that night, the eeriness, urgency, strangely mixed with dreaminess. He pointed to the window.
I actually slid back the bolt, opened it. Might have crawled out, too, except I saw someone outside, on the roof of the utility room.
Who? Corvasis asked.
Sounds silly. It was a guy in motorcycle gear. White crash helmet, dark visor over his face, black gloves. In fact, he reached one hand through the window as if making a grab from me, and I stepped backward, fell over the edge of the tub.
That's when I came running, Faye said.
I got off the floor, Ernie said. Went back to the window, looked out on the roof. No one there. It had been just hallucination.
Faye said, in extreme cases of phobia, when the sufferer is in almost constant anxiety, hallucinations sometimes occur. The writer stared at the opaque window above the tub, as if hoping to find some vital secret revealed in the uneven, milky texture of the glass. At last he said, It wasn't exactly a hallucination. I have a hunch that what you saw, Ernie, was call it a memory flash. From the summer before last, from the lost days. For a moment, back on December 14th, your repressed memory surged toward the surface. You had a flashback to a time when you really were a prisoner in your own home, when you really did try to escape. And I was stopped by that guy on the roof of the utility room? But what was he doing there in a motorcycle helmet? Strange, isn't it? Dom said, a man in a decontamination suit, sent to deal with a spill of chemicals or biological toxins, would wear an airtight helmet.
Decontamination. But if they were actually here in suits like that, then there must have really been a spill.
Maybe, Dom said. We still don't know enough to decide. Faye said, but listen, if we all went through this experience, like you think we did, then how come only you and Ernie and that Mr. Lomack are suffering repercussions? How come I'm not having bad dreams and psychological problems? The writer's gaze drifted back to the window.
I don't know. But those are some of the questions we've got to answer, if we've any hope of relieving the subconscious anxiety that this experience left in us, if we've any hope of getting on with normal lives. Connecticut to New York City. After the money had been removed from the armored car, Jack and his men drove only 9 miles and parked the 2 phony Department of Highway vans in a 4-stall rented garage leased with fake IDs, where they had left their cars. The garage was one of a long row that faced both sides of a litter-strewn alley in a shabby neighborhood, where relaxed zoning laws permitted intermingling of commercial and industrial facilities with residences. The area was characterized by peeling paint, grime, broken street lamps, empty storefronts, and mean-looking mongrel dogs on the loose. They emptied the contents of the canvas bags on the oily concrete floor of the garage and did a hasty count of the cash. They split it quickly into 5 shares of approximately $350,000 each, all in used bills that could never be traced. Jack felt no triumph, no thrill, nothing. In 5 minutes the gang had dispersed like dandelion fluff on a brisk wind. Clockwork. As Jack headed home to Manhattan, spits of snow fell in brief squalls, though not enough to dust the highway or interfere with travel. During the drive from Connecticut, in a strange mood, he underwent a change he could not have anticipated. Minute by minute and mile by mile,
The grayness in him began at last to be colored by emotion. His ennui gave way to feelings that surprised him. He would not have been surprised by a new welling up of grief or loneliness, for Jenny had been dead only 17 days. But the emotion that steadily tightened its grip on him was guilt. The stolen money in the trunk of the car began to weigh on his conscience as heavily as if it were the first ill-gotten goods ever to fall into his hands. Through 8 busy years of meticulously planned and triumphantly executed larcenies, several on an even grander scale than the armored car, he had never experienced the mildest quiver of guilt. Until now. He had seen himself as a just avenger. Until now. Cruising to Manhattan through the blustery winter night, he began to see himself as little more than a common thief. Guilt wrapped him like flypaper. He tried repeatedly to shake it off. It clung. Sudden as it seemed, the guilt had actually been building for a long time. That was where his growing dissatisfaction had been leading for months. Disillusionment had set in noticeably with the jewelry store job last October, and he thought the changes had begun then. But now, forced into self-analysis, he realized he had stopped getting a full measure of pleasure from his work long ago. As he scrolled backward in his memory, seeking the most recent job that had left him fulfilled, he was startled to discover it was the McAllister burglary in Marin County, north of San Francisco, the summer before last. Ordinarily, he worked only in the east, near Jenny, but Branch Pollard, with whom he had pulled off the just-completed guardmaster heist, had settled in California for a while, and during that Pacific sojourn he had spotted Avril McAllister, a sheep waiting to be sheared. McAllister, an industrialist worth $200 million, lived on an 8-acre estate in Marin County, protected by stone walls, a complex electronic security system, and guard dogs. With information developed from a half-dozen sources, Branch had determined that McAllister was a collector of rare stamps and coins, 2 eminently fencible commodities. Besides, the industrialist was a gambler who went to Vegas 3 times a year, usually dropping $250,000 each visit, but sometimes winning big. He always took his winnings in cash to avoid the tax man, and some of that cash was surely in the mansion. Branch needed Jack's sense of strategy and expertise in electronics, and Jack needed a change of scenery, so they pulled it off with the help of a third man. After considerable planning, getting onto the estate and into the house went smoothly. They were prepared with an electronic listening device that could detect the soft tick of a safe's tumblers and amplify them, which made deducing the combination mere child's play. But as insurance, they also took a full set of safe-cracking tools and a plastic explosive. The problem was that Avril McAllister had no mere safe. He had a damn vault. The industrialist was so certain of the vault door's inviolability that he'd made no effort to conceal it with a sliding partition or tapestry. It was in one wall of the immense game room, a massive stainless steel portal as big as anything in a first-class bank. The listening device Jack had brought was not sensitive enough to detect the movement of tumblers through 20 inches of stainless steel. The plastic explosive would have peeled any safe, but the vault was blast-proof. The set of safecrackers' tools was a joke. They left the estate with no stamps or coins, but with sterling silver, a complete collection of Raymond Chandler and Dashiell Hammett first editions, a few jewels that Mrs. McAllister carelessly left out of the vault, and a handful of other items, which they fenced for only $60,000, split 3 ways. The take was by no means a pittance, but it was far less than anticipated, insufficient to cover their expenses and to make their time, planning, and risks worthwhile. In spite of this debacle, Jack had gotten a kick out of the job. Once they had safely fled the McAllister estate, he and Branch had seen the humor in the catastrophe and had been able to laugh about it. They spent 2 days relaxing in the California sun. Then, on a whim, Jack took his $20,000 to Reno to see if he could do better at craps and blackjack than he had done at burglary. 24 hours after checking into Harrah's, he checked out, the $20,000 having grown to an amazing $107,455. The exquisite symmetry of bad luck money bringing good luck was enormously appealing. Deciding to extend his vacation, he rented a car and drove back to New York, all the way across the country, in a splendid mood, eager to see Jenny. Now, more than 18 months later, as he entered Manhattan on his return trip from Connecticut, Jack realized that, curiously, the fiasco at the McAllister estate had been the last enterprise to provide untainted satisfaction. At that point he had begun a long journey from dead-end amorality all the way across the moral spectrum until he had become once more capable of guilt. But why? What had initiated the change in him? What continued to power it? He had no answers. All he knew was that he was no longer able to think of himself as a melancholy and romantic bandit with a just mission to redress the wrongs done to him and to his beloved wife. He was merely a thief. For 8 years, he had been deluding himself. Now he saw himself for what he really was, and the sudden insight was devastating. He had not merely become a man without purpose. Worse, without realizing it. He had been lacking a worthwhile purpose for 8 years. He drove aimlessly through the streets of Manhattan, going nowhere in particular, unwilling to return straight away to the apartment. He soon found himself on Fifth Avenue, approaching St. Patrick's, and on impulse he pulled to the curb, parked illegally before the main doors of the immense cathedral. He got out of the car, went around to the trunk, opened it, and pulled 6 banded stacks of $20 bills from the plastic garbage bag. It was foolhardy to leave the car illegally parked in so prominent a location when its trunk contained more than $250,000 in stolen money, an illegally obtained device like slicks and guns. If a cop stopped to give him a ticket and became suspicious and demanded to search the car, Jack would be finished. But he had ceased to care. In some ways, he was a dead man who still walked, just as Jenny had been a dead woman who still breathed. Though not a Catholic, he pulled open one of the sculpted bronze doors of St. Patrick's, went inside into the nave, where a handful of people knelt in the front pews, praying or saying the rosary, and where an old man was lighting a votive candle even at this hour. Jack stood for a moment looking up at the elegant baldachin above the main altar. Then he located the poor boxes, removed the bundles of $20 bills from inside his winter jacket, broke the paper bands that bound them, and stuffed the money into the containers as if he were jamming garbage into trash receptacles. Outside again, as he was descending the granite steps, he stopped abruptly and blinked at the night-draped cityscape, for something was different about Fifth Avenue. As a few huge snowflakes spiraled lazily through the glow of street lamps and through the lights of cars moving along the thoroughfare, Jack gradually realized the city had reacquired a fraction of the glitter, glamour, and mystery that it always had for him before he'd gone to Central America, but which it had not possessed in ages. It seemed cleaner now than it had been in a long time, and the air was crisper, less polluted. Staring around in amazement, he slowly understood that the city had not undergone a metamorphosis during the past few minutes. It was the same city that it had been an hour ago, and yesterday. But when he had come back from Central America, he had been a different man from the one who had gone away, and on returning he had been unable to see anything good in the metropolis or in any other works of the society he hated. Much of the Big Apple's dreariness and degeneration had been merely a reflection of his own blasted, burnt-out, corrupted inner landscape. Jack returned to the Camaro, went west to 6th Avenue, north to Central Park, made a right turn, then another right onto 5th Avenue again, heading south, not sure where he was going, until he reached the 5th Avenue Presbyterian Church. Once more, he parked illegally, took cash from the trunk, and went into the church. There was no poor box, as in St. Patrick's, but Jack found a young assistant minister in the process of closing the place for the night. From various pockets, Jack produced bundles of $10 and $20 bills wrapped with rubber bands and handed them to the startled cleric, claiming to have won a fortune in the casinos of Atlantic City. In 2 stops, he had given away $30,000, but that was not even 1/10 of what he had brought back from Connecticut, and those dispensations did not allay his guilt. In fact, his newfound shame was growing stronger by the minute. The bag of money in the trunk was to him like the telltale heart buried under the floorboards in the story by Poe, a throbbing annunciator of his guilt, and he was as anxious to be rid of it as Poe's narrator had been anxious to silence the incriminating heartbeat of his dismembered victim. $330,000 remained. For some New Yorkers, Christmas was about to come 2.5 weeks late. Elko County, Nevada. The summer before last, Dom had stayed in room 20. He remembered it well because it was the last unit in the motel's L-shaped east wing. Ernie Block's curiosity was more compelling than his nyctophobia, so he decided to accompany Faye and Dom to room 20, where it was hoped that Dom's memories would be stirred by the sight of the familiar walls and furnishings. Ernie walked between Faye and Dom, who held his arms. During the trip along the breezeway, the frigid night wind made Dom glad for his fleece-lined jacket. More concerned about the black night than the chill, Ernie kept his eyes shut for the entire journey. Faye went in first, snapping on the lights, closing drapes. Dom followed with Ernie, who opened his eyes only when Faye shut the door. Upon entering the room, Dom was filled with apprehension. He walked to the queen-sized bed, stared down at it. He tried to remember lying here, drugged and helpless. Faye said,
"The bedspread's not the same, of course."
The Polaroid had shown the corner of a floral-patterned spread. The current model was brown and blue striped.
"The bed itself is the same, and all the furniture," Ernie said.
The padded headboard was upholstered with a coarse brown fabric, slightly snagged and worn. The nightstands were plain 2-drawer chests with laminated walnut veneer. The bases of the lamps resembled large hurricane lanterns, black metal with 2 panes of smoky amber glass in each side. The cloth shades were the same amber hue as the glass in the base. Each lamp had 2 bulbs. The main one, under the shade, provided most of the light. The second bulb, inside the base, was shaped like a candle flame and gave off a dim, flickering glow that imitated a real flame and was used only for its decorative effect, to enhance the illusion of hurricane lanterns. Dom remembered every detail of the place now that he was standing in it, and he had the impression that a multitude of ghosts flitted teasingly through the room, staying just at the periphery of his vision. The ghosts were actually bad memories, rather than spirits, and they haunted not the room, but the shadowy corners of his own mind.
"Remember anything?" Ernie asked. "Is it coming back to you?"
"I want to have a look at the John," Dom said. It was small and strictly functional, with a shower stall but no bathtub, a speckled tile floor, and durable Formica countertops. Dom was interested in the sink, for it was surely the one in his recurring nightmare. But when he looked into the bowl, he was surprised to see a mechanical stopper, and an inch below the rim of the bowl, the overflow drain consisted of 3 round holes, a more modern design than the 6 slanted lozenge-shaped outlets in the sink of his dreams. "This isn't the same," he said. "The sink was old, with a rubber stopper attached to a bead chain and hung from the cold water faucet."
"We're always upgrading the place," Ernie said from the doorway.
"We took that sink out 8 or 9 months ago,"
Faye said. We replaced the formica then, too, although it's the same color as before." Dom was disappointed, because he had been convinced that at least some memories from those lost days would begin to return to him when he touched the sink. After all, judging from the stark terror of the nightmare, something particularly frightening had happened to him at that very spot. Therefore, it seemed likely that the sink might act as a lightning rod upon the supercharged memories that drifted in the darkness of his subconscious, drawing them back in a sudden, crackling blaze of recollection. He put his hands on the new sink, but he felt only cold porcelain. "Anything?" Ernie asked again. "No," Dom said. "No memories, but bad vibrations. If I give it time, I think the room might break down the barriers. I'll sleep here tonight, give it a chance to work on me, if that's all right."
"No problem," Faye said. "The room's yours."
Dom said, "I have a hunch the nightmare will be worse here than it's ever been before." Laguna Beach, California. Although Parker Fane was one of the most respected of living American artists, although his canvases were assiduously collected by major museums, although he had been commissioned to create works for the President of the United States and other luminaries, he was not too old, and certainly not too dignified, to get a thrill from the intrigue upon which he was engaged in Dominic Corvasis's behalf. To be a successful artist, one needed maturity, an adult's perception and sensitivity, and dedication to craftsmanship, but one also had to hold on to a child's curiosity, wonder, innocence, and sense of fun. Parker held tighter to those things than most artists did. Therefore, he fulfilled his role in Dom's plans with a spirit of adventure. Each day, when he picked up Dom's mail, Parker pretended to go about his business without the slightest suspicion that he might be under surveillance. But in fact he searched surreptitiously, diligently, for the watchers, spies, cops, or whatever they might be. He never saw anyone observing him, and he never detected a tail. And each night, when he left his house and went to a different payphone to await Dom's prearranged call, he drove miles out of his way, turned back on his own route, made sudden turns calculated to throw off a tail, until he was sure that he was not being followed. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, Saturday night, he arrived by his usual devious means at a telephone booth beside a Union 76 station. A hard rain fell, sluicing down the plexiglass walls, distorting the world beyond and screening Parker from prying eyes. He was wearing a trench coat and a rainproof khaki hat with the rim turned down all the way around to let the rain run off. He felt as if he belonged in a John le Carre tale. He loved it. Promptly at 9 o'clock, the phone rang. It was Dom. "I'm on schedule at the Tranquility Motel." "This is the place, Parker." Dom had a lot to tell. A disturbing experience in the Tranquility Grill, Ernie Bloch's nyctophobia, and by indirection he managed to convey that the Blochs had received strange Polaroid snapshots too. Discretion was essential. If the Tranquility Motel was indeed the center of the unremembered events of the summer before last, the Blochs' phones might be tapped. If the listeners heard about the photographs, they would know they had a traitor in their midst, and they would surely find him, and there would be no more notes or photos forthcoming. "I've got news, too," Parker said. "Ms. Wycombe, your editor, left a message on your answering machine. Twilight and Babylon had another printing, and there are now 100,000 copies in the stores." "Good God! I'd forgotten the book. Since Lomax's house 4 days ago, I haven't thought about anything but this crazy situation. Ms. Wycombe has more good news she wants to share, so you're to call her as soon as you get a chance." "I'll do that. Meanwhile, seen any interesting pictures?" Dom asked, indirectly inquiring if any more Polaroids had been received. "Nope. No amusing notes, either." When the headlights of passing cars swept across the booth, the thin skin of flowing water on the transparent walls flared briefly with a rippling, shimmering brilliance. Parker said,
But something came in the mail that'll knock your socks off, buddy. You've identified 3 of the names on those moon posters at Lomax. So how'd you like to hear who the 4th one is? Ginger? I forgot to tell you. I think her name's on the motel registry. Dr. Ginger Weiss of Boston. I intend to call her tomorrow. Well, you've stolen some of my thunder. But you'll be surprised to hear you got a letter today from Dr. Weiss. She sent it to Random House on December 26th, but it got caught in their bureaucracy. Anyway, she's at the end of her rope, see? And then she gets hold of a copy of your book, gloms your photo, and she gets this feeling she's met you before and that you are a part of what's been happening to her. Do you have the letter with you? Dom asked excitedly. Parker had it in his hand, waiting. He read it, glancing now and then at the night beyond the booth. I've got to call her right away, Dom said when Parker finished the letter. Can't wait till morning now. I'll talk to you again tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. If you'll be calling from the motel where the phones are likely to be tapped, there's no point in my running out to a phone booth. You're right. I'll call you at home. Take care, Dom said. You too. With mixed feelings, Parker put the receiver on the hook, relieved that these inconvenient nightly journeys to a payphone were at an end, but also certain that he would miss the intrigue. He stepped out of the phone booth into the rain, and he was almost disappointed when no one took a shot at him. Boston, Massachusetts. Pablo Jackson had been buried that morning, but he was with Ginger Weiss throughout the afternoon and evening. Like a ghost, his memory haunted her, a smiling revenant in the chambers of her mind. Keeping to herself in the guest room at Baywatch, she tried to read, could not concentrate. When not preoccupied with memories of the old magician, she was eaten up by worry, wondering what would become of her. She got into bed at midnight midnight and was reaching for the switch to turn off the lamp when Rita Hannaby came to tell her that Dominic Corbasis was on the phone and that she could take the call in George's study down the hall adjacent to the master bedroom. Excited and trepidatious, Ginger put on a robe over her pajamas. The study was warm and shadowy with dark oak paneling. The Chinese carpet was beige and forest green, and the stained glass lamp on the desk was either a genuine Tiffany or a superb reproduction. George's puffy eyes made it clear that the call woke him. He began surgery early most mornings and was usually in bed by 9:30.
I'm sorry, Ginger told him.
No need, George said. Isn't this what we've been hoping for?
Maybe, she said, unwilling to raise her hopes. Rita said, We'll give you privacy. No, Ginger said. Stay, please. She went to the desk, sat down, picked up the uncradled handset. Hello, Mr. Corbasis?
Dr. Weiss?
His voice was strong yet melodic.
Writing to me was the best thing you could have done. I don't think you're nuts. Because you're not alone, Doctor. There are more of us with strange problems.
Ginger tried to respond, but her voice cracked. She cleared her throat. I'm sorry. I don't usually cry.
Corbasis said, Don't try to talk until you're ready. I'll tell you about my problem, sleepwalking, and my dreams about the moon.
A thrill, half cold fear and half exultation, throbbed through her. The moon, she agreed. I never remember the dreams, but they must involve the moon because that's what I wake up screaming about. He told her about a man named Lomax in Reno, dead by his own hand, driven to suicide by an obsession with the moon. Ginger sensed some vast gulf beneath her, a fearful unknown. We've been brainwashed, she blurted. All these problems we're having are the result of repressed memories trying to surface.
For a moment there was a stunned silence on the line. Then the writer said, That's been my theory, but you sound sure of it.
I am. I underwent hypnotic regression therapy after I wrote to you, and we turned up evidence of systematic memory repression.
Something happened to us the summer before last, he said.
Yes, the summer before last. The Tranquility Motel in Nevada. That's where I'm calling from. Startled, she said, You're there now? Yes, and if possible, you ought to come. A lot has happened that I can't risk talking about on the phone. Who are they? She asked in frustration. What are they hiding? We'll have a better chance finding out if we all work together. I'll come. Tomorrow, if I can book a flight that quickly. Rita started to protest that Ginger was in no condition to travel. In the many-colored light of the Tiffany lamp, George's scowl deepened. To Corvasis, Ginger said, I'll let you know how and when I'll arrive. When Ginger hung up, George said, You can't possibly go all that way in your condition. Rita said, What if you black out on the airplane, become violent? I'll be all right. Dear, you had 3 seizures last Monday, one after the other. Ginger sighed and slumped back in the green leather chair. Rita, George, you've been wonderful to me, and I can never adequately repay you. I love you, I really do, but I've been living with you for 5 weeks, 5 helpless weeks during which I've been more like a dependent child than an adult, and I'm just not capable of going on that way. I've got to go to Nevada. I've no other option. I've got to. New York, New York. A couple of blocks farther down Fifth Avenue from the Presbyterian Church, Jack stopped again in front of St. Thomas's Episcopal Church. In the nave, he stared in fascination at the huge reredos of Dunville stone behind the altar. He met the strangely portentous gazes of the statues in the shadowy niches along the walls, saints, apostles, the Blessed Virgin, Christ, and he realized that the primary purpose of religion was the expiation of guilt, to provide people with forgiveness for being less than they were meant to be. The human species seemed incapable of living up to its potential, and some would be driven mad by guilt if they did not believe that a God, be it Jesus, Yahweh, Muhammad, Marx, or some other, looked on them with favor in spite of themselves. But Jack found no comfort in St. Thomas's, no expiation of his sins, not even when he left $20,000 in the charity box. In the Camaro again, he set out to dispose of the rest of the cash from the Guardmaster heist, not because giving it away would salve his guilt. It would not, for redistribution of the funds was not the moral equivalent of repayment. He had too much to atone for to expect to shrive himself of all his transgressions in one night. But he did not need or want the money any more, could not simply throw it in the trash, so giving the damn stuff away was his only possible course of action. He stopped at more churches and temples. Some were open, some locked. Where he could gain entrance, he left money. He drove down to the Bowery and left $40,000 with the startled night attendant at the Salvation Army mission. On Bayard Street in nearby Chinatown, Jack saw a sign in a second-floor window that proclaimed, in both Chinese characters and in English, the Alliance Against Oppression of Chinese Minorities. The place was above a quaint apothecary that specialized in the herbs and powdered roots of traditional Chinese medicines. The apothecary was closed, but a light shone in a window of the Alliance offices. Jack rang the bell at the street-level door, rang it, until an elderly and wizened Chinese man came down the stairs and spoke to him through a small grill. When Jack ascertained that the Alliance's current major project was the rescue of brutalized Chinese families from Vietnam and resettlement in the States, he passed $20,000 in cash through the grill. The Chinese gentleman reverted to his native language in surprise and came out into the cold winter wind, insistent upon shaking hands. "Friend," the elderly mandarin said, "you can't know what suffering this gift will relieve." Jack echoed the old man. Friend. In that single word, and in the warm grasp of the venerable Oriental's calloused hand, Jack found something he thought he had lost forever. A sense of belonging, a feeling of community, fellowship. In his car again, he drove up Bayard to Mott Street, turned right, and had to pull to the curb.
a flood of tears blurred his vision. He could not remember ever having been more confused than he was now. He wept in part because the stain of guilt, for the moment at least, seemed an ineradicable mark upon his soul. Yet some of the tears were tears of joy, for he was abruptly brimming over with brotherhood. For the better part of a decade, he had been outside society, distanced in mind and spirit if not in body. But now, for the first time since Central America, Jack Twist had the need, desire, and ability to reach out to the society around him, to make friends. Bitterness was a dead end. Hatred hurt no one more than he who harbored it. The wine of alienation was loneliness. During the past 8 years, he had often wept for Jenny, and he had sometimes wept in fits of self-pity, but these tears were different from all others he had let previously, for they were cleansing tears, purging tears, washing all the rage and resentment out of him. He still did not understand the cause of these radical and rapid changes taking place in him. However, he sensed that his evolution, from outcast and criminal to law-abiding citizen, was not finished, and would generate several more surprises before it reached a conclusion. He wondered where he was bound, and by what route he would arrive there. That night in Chinatown, hope swept back into his world like a summer breeze, stirring music from a cluster of wind chimes. Elko County, Nevada. Ned and Sandy Sarver were able to run the diner by themselves because they were hard workers by nature, but also because their menu was simple and because Ned had learned efficient food service as a cook in the U.S. Army. 100 tricks were employed to make the Tranquility Grill function smoothly with as little effort as possible. Nevertheless, at the end of work, Ned was always glad that Ernie and Faye provided the motel's guests with a free continental breakfast in their rooms, so it was not necessary to open the diner before noon. Saturday evening, while he grilled hamburgers and made French fries and served chili dogs, Ned Sarver glanced frequently at Sandy as she worked. He still could not get used to the change in her, the sudden flowering. She had added 10 pounds, and her figure had acquired an appealing female roundness it never possessed before, and she no longer shuffled slump-shouldered through the diner, but moved with a fluid grace and a jaunty good humor that Ned found enormously appealing. He was not the only man who had eyes for the new Sandy. Some of the truckers watched the roll of her hips and the flex of her buttocks as she crossed the room with plates of food or bottles of cold beer. Until recently, although Sandy had been unfailingly polite to the customers, she had not been chatty. That changed, too. She was still somewhat shy, but she responded to the truckers' teasing, and even teased them in return, and came up with some damn good quips. For the first time in 8 years of marriage, Ned Sarver feared losing Sandy. He knew she loved him, and he told himself that these changes in her appearance and personality would not also change the nature of their relationship. But that was precisely what he feared. This morning, when Sandy went to Elko to meet Ernie and Faye at the airport, Ned had worried that she would not come back. Maybe she would just keep going until she found a place she liked better than Nevada, until she met a man who was handsomer, richer, and smarter than Ned. He knew that he was being unfair to Sandy by harboring such suspicions, that she was incapable of infidelity or cruelty. Maybe his fear lay in the fact that he had always thought Sandy deserved better than him. At 9:30, when the dinner crowd thinned to 7 customers, Faye and Ernie came into the grill with that dark, good-looking guy who had caused a scene earlier in the evening when he had wandered through the door as if in a dream, and then had turned and run out as though hellhounds were at his heels. Ned wondered who the guy was, how he knew Faye and Ernie, and whether they knew their friend was a little weird. Ernie looked pale and shaky, and to Ned it seemed as if his boss was taking considerable care to keep his back to the windows. When he raised a hand in greeting to Ned, there was a visible tremor in it. Faye and the stranger sat facing each other across the table, and from the looks they gave Ernie, you could see they were concerned about him. They didn't look so good themselves. Something peculiar was going on. Intrigued by Ernie's condition, Ned was briefly distracted from thoughts of Sandy leaving him. But when Sandy stopped at their table, she was so long taking their order that Ned's concern rose again. From his post behind the counter, with a hamburger and a pair of eggs sizzling noisily on the griddle, he could not hear what they were saying over there, but he had the crazy notion that the stranger was taking undue interest in Sandy, and that she was responding to his slick patter. Jealous nonsense, of course. Yet the guy was handsome, and he was younger than Ned, closer to Sandy's age, and apparently successful. Just the kind of guy she ought to run off with, because he would be better for her than Ned could ever be. In his own view, Ned Sarver was not much to brag about. He was not ugly, but certainly not handsome. His brown hair had receded from his forehead in a deep widow's peak. Unless you were Jack Nicholson, such a hairline was not sexy. He had pale gray eyes that perhaps had been startling and magnetic when he was a young man, but with the passing years they merely made him appear tired and washed out. He was neither rich nor destined to be rich, and at 42, 10 years older than Sandy, Ned Sarver was not likely to be gripped suddenly by the driving need to make something of himself. All of this dismaying self-criticism roiled through his mind as he watched Sandy finally leave the stranger's table and come to the counter. With an odd and troubled expression, she handed the order slip to him and said, "What time we closing? 10 or 10:30? 10, indicating the few customers. Ned added, "No profit hanging around tonight." She nodded and went back to Fay, Ernie, and the stranger. Her brusqueness and her speedy return to the stranger aggravated Ned's worries. As far as he could see, he had only 3 qualities that gave Sandy any reason to stay with him. First, he could always make a decent living as a short-order cook because he was good. Second, he had a talent for fixing things, both inanimate objects and living creatures. If a toaster, blender, or radio went on the blink, Ned set to work with the toolkit and soon had the appliance back in operation. Likewise, if he found a panicky bird with a broken wing, he stroked it until it grew calm, took it home, nursed it back to health, then sent it on its way. Having the talent to fix things seemed important, and Ned was proud of it. Third, he loved Sandy, with all his body, mind, and heart. Preparing the order for Fay, Ernie, and the stranger, Ned glanced repeatedly at Sandy, and he was surprised when she and Fay started moving around the room, lowering the level or blinds over the windows. Something unusual was going on. Returning to Ernie's table, Sandy leaned forward in earnest conversation with the good-looking stranger. It was ironic that he was worried about losing Sandy, for it had been his talent for fixing things that contributed to her transformation from duckling to swan. When Ned first met her at a diner in Tucson, where they worked, Sandy was not just bashful and self-conscious, but painfully shy, fearful. She was a hard worker, always willing to lend a hand to other waitresses when they got behind in their orders, but she was incapable of interacting with anyone on a personal level. A pale, scuttling girl, 23 but still more girl than woman, she was reluctant to open the door on friendship, for fear she would put her trust in someone who might hurt her. She had been drab, mousy, meek, beaten by life, and the instant Ned had seen her, he had felt the need to fix things for her. With enormous patience, he began work on her, so subtly that, at first, she was not aware that he was interested in her. They were married 9 months later, although his repair work on her was far from finished. She was more badly broken than any creature he had encountered before, and there were times when, in frustration, he felt that even with his talent, he would be unable to fix her, and would spend the rest of his life tinkering endlessly without much effect. During their first 6 years of marriage, however, he had witnessed a slow healing in her,
maddeningly gradual. Sandy had an indisputably bright mind, but she was retarded emotionally. She learned to take and give affection only with tremendous effort, much as a dim-witted child struggles mightily to learn to count to 10. The first indication Ned had that major changes were taking place in Sandy was the sudden, marked improvement in her sexual appetite. The turnaround had come in late August, 2 summers ago. She had never been a hesitant lover. She exhibited extensive carnal knowledge, but she made love more like a machine than a woman, with a joyless expertise. He had never known a woman as silent in bed as Sandy had been. He suspected something in her childhood had stunted her, the same thing that had broken her spirit. He tried to get her to talk about it, but she was adamant about letting the past stay buried, and his persistence was the one thing that might have caused her to leave him, so he asked about it no more, though it was difficult to fix something when you could not get at the part of it that was broken. Then, in August of the summer before last, she came to the conjugal bed with a noticeably different attitude. Nothing dramatic at first, no sudden release of long-imprisoned passions. Initially, the change involved only a subtle, new relaxation during the act of love. Sometimes she smiled, or murmured his name as he made love to her. Slowly, she blossomed. By that Christmas, 4 months after the change began, she no longer lay upon the bed as if she were made of metal. She strove to find and match his rhythm, searching for the fulfillment that still eluded her. Slowly, she freed the erotic power chained within her. Finally, on April 7th last year, a night Ned would never forget, Sandy had an orgasm for the first time. It was a climax of such power that for a moment it frightened Ned. Afterward, she wept with happiness and clung to him with such gratitude, love, and trust that he wept as well. He thought her orgasmic breakthrough would finally enable her to speak of the source of her long-hidden pain. But when he cautiously inquired, she rebuffed him. "The past is past, Ned. Won't help to dwell on it. If I talk about it, that might just give it a new hold on me." Through last spring, summer, and early autumn, Sandy gradually achieved satisfaction more often until, by September, their lovemaking nearly always brought her fulfillment. And by Christmas Day, less than 3 weeks ago, it was clear that her sexual maturation was not the only change in her, but was accompanied by a new pride and self-respect. Concomitant with her sexual development, Sandy learned to enjoy driving, an activity she had once found even less pleasurable than sex. Initially, she expressed the modest intention of driving to work from their trailer out near Baowawi. Before long, she was lighting out in the truck on solo spins. Sometimes Ned stood at a window and watched his uncaged bird soar off, and he viewed each flight with delight, but also with an uneasiness he could not explain. By New Year's Day, just past, the uneasiness became dread, and was with him 24 hours a day, and by then he understood it. He was afraid Sandy would fly away from him. Maybe with the stranger who had come in with Ernie and Faye. I'm probably overreacting, Ned thought, as he put 3 hamburger patties on the griddle. Fact is, I know damn well I'm overreacting. But he worried. By the time Ned prepared cheeseburgers with all the fixings for the Blocks and their friend, the other customers were gone. As Sandy served the loaded plates, Faye locked the door and switched on the closed sign that was visible from I-80, though it was shy of 10 o'clock. Ned joined them for a closer look at the stranger, and to insinuate himself between the guy and Sandy. When he got to their table, he was surprised to see that Sandy had a bottle of beer, and had opened one for him, too. He did not drink much. Sandy drank less.
"You'll need it when you hear what they have to tell us," Sandy said. "In fact, you might even need a couple more bottles."
The guy's name was Dominic Corbasis, and he had an amazing tale that drove all worries of infidelity from Ned's mind. When Corvasis was finished, Ernie and Faye had an incredible story of their own, and that was when Ned first learned about the ex-Marine's fear of the dark. "But I remember we were evacuated," Ned said. "We couldn't have been here at the motel those 3 days, because I remember we had a sort of mini-vacation at home, watching TV, reading Louis L'Amour." "I believe that's what you were told to remember," Corvasis said. "Did anyone visit you at the trailer during that time? Any neighbors drop by? Anyone who could confirm that you were actually there?" "We're outside Beowawe, we don't really have neighbors. Far as I remember, we didn't see anybody who could swear we was there."
Sandy said, "Ned, they wondered if anything strange has been happening to either of us."
Ned met his wife's eyes. Without words, he let her know it was up to her whether she told them about the changes she had been undergoing. Corvasis said, "The two of you were here the night it happened. Whatever it was, it started while I was having dinner, so you must have been a part of it, but the memory was stolen from you." The thought of strangers messing with his mind gave Ned the creeps. Uneasy, he studied the 5 Polaroid snapshots that Faye had fanned out on the table, especially the picture of Corvasis staring empty-eyed. To Sandy, Faye said,
"Honey, Ernie and I would have to have been blind not to have noticed the changes in you recently. I don't mean to embarrass you, and I don't want to pry, but if those changes might be related to whatever happened to us, then we ought to know about it."
Sandy reached for Ned's hand, held it. Her love for him was so evident that he was ashamed of himself for the ridiculous thoughts of betrayal that had preoccupied him earlier. Staring intently at her beer, she said,
"Most all my life, I've had the lowest opinion of myself. I'll tell you why, because you've got to know how bad it was for me when I was a kid, if you want to understand how miraculous it is that I ever found any self-respect. It was Ned who first lifted me up, believed in me, gave me a chance to be somebody." Her hand tightened on his. "Almost 9 years ago, he started courting me, and he was the first person ever treated me like a lady. He married me, knowing that inside I was tied up in tangled knots, and he spent 8 years doing his best to untie and untangle them. He thinks I don't know how hard he's tried to help me, but I know all right."
Her voice cracked with emotion. She paused for a swallow of beer. Ned was unable to speak. Sandy said,
"The thing is, I want everyone to know that maybe what happened the summer before last, the thing none of us remembers, maybe it did have a powerful effect on me. But if Ned hadn't taken me under his wing all those years ago, I never would have had a chance."
Love enwrapped Ned as if it were bands of iron, closing his throat, constricting his chest, applying a pleasant pressure to his heart. She glanced at him, returned her gaze to the bottle of beer, and recounted a childhood in hell. She did not describe her father's violations of her in explicit detail, and she spoke demurely, almost primly, of her periodic exploitation as a child prostitute under the management of a Vegas pimp. Her account of this monstrous abuse was all the more shocking and moving because she related it without drama. Everyone at the table listened in a silence resulting not merely from shock, but from respect for her suffering and from a certain reverence for her ultimate triumph. When Sandy finished, Ned embraced her, held her close. He was amazed by her strength. He had always known she was special, and the things she told them tonight only strengthened his love and admiration. Though he was deeply saddened by what had been done to Sandy, he was delighted that she was at last able to talk about it. Surely, this meant that the past had lost its hold on her. Faye and Ernie commiserated with her in the awkward manner of friends who want to help but who know they can offer only words. Everyone needed another beer.
Ned got 5 bottles of Dos Equis out of the cooler and brought them to the table. Corvasis, who no longer seemed like the enemy to Ned, shook his head and blinked as if Sandy's story had left him in a daze of horror. This turns things upside down. I mean, if our unremembered experience had one basic effect on the rest of us, it was terror. Well, I benefited because I was brought out of my shell. I share that with Sandy, but Ernie, Dr. Weiss, Lomack, and me, we were for the most part left with a residue of fear. Now, Sandy tells us the effect on her was strictly beneficial, not frightening in the least. How could it affect us so differently? You really have no fear, Sandy? None, Sandy said. Ever since Ernie pulled the chair up to the table, he'd been sitting with his shoulders hunched and his head lowered, as if protecting his neck from attack. Now, with one hand clamped around a bottle of Dos Equis, he leaned back and relaxed, though not much. Yeah, fear's the core of it. But you remember that place along the interstate I told you about? A little more than a quarter mile from here? I'm sure something weird happened there, something that relates to the brainwashing. But when I'm standing at that place, I feel more than just fear. My heart starts to race, and I get excited. But it's not entirely a bad excitement. Fear's a part of it, yeah, maybe the biggest part of it, but there's a stew of other emotions as well. Sandy said, I think the place Ernie's talking about is where I often wind up when I take the truck out for a ride. I'm drawn there. Ernie leaned forward, excited. I knew it. Coming back from the airport this morning, as we were passing that place, you let the truck slow way down, and I said to myself, Sandy feels it too. Faye said, Sandy, what exactly do you feel when you're drawn to that piece of ground? With a smile so warm that Ned could almost feel the heat of it, Sandy said, Peace. I feel at peace there. It's hard to explain, but it's as if the rocks, dirt, and trees all radiate harmony, tranquility. I don't feel peaceful there, Ernie said. Fear, yes, a queer excitement, an eerie sense that something shattering will happen, something that I'm eager for, even though it scares the hell out of me. And I feel none of what you feel, Sandy said. We ought to go there, Ned suggested. See if the place affects the rest of us. In the morning, Corvasis said, when it's light. Faye said, I can see this might have had a different effect on each of us, but why has it changed Dom's and Sandy's and Ernie's lives, and the lives of that Mr. Lomack in Reno and Dr. Weiss in Boston, yet done nothing to Ned and me? Why aren't we having problems too? Dom said, Maybe the brainwashers did a better job on you and Ned. That thought gave Ned the heebie-jeebies again. For a while they discussed their situation, and then Ned suggested that Corvasis try to recreate his actions on that Friday night, July 6th, up to the point where his memories were erased. You recollect the early part of the evening better than we do, and when you came in the first time tonight, you were close to remembering something important. Close, Corvasis agreed. But at the last moment, when I felt the memory within grasp, it scared the crap out of me. And the next thing I knew, I was running for the door. Made quite a spectacle of myself. I was totally freaked out. It was such a visceral thing. Instinctual, so utterly uncontrollable, that I think it would probably happen again if I made a second attempt to force the memories. Still, it's worth a try, Ned said. And you've got us for moral support this time, Faye said. Corvasis needed coaxing, which Ned interpreted as meaning that the experience earlier this evening had been considerably more unnerving than words could express. But at last the writer got up and, carrying his glass of beer, went to the front door of the diner. He stood with his back to the exit, chugged a long swallow of Dos Equis. He looked around the room, trying hard to see the people of that other time. He said, There were 3 or 4 men sitting at the counter, Maybe a dozen customers altogether. I can't remember their faces. Moving away from the door, he walked past Ned and the others to the next table, where he pulled out a chair and sat with his back turned partly toward them. This is where I sat. Sandy waited on me. I took a bottle of Coors while I looked at the menu, ordered the ham and egg sandwich, French fries, coleslaw. As I was salting the fries, the shaker slipped out of my hand, salt spilled on the table. I threw a pinch over my shoulder. Silly gesture. Threw it too hard. Dr. Weiss. Ginger Weiss was the woman I threw the salt on. I didn't remember that before, but I can see her clearly now. The blonde in the photo. Faye tapped the Polaroid snapshot of Dr. Weiss that was on the table in front of Ned. Still sitting alone at the other table, Corvasis said, "Quite a beautiful woman. Pixie cute, yet also sophisticated looking. A really interesting mix. Could hardly take my eyes off her." Ned looked more closely at the photo of Ginger Weiss. He supposed she might indeed be unusually attractive when her face was not so pale and slack, when her eyes were not so cold, empty, dead. In a voice that had grown odd, as if he were actually speaking to them from out of the past, Corvasis said, "She sits in the corner booth by the window, facing this way. Sunset is near. The sun's out there on the horizon, balanced like a big red ball, and the diner's filled with orange lights slanting in through the windows, almost like firelight. Ginger Weiss looks especially lovely in that light. I can hardly keep from staring openly at her. Twilight now. I've got a second beer." He sipped some Dos Equis. When he continued, his voice was softer. "The plains are all purple, then black. Night." Like Ernie and Faye and Sandy, Ned was spellbound by the writer's struggle to remember, for it stirred in him at last, faint and shapeless, but compelling, memories of his own. He began to recall that particular evening out of the many he had spent in the Tranquility Grill. The young priest had been here, the one in the Polaroid snapshot now lying on the table, and the young couple with their little girl. Not long after nightfall, nursing my second beer, mainly so I can stare at Ginger Weiss a little longer, Corvasis looked left, right, raised his right hand to his ear. An unusual sound of some kind. I remember that much, a distant rumble, getting louder. He was silent for a while. Can't remember what happened next. Something, but it just won't come. As the writer spoke of the rumbling, Ned Cyber experienced the vaguest possible memory of that frightening, swelling sound, but he could not clearly call it to mind. He felt as if Corvasis had brought him to the edge of a dark chasm into which he was desperately afraid to look, but into which he must look. And now they were turning away without shining a light down in those black depths. Heart racing, he said, "Concentrate on remembering the sound. The exact sound. And maybe that'll bring the rest of it back to you." Corvasis pushed his chair back from the table, got up. Rumbling. Like thunder. Very, very distant thunder, but growing closer. He stood beside the table, seeking the direction from which the sound had come, looking left, right, up, down at the floor. Suddenly, Ned heard the noise. Not in memory, but in reality. Not back there in the past, but now. The hollow roll of faraway thunder. But it came in one endless peal, not a series of rising and falling crashes, and it was growing louder. Louder. Ned looked at the others. They heard it too. Louder, louder. Now he could feel the vibrations in his bones. He could not remember what had happened that night, but he knew the astonishing events they had endured had started with this sound.
He pushed back his chair and got up. He was awash in a rising tide of fear, and he had to fight against the urge to run. Sandy stood, and there was fear in her face as well. Though the unknown events seemed to have had an entirely positive effect on her, she was frightened now. She put one hand on Ned's arm for reassurance. Ernie and Fay were frowning, looking around for the source of the noise, but they did not yet appear frightened. Their memory of the sound was apparently more thoroughly scrubbed away, so they could not as easily connect it with the events of that Friday night in July. Another sound arose, underlying the thunder-like rumble, a queer, ululating whistle. That, too, was unpleasantly familiar to Ned. It was happening again. Whatever had taken place that night more than 18 months ago was somehow being repeated. Jesus! Happening all over again, and Ned heard himself saying, "No, no, no!" Corvasis backed a couple of steps away from his table, cast a glance at Ned and the others. He was white-faced. The growing roar began to resonate in the window glass behind the closed blinds. A loose pane, unseen, started rattling in its frame. The level-or blinds were vibrating now, adding a jangly chorus. Sandy's hold on Ned became a panicky clutch. Ernie and Fay were on their feet, and they were no longer merely bewildered, but as afraid as everyone else. The ululant whistle had grown in volume with the thunder. Now it became piercingly shrill, an oscillating electronic shriek. "What is it?" Sandy cried, and the continuous fulminations attained such volume and power that the walls of the Tranquility Grill shook. On the table at which Corvasis had been sitting, the beer glass fell on its side, cracking, spilling what Dos Equis remained in it. Ned looked at the table beside him and saw the objects on it: ketchup bottle, mustard dispenser, salt and pepper shakers, ashtray, glasses, plates, and silverware, bouncing, clinking against one another, moving back and forth across the surface. A beer glass toppled, and another, and the ketchup bottle. Wide-eyed, Ned and the others turned this way and that, as if in anticipation of the imminent materialization of a demonic entity. Throughout the room, objects fell off tables. The clock with the Coors logo leapt from the hook on which it hung, crashed to the floor. This very thing had happened that night in July. Ned remembered as much, but he could not remember what had come next. "Stop it!" Ernie shouted, with the conviction and authority of a Marine officer accustomed to obedience, but without effect. Earthquake? Ned wondered. A quake did not explain the electronic shriek that accompanied the thunder. The chairs jittered across the floor, bumping against one another. One of them slid into Corvasis, and the writer jumped in surprise. Ned could feel the floor shaking. The thunder-like rumble and the accompanying oscillatory shriek rose to an ear-splitting peak, and with the hard, flat crash of a bomb blast, the big front windows imploded. Fay screamed and threw her arms up in front of her face, and Ernie stumbled backward and nearly fell over a chair. Sandy buried her face against Ned's chest. They might have been badly cut by flying glass if the closed blinds had not imposed a barrier between them and the shattering panes. Even so, the force of the implosion flung the blinds up as a strong wind might blow curtains at an open window, and some glittering shards fell onto the booths, rained over Ned, and smashed on the floor around him. Silence! The implosion of the windows was followed by a profound silence, disturbed only by a few last, loose little pieces of glass falling out of window frames, one at a time. On that Friday night in July, the summer before last, much more than this had happened, though Ned could not remember what. Tonight, however, the mysterious drama apparently was not going to progress as far as it had gone then, for now it was over. Dom Corvasis was bleeding lightly from a nick in his cheek, hardly worse than a shaving cut. Ernie's forehead and the back of his right hand had been slightly scratched by splinters of glass. When he had determined that Sandy was unhurt, Ned reluctantly left her and rushed to the front door. He went out into the night in search of the cause of the weird noise and destruction, but he found only the deep, dark, solemn silence of the plains. No smoke or blackened rubble marked the source of an explosion. At the bottom of the hill on which the Tranquility Motel and Grill stood, widely separated cars and trucks moved on the interstate. Over at the motel, drawn by the commotion, a few guests had come outside in their night clothes. The sky above was full of stars. The air was numbingly cold, but there was no wind, only a soft breeze like the frigid sigh of death. Nothing in sight could have caused the thunder, shaking, or implosion of the windows. Dom Corvasis came out of the grill, bewildered. "What the hell?" "I was hoping you'd know," Ned responded. "It's what happened the summer before last." "I know, but just the start of it." "Damn it! I can't remember what happened that night after the windows blew in." "Me neither," Ned replied. Corvasis turned his hands palms up, held them out for inspection. In the blue neon light from the sign on the diner's roof, Ned saw rings of swollen flesh in the writer's palms. Because the light was blue, he could not ascertain the true color of the marks, but from what Corvasis had told him earlier, Ned knew the rings were an angry red. "What the hell?" Corvasis said again. Sandy was standing in the open door of the diner, backlit by the fluorescent glow from inside, and Ned went to her, embraced her. He felt one shudder after another passing through her, but he did not realize how badly he was trembling until she said, "You're shaking like a leaf." Ned Sarver was scared sick. With an almost clairvoyant vividness, he sensed that they were involved in something of monumental importance, something unimaginably dangerous, and that it was likely to end in death for some or all of them. He was a natural-born fixer of both inanimate objects and people, a damned good repairman. But this time he was up against a force with which he did not know how to tinker. What if Sandy were killed? He took pride in his talents, but even the best fixer in the whole damned world could not undo the wreckage wrought by death. For the first time since meeting her in Tucson, Ned felt powerless to protect his wife. At the horizon, the moon had begun to rise. Chapter 5. January 12th through January 14th. 1. Sunday, January 12th. Air as dense as molten iron. In the nightmare, Dom could not draw breath. A tremendous pressure bore down on him. He was choking violently. He was dying. He could not see much. His vision was clouded. Then two men came close, both wearing white vinyl decontamination suits with dark visored helmets similar to those of astronauts. One man was at Dom's right, frantically disconnecting the IV line, withdrawing the intravenous spike from his arm. The other man on the left was cursing the cardiological data on the video readout of the EKG machine. One of them unbuckled the straps and tore off the electrodes connecting Dom to the EKG, and the other lifted him into a sitting position. They pressed a glass to his lips, but he could not drink, so they tipped his head back and forced his mouth open and poured some noxious stuff down his throat. The men communicated with each other via radios built into their helmets, but they were leaning so close to Dom that he could hear their voices clearly, even through the muffling plexiglass of their dark visors. One of them said, "How many detainees were poisoned?" And the other said, "Nobody's sure yet. Looks like at least a dozen." The first said, "But who'd want to poison them?" And the second said, "One guess." The first said, "Colonel Falkirk." Colonel fucking Falkirk. The second man said, "But we'll never prove it. Never nail the bastard." Flash cut. The motel bathroom. The men were holding Dom on his feet, forcing his face down into the sink. This time, he understood what they were saying to him. With growing urgency, they were insisting that he vomit. Colonel fucking Falkirk had somehow had him poisoned, and these guys had made him drink a foul-tasting emetic, and now he was supposed to purge himself of the poison that was killing him. But even as sick as he was, he still could not puke. He gagged, retched, his stomach roiled, sweat poured off him like melting fat off a broiling chicken, but he could not rid himself of the poison. The first man said, "We need a stomach pump," and the second said, "We don't have a stomach pump." They pressed Dom's face deeper into the porcelain bowl. The crushing pressure grew worse, and Dom could hardly breathe at all now, and hot, greasy waves of nausea washed through him, and sweat gushed from him, but he could not puke, could not, and then he did. Flash cut. In bed again. Weak. Kitten weak. But able to breathe, thank God. The men in the decontamination suits had cleaned him up and strapped him to the mattress once more. The one on the right prepared a hypodermic and administered an injection of something apparently meant to counteract the remaining effects of the poison. The one on the left reconnected him to the intravenous drip from which he was receiving drugs, not nourishment. Dom was woozy, holding on to consciousness only with considerable effort. They hooked him to the EKG again, and as they worked, they talked. "Falkirk's an idiot. We can keep a lid on this, given half a chance. He's afraid the memory block will wear off. He's afraid that some of them will eventually remember what they saw. Well, he may be right, but if the asshole kills them all, how's he going to explain the bodies? That's going to draw reporters like raw meat draws jackals, and then there'll be no way to keep the lid on. A nice memory wipe, that's the only sensible answer. You don't have to convince me. Go burn Falkirk's ear about it." The dream figures faded away, as did their voices, and Dom passed into a different nightmare country. He no longer felt weak, no longer sick, but his fear exploded into stark terror, and he began to run with that maddening, slow-motion panic indigenous to nightmares. He did not know what he was running from, but he was certain that something was pursuing him, something threatening and inhuman. He could sense it right behind him, closer, reaching for him, closer, and finally he knew he could not outrun it, knew he must face it. So he stopped, and turned, and looked up and cried out in surprise, "The moon!" Dom was awakened by his own cry. He was in room 20, on the floor beside the bed, kicking, flailing. He got up and sat on the bed. He looked at his travel clock. 3:07 a.m. Shivering, he blotted his damp palms on the sheets. Room 20 was having precisely the effect on him that he had thought it would. The bad vibrations of the place stimulated his memory, made his nightmares more vivid and more detailed than ever. These dreams were radically different from all others he had ever known, for they were not fantasies, but glimpses of a past reality seen through a distorting lens. They were not dreams as much as they were memories, forbidden recollections that had been weighted and dropped into the black sea of his subconscious like dead bodies encumbered with cement shoes and thrown from a bridge into the deeps. Finally, the memories had slipped out of the cement and were surging to the surface. He really had been imprisoned here, drugged, brainwashed, and during that ordeal someone named Colonel Falkirk had actually poisoned him to prevent him from talking about whatever he had seen. Falkirk was right, Dom thought. Eventually, we'll overcome the brainwashing and remember the truth. He should have killed us all. Sunday morning, Ernie purchased panels of plyboard from a friend in Elko who owned a building supply. With his portable table saw, he cut the panels to fit the busted-out diner windows. Ned and Dom helped nail the plyboard in place, and by noon they had completed the job. Ernie did not want to call a glazier and have the windows replaced, because last night's phenomena might recur. Until they knew what had caused the thunderous noise and shaking, installing new glass seemed foolhardy. In the interim, the Tranquility Grill would not be open. The Tranquility Motel also would be closed. Ernie did not want business to distract him from helping Dom and the others probe into the mystery of the toxic spill. When the last of yesterday's check-ins departed later today, the motel would house only Ernie, Faye, Dom, and any other victims who, when contacted, might decide to journey to Elko County to participate in the investigation.
He did not know how many rooms he might need for those fellow sufferers, so he decided to reserve all 20. For the time being, the Tranquility was less a motel than a barracks, where the troops would be quartered until this war with an unknown enemy was finally brought to a conclusion. When the diner was boarded up, they all got into the motel's Dodge van, and Faye drove them down to the interstate and just over a quarter of a mile east, where she parked on the shoulder of the highway near the place that had a special attraction for Ernie and Sandy. The 5 of them stood along the guardrail, staring south, seeking a communion with the landscape that might illuminate the past. The winter solstice was 3 weeks behind them, so the sunlight was almost as hard and flat and cold as fluorescent light. In the grip of January, the scrub and grass-covered plains, rugged hills, arroyos, and gnarled rock formations were basically trichromatic, rendered in browns and grays and deep reds, with only an occasional patch of white sand, snow, or vein of borax. The scene was stark and dreary under a sky that grew more clouded and gray by the hour, but it also possessed an undeniable, austere grandeur. Faye wanted very much to feel something special about this place, for if she felt nothing, that would mean the people who brainwashed her had totally controlled her, totally violated her. She allowed no room in her self-image for the concept of absolute submission. She was a proud, capable woman, but she felt nothing other than the winter wind. Ned and Dom appeared to be no more moved than Faye was, but she could see that Ernie and Sandy were receiving some cryptic message from the vista before them. Sandy was smiling, beatifically, but Ernie had that look he got when night fell, pale, drawn with haunted eyes.
"Let's go closer," Sandy said. "Let's go right down there."
All 5 climbed over the guardrail and plunged down the steep embankment of the elevated road. They moved across the plain, 50 yards, 100, carefully avoiding the cold-weather prickly pear which grew in profusion near the foot of the interstate, but soon disappeared in favor of sagebrush and bunch grass, which in turn gave way to another kind of grass which was also brown but thicker, silkier. Portions of the plain were rocky and sandy and in the grip of worthless, bristly scrub, while other portions were almost like small, lush meadows. For this was a land in transition from the semi-desert of the south to the rich mountain pastures of the north. More than 200 yards from the interstate, they stopped on a patch of ground not appreciably different from surrounding territory. "Here," Ernie said with a shudder, jamming his hands in his pockets and pulling his neck down into the rolled sheepskin collar of his coat. Sandy smiled and said,
"Yes, here."
They spread out and moved back and forth across the ground. Here and there, in one shadowed niche or another, meager patches of snow lay hidden from the evaporating effect of the dry wind and from the cold winter sun. Those traces of winter, plus the lack of green grass and scattered, late-blooming wildflowers, were the only things that made the landscape different from the way it had looked 2 summers ago. After a minute or two, Ned announced that he did, indeed, feel an inexplicable connection with the place, though it did not bring him peace, as it did his wife. His fear became so acute that, expressing surprise and embarrassment at his reaction, he turned and walked away. As Sandy hurried after Ned, Dom Corvasis admitted that he was strangely affected by the place, too. However, he was not merely frightened, like Ned. Dom's fear, like Ernie's, was spiced by an unexplained awe and a sense of impending epiphany. Only Faye remained unaffected, unmoved. Standing in the middle of the area in question, Dom turned slowly in a circle.
What was it?
What the hell happened here? The sky had turned to gray slate. The blunt wind became sharp. Faye shivered. She remained unable to feel what Ernie and the others felt, and that inability increased her sense of violation. She hoped she would one day meet the people who had messed with her mind. She wanted to look in their eyes and ask them how they could have so little respect for the personal integrity of another human being. Now that she knew she had been manipulated, she would never again feel entirely secure. Stirred by the wind, the dry sagebrush made a scraping, rustling noise. Ice-crusted twigs clicked against one another with a sound that, fancifully, made Faye think of small, scurrying skeletons of little animals long dead but somehow reanimated. Back at the motel in the Block's apartment, Ernie and Sandy and Ned sat at the kitchen table while Faye made coffee and hot chocolate. Dom perched on a stool by the wall phone. On the counter in front of him lay the Tranquility Motel's registration book that had been in use the year before last. Referring to the page for Friday, July 6th, he began to call those who must have shared the unremembered but important experiences of that faraway summer night. In addition to his own name and that of Ginger Weiss, there were 8 on the list. One of them, Gerald Salco of Monterey, California, had rented 2 rooms for himself, his wife, and 2 daughters. He had entered an address but no telephone. When Dom tried to get it from the area code 408 information operator, he was told the number was unlisted. Disappointed, he moved on to Cal Sharkle, the long-haul trucker, a repeat customer known to Faye and Ernie. Sharkle lived in Evanston, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. He had included his telephone number in the motel registry. Dom dialed it, but discovered that the telephone had been disconnected and that no new number was listed. "We can check his more recent entries in the current registry," Ernie said. "Maybe he's moved to another town. Maybe we have his new address somewhere." Faye put a cup of coffee on the counter where Dom could reach it, then joined the others at the table. Dom had better luck on his 3rd attempt. When he dialed Alan Rykoff in Las Vegas, a woman answered, and he said, "Mrs. Rykoff?" She hesitated. "I was Mrs. Rykoff. My name's Monatella now since the divorce." "Oh, I see. Well, my name's Dominic Corvasis. I'm calling you from the Tranquility Motel up here in Elko County. You, your former husband, and your daughter stayed here for a few days in July, 2 summers ago?" Yes, we did." "Miss Monatella, are either you or your daughter or your ex-husband having difficulties, frightening and extraordinary problems?" This time her hesitation was pregnant with meaning. "Is this some sick joke? Obviously you know what happened to Alan." "Please, Miss Monatella, believe me, I don't know what happened to your ex-husband, but I do know there's a good chance that you, or him, or your daughter, or all of you, are suffering from inexplicable psychological problems, that you're having frightening and repetitive nightmares you can't remember, and that some of these nightmares involve the moon." She gasped twice in surprise as Dom was speaking, and when she tried to respond she had difficulty talking. When he realized she was on the verge of tears, he interrupted. "Miss Monatella, I don't know what's happened to you and your family, but the worst is past. The worst is past because whatever might still be to come, at least you're not alone anymore." Over 2,400 miles east of Elko County, in Manhattan, Jack Twist spent Sunday afternoon giving away more money. On returning from the guardmaster heist in Connecticut the previous night, he had driven through the city, looking for those who were both in need and deserving, and he had not rid himself of all the cash until 5 o'clock in the morning. On the edge of physical and emotional collapse, he had returned to his Fifth Avenue apartment, gone immediately to bed, and instantly to sleep. He dreamed again of the deserted highway in an empty, moon-washed landscape, and of the stranger in the dark-visored helmet who pursued him on foot. As the moonlight suddenly turned blood-red, he woke from the dream in panic at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, flailing at his pillow. A blood-red moon? He wondered what that meant, if anything. He showered, shaved, dressed, and took time for only a quick breakfast consisting of an orange and a half-stale croissant. In the large walk-in closet that served the master bedroom, he removed the cleverly concealed false panel and inventoried the contents of the 3-foot-deep secret storage space. The jewelry from the job in October was finally gone, successfully fenced, and most of the money from the Fratellanza warehouse in early December had been converted to scores of cashier's checks and mailed to Jack's accounts at 3 Swiss banks. Only $125,000 remained, his emergency getaway fund. He transferred most of the cash to a briefcase, 9 banded packets of $100 bills, 100 bills in each, and 5 packets of $20 bills, 100 in each. That left $25,000 still in his cash, which seemed more than enough now that he was no longer involved in criminal activity and would not be putting himself in situations that might necessitate a swift exit from the state or country. Although Jack intended to dispose of a considerable portion of his ill-gotten wealth, he certainly did not plan to give away all of it and leave himself penniless. That might be good for his soul, but it would be bad for his future, and undeniably foolish. However, he had 11 safe deposit boxes in 11 of the city's banks, additional emergency caches in case he needed to escape but could not reach the money behind the false partition in his bedroom closet, and those caches contained more than another $250,000. His Swiss accounts were worth in excess of $4 million. It was far more than he needed. He was looking forward to shedding half of that fortune during the next couple of weeks, at which point he would pause to decide what he wanted to do with his future. Eventually he might give away even more. At 3:30 Sunday afternoon, he carried his money-filled briefcase out into the city. All the strangers' faces, which for 8 years had seemed fiercely hostile, every one, now seemed like animated portraits of promise and dazzling possibilities. Every one. The block kitchen smelled of coffee and hot chocolate, then of cinnamon and pastry dough when Faye took a package of breakfast rolls from the freezer and popped them in the oven. While the others sat at the table, listening, Dom continued to call the people who had registered at the motel on that special Friday night. He reached Jim Gestron, who turned out to be a photographer from L.A. Gestron had driven throughout the West that summer, shooting on assignment for Sunset and other magazines. Initially he was friendly, but as he heard more of Dom's story, he cooled off. If Gestron had been brainwashed, the mind control experts had been as successful with him as with Faye Block. The photographer was having no dreams, no problems. Dom's tale of brainwashing, somnambulism, nyctophobia, obsessions with the moon, suicides, and paranormal experiences struck Gestron as the babbling of a seriously disturbed person. He said as much, and hung up in the middle of the conversation. Next, Dom called Harriet Bellet in Sacramento, who was no more troubled than Gestron. She was, she said, a 50-year-old unmarried schoolteacher who had developed an interest in the Old West when, as a young whack, she was stationed in Arizona. Every summer she traveled old wagon train routes and visited the sites of the forts and Indian settlements of another age, usually sleeping in her little camper, but sometimes splurging on a motel room. She sounded like one of those likable, dedicated but stern teachers who brooked no nonsense from her pupils, and she brooked none from Dom. When he started talking about fanciful stuff like poltergeist phenomena, she hung up too. "Does that make you feel better, Faye?" Ernie asked. "You're not the only one whose memories were so thoroughly scrubbed away."
"Doesn't make me feel one damn bit better,"
Faye said. "I'd rather be suffering problems like you or Dom than feel nothing. I feel as if a piece of me was cut out and thrown away." Perhaps she's right, Dom thought. Perhaps nightmares, phobias, and terrors of one kind or another are better than having a little pocket of absolute emptiness inside, cold and dark, which would be like carrying a fragment of death around within her for the rest of her life. When Dominic Corvasis telephoned St. Bernadette's Rectory at 4:26 Sunday afternoon, seeking Brendan Cronin, Father Vikazik was in the study with officers of the Knights of Columbus, concluding the first of many planning sessions for the annual St. Bernadette Spring Carnival. At 4:30, Father Michael Girano interrupted with the news that the call he had just taken on the kitchen phone was from Father Vikazik's cousin in Elko, Nevada. Only a few hours ago, one day ahead of schedule, Brendan Cronin had boarded a United flight to Reno, taking advantage of cancellations that had opened up some seats, and intending to use a small commuter airline from Reno to Elko on Monday. At the moment, Brendan was still in the air with United, not yet even as far as Reno, and in no position to be calling anyone, so Michael's message intrigued Father Vikazik and instantly pried him loose of the planning session without alerting the visitors that something extraordinary was happening in the lives of their parish clergy. Leaving the young priest to conclude matters with the knights, the rector hurried to the kitchen phone and took the call meant for Brendan. Dominic Corvasis, with a writer's appreciation for the fantastic, and Stefan, with a priest's appreciation for mystery and mysticism, became increasingly excited and voluble as they spoke to each other. Stefan swapped his knowledge of Brendan's problems and adventures, lost faith, miraculous cures, strange dreams, for Corvasis's stories of poltergeist phenomena, somnambulism, nyctophobia, lunar obsessions, and suicides. Finally, Stefan could not resist asking, "Mr. Corvasis, do you see any reason for an old, unregenerate religious like me to hold out the hope that what is happening to Brendan is somehow divine in nature?" "Quite frankly, Father, in spite of the miraculous cures of that police officer and the little girl you mentioned, I don't see the hand of God in this. There are too many indications of human connivery in this to support the interpretation you'd like to put on it." Stefan sighed. "I suppose that's true. But I'll still cling to the hope that what Brendan's being called to witness there in Nevada is something meant to bring him back into the hands of Christ. I won't give up on the possibility." The writer laughed softly. "Father, just from what I've learned of you during this conversation, I suspect you'd never give up on the possibility of redeeming any soul, anywhere, anytime. I'd guess you don't save souls quite the way other priests do, by finesse, by gentle and genteel encouragement. You strike me more as a blacksmith of the soul, hammering out the salvation of others by the sweat of your brow and the application of plenty of muscle. Please understand, I mean this as a compliment." Stefan laughed, too. "How else could I possibly take it? I firmly believe that nothing easy is worth doing. A blacksmith bent over a glowing forge? Yes, I do rather like the image. I'll look forward to Father Cronin's arrival here tomorrow. If he's anything like you, Father, we'll be glad to have him on our side." "I'm on your side as well," Father Vikazik said. "And if there's anything I can do to help with your investigation, please call on me. If there's the slightest chance these strange events involve the manifest presence of God, then I do not intend to sit on the sidelines and miss all the action." The next entry on the guest list was for Bruce and Janet Cable of Philadelphia. Neither of them was having trouble of the sort that plagued Dom, Ernie, and the others. However, they were more willing to hear Dom out than Jim Gestron and Harriet Bellot had been, but in the end they were no more swayed by his story. The final name on the list was Thornton Wainwright, who had given a New York City address and telephone number. When Dom dialed it, he reached a Mrs. Neil Carpoli, who said the number had been hers for more than 14 years, and that she had never heard of Wainwright. When Dom read the Lexington Avenue address from the registry and inquired if that was where Mrs. Carpoli lived, she asked him to repeat it, then laughed. "Oh, no, sir, that's not where I live. And your Mr. Wainwright's not a trustworthy sort if you told you that's his address. Nobody lives there, although I'm sure there are thousands who might enjoy it. I know, I enjoyed working there." "That's the address of Bloomingdale's." Sandy was astonished when Dom reported this news. "Phony name and address? What's that mean? Was he really a guest that night? Or did someone add the name to the registry just to confuse us? Or what?" Jack Twist possessed complete sets of sophisticated false IDs, driver's licenses, birth certificates, social security cards, credit cards, passports, even library cards, in 8 names, including Thornton Baines Wainwright, and he always employed an alias when planning and executing a heist. But he worked anonymously that Sunday afternoon, portioning out another $100,000 to startled recipients all over Manhattan. The largest gift was $15,000 to a young sailor and his bride of one day, whose battered old Plymouth had broken down on Central Park South, near the statue of Simón Bolívar. "Get in your car," Jack told them, as he stuffed money into their hands and playfully stuck a wad of bills under the sailor's hat. "And if you're wise, you won't tell anyone about this, especially not the newspapers. That'll just bring the IRS down on you. No, you don't need to know my name, and there's no need to thank me. Just be kind to each other. All right? Always be kind to each other, because we never know how much time we have on this world." In less than an hour, Jack gave away the entire $100,000 that he had taken from the secret compartment in the back of his bedroom closet. With plenty of time on his hands, he bought a bouquet of coral red roses and drove out to Westchester County, an hour from the city, to the memorial park in which Jenny had been buried over 2 weeks ago. Jack had not wanted to put her to rest in one of the city's crowded and grim cemeteries. Although he knew he was being sentimental, he felt that the only suitable resting place for his Jenny was in open country, where there would be expansive green, grassy slopes and shade trees in the summer, and peaceful vistas of snow in the winter. He arrived at the memorial park shortly before twilight. Although the uniform headstones were set flush with the earth, with no features to distinguish one from another, and although most of them were covered with snow, Jack went directly to Jenny's plot, the location of which was branded on his heart. While the dreary day faded into a drearier dusk, in a world colorless except for the blazing roses, Jack sat in the snow, oblivious of the dampness and cold, and spoke to Jenny as he had spoken to her during her years in a coma. He told her about the guardmaster heist yesterday, about giving away all the money. As the curtain of twilight pulled down the heavier drape of night, the Memorial Park's security guard began driving slowly around the grounds, warning the few late visitors that the gates would soon close. Finally, Jack stood and took one last look at Jenny's name, cast in bronze letters on the headstone plaque, now illuminated by the vaguely bluish light of one of the street lamps that lined the park's main drive. "I'm changing, Jenny, and I'm still not sure why. It feels good. Right. But also sort of strange." What he said next surprised him. "Something big is going to happen, Jenny. I don't know what, but something big is going to happen to me." He suddenly sensed that his newfound guilt and subsequent peace with society were only the beginning steps of a great journey that would take him places he could not yet imagine. "Something big is going to happen," he repeated. "And I sure wish you were here with me, Jenny." The blue Nevada sky had been armoring itself with dark storm clouds ever since Ernie, Ned, and Dom had begun boarding up the diner's broken windows. Hours later, when Dom drove his rental car to the Elko airport to pick up Ginger Weiss, the world turned under a gloomy light, girdled in battlefield gray. He was too restless to wait inside the small terminal. He stood on the windswept tarmac, huddled in his heavy winter jacket, so he heard the twin engines of the 10-seat commuter craft even before he saw it descend through the low clouds. The roar of the engines contributed to the mood of impending warfare, and Dom realized uneasily that, in a sense, they were assembling their army. War against their unknown enemy loomed nearer day by day. The plane taxied within 80 feet of the terminal, and Dr. Weiss was the 4th passenger to disembark. Even in a bulky, thoroughly unattractive car coat, she looked petite and beautiful. The wind made a streaming banner of her silky silver-blonde hair. Dom hurried toward her. She stopped and put down her bags. They hesitated, staring at each other in silence, with a peculiar mixture of amazement, excitement, pleasure, and apprehension. Then, with an impulsiveness that obviously surprised her as much as it did him, they virtually threw themselves at each other, embracing as if they were old and dear friends too long apart. Dom held her close, and she held him tightly, and he felt her heart pounding as hard and as fast as his. What the hell is happening here? He wondered. But he was in too much turmoil to analyze the situation. For the moment, he could feel, but not think. Neither of them wanted to let go, and when they finally separated, neither could speak. She tried to say something, but her voice cracked with emotion, and Dom was incoherent. So she picked up one of her bags, and he picked up the other, and they went out to the parking lot. In the car, with the engine running and the heater blowing warm air in their faces, Ginger said, "What was that all about?" Still shaken, but curiously not embarrassed by the bold greeting he had given her, Dom cleared his throat. "Don't really know, but I think maybe, together, you and I went through something so shattering that the experience created a special bond between us. A powerful bond we weren't entirely aware of until we saw each other in the flesh. When I first came across your picture on the book jacket, it had a very odd effect on me, but nothing like this. Stepping off the plane, seeing you there, it was as if we'd known each other all our lives." "No, not exactly that. More precisely, it was as if we'd known each other far better, more completely than we'd ever known anyone else, as if we shared some tremendous secret that all the world might want to know but that only we possessed. Does that sound crazy?" He shook his head. "No, not at all. You've put into words what I was feeling, as nearly as words can explain it." "You've met some of the others," Ginger said. "Was it like this when you first encountered them?" "No. I instantly felt a certain warmth toward them, a strong sense of community, but nothing a fraction as powerful as what I felt when you got off that plane. All of us went through something unusual that linked our lives, our futures, but evidently, you and I shared an experience even stranger and more affecting than anything we shared with them." "Damn. It's as layered as an onion, one strangeness on another." For half an hour they sat in the car, in the airport parking lot, talking. Outside, cars and pickups came and went around them, and the January wind buffeted the Chevy and moaned at the windows. However, they were seldom aware of anything but each other. She told him about her fugues, the hypnotic regression sessions with Pablo Jackson, and the mind control technique known as the Azrael block. She told him about Pablo's murder and her own narrow escape. Although clearly, Ginger sought neither sympathy for her suffering nor praise for the way she had handled herself in trying circumstances, Dom's respect and admiration for her grew by the minute. She was only 5'2", 100 pounds, but somehow she had a physical presence more imposing than many men, twice her size. Dom recounted the events of the past 24 hours, and when Ginger heard about his dream of the previous night and about the new memories that surfaced in it, she appeared immensely relieved. In Dom's dream, there was proof of Pablo Jackson's theory. Her fugues were not caused by mental aberration. They were instead always triggered by objects associated with her imprisonment at the motel 2 summers ago. The black gloves and dark-visored helmet had terrified her because they made a direct connection with the repressed memories of the people in decontamination suits who tended her while she underwent brainwashing. The drain in the hospital scrub sink threw the panic switch because she probably had been one of those detainees poisoned by Colonel Falkirk, whoever the hell he was, then forced to vomit up the deadly substance just as Dom had been. While strapped in the motel bed, she must have undergone many eye examinations to determine the depth of her drug-induced trance, which was why an ophthalmoscope had sent her reeling away in a dark terror that night in George Hannaby's office. Dom saw a relaxation of the tension at this irrefutable evidence that her blackouts were not a sign of madness, and were, in fact, a desperate but entirely rational method of avoiding the repressed memories that the mind control experts had forbidden her to recall. She said,
"But what about the brass buttons on the coat of the man who killed Pablo? And on the policeman's uniform? Why did they terrify me and throw me into a fugue?"
"We know the military is involved in this cover-up," Dom said, turning up the heater to counteract the cold air pouring off the car's wind-buffeted windows. "And officers' uniforms have brass buttons like that, though not a lion passant. Most likely raised images of eagles. The buttons on the killers' and cops' coats were probably similar to the buttons on the uniforms of those who imprisoned us in the motel."
"Okay, but you said they wore decontamination suits, not uniforms."
"Maybe they didn't wear the decon suits for the entire 3.5 days. At some point, they decided it was safe to take them off." She nodded.
"I'm sure that's right. Which leaves only one thing. Those carriage lamps behind the house on Newbury Street, the day Pablo was murdered. I told you about them. Black iron with pebbled amber panes of glass. They had those bulbs that flickered like a gas flame. Perfectly innocent lamps, but they kicked me into another blackout."
"The bases of the lamps in the rooms at the Tranquility Motel are designed like hurricane lamps, with little windows of amber glass."
"I'll be damned. So every blackout was triggered by an object that reminded me of something from those days when I was being brainwashed."
Dom hesitated, then reached inside his sweater and withdrew the Polaroid photograph from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. She paled and shuddered when she saw herself staring up with vacant eyes at the camera. "Gefault!" She looked away from the picture. Dom gave her time to recover from the shock of the snapshot. Outside, in the fading, dirty gray light, a score of vehicles waited silently like dark, dumb, brooding beasts. The wind harried collections of litter, dead leaves, and miscellaneous debris across the macadam.
"It's my sugar,"
she said, lowering her troubled gaze to the photo again.
"It's crazy. What could possibly have happened to us that would justify this elaborate, risky conspiracy? What could we have seen that was so dreadfully goddamned important?"
"We'll find out," he promised.
"Will we? Will they let us? They killed Pablo. Won't they do whatever's necessary to keep us from uncovering the truth?"
Adjusting the heater again, Dom said, "Well, I figure there are two factions among the conspirators. There are the hard-asses, represented by Colonel Falkirk and his people, and the better guys. Can't call them good guys, exactly. Represented by the fellow who sent us these snapshots, and by the two men in decontamination suits in my dream last night. The hard-asses wanted to kill all of us right at the start, so there'd never be any doubt that the cover-up would be permanent. But the better guys wanted to scrub our memories, use mind control techniques instead of violence so we could go on living. And the better guys must be the stronger of the two factions because they got their way."
"The gunman who killed Pablo was most likely one of the hard-asses."
"Yeah, working for Falkirk. The colonel's evidently still willing to kill anyone who jeopardizes the cover-up, which means none of us is safe. But there's the other faction that doesn't believe in Falkirk's ultimate solution, and they're still trying to protect us, I think. So we have a chance. Anyway, we can't walk away. We can't go home and try to get on with our lives just because the enemy looks formidable."
"No," Ginger agreed. "We can't. Because until we find out what happened, we don't really have lives to get on with."
The wind blew withered leaves against the windshield, over the roof. Ginger swept the parking lot with her gaze.
"They must know we're gathering at the motel, that things are falling apart. Do you think they're watching us now?"
"Very likely they've got the motel under surveillance," Dom said. "But no one followed me to the airport. I watched for a tail."
They wouldn't need to tail you here, she said grimly. They knew where you were going. They knew who you were picking up.
Are we laboring under a delusion of free will? Are we only bugs on a giant's palm, and can the giant crush us whenever he wants?
Maybe,
Ginger Weiss said.
But by God, we can at least give him a couple of nasty bites before he smashes us.
She spoke with a fierce determination that was convincing, but also amusing in the context of a metaphor as basically comic as a giant and a bunch of bugs. Though he was pleased by her fierce resolution in the face of such overwhelmingly poor odds, Dom could not help laughing. Blinking at him in surprise, she laughed too.
Hey, am I spunky or what?
Might be smashed by a giant, but I feel triumphant, 'cause I'll be able to bite him just before he reduces me to a bloody smear. Spunky should be your middle name, Dom agreed, laughing harder. As he watched Ginger laughing at her own expense, Dom was again stricken by her beauty. His response to her, on seeing her disembark from the plane, had been instant and powerful because of unremembered experiences they shared. But even if they had been complete strangers whose lives had never crossed, he would have felt something more at the sight of her than he felt when he saw other beautiful women. Under any circumstances, she would have turned his head. She was special. He drew a deep breath.
Shall I take you to meet the others?
Oh, yes, she said, dabbing her slender fingers at the corners of her eyes to wipe away tears that her graveyard laughter had occasioned.
Yes. Oh, I'm eager to meet them. The other bugs on the giant's hand.
Less than half an hour before nightfall, the shadows on the high plains were long, and the muddy, gray light of the overcast dusk lent an air of mystery even to such ordinary objects as clumps of sagebrush, rock formations, and twisted mounds of dead, brown bunchgrass. Before taking her to the motel, Dom Corvasis had brought Ginger to what he called the special place, more than 200 yards south of Interstate 80. The wind rustled half-seen vegetation. The ice on the grass and sagebrush, when glimpsed at all, looked black, shiny black. The writer stood away from her, hands jammed in his jacket pockets, silent. He had told her that he did not want to influence her reaction to the place, or color her first feelings with a description of his own. Ginger wandered slowly back and forth, feeling slightly foolish, as if taking part in a half-baked experiment in psychic perception, seeking clairvoyant vibrations. But she quickly stopped feeling foolish when the vibrations actually began to shake her. A queer uneasiness arose, and she found herself staying away from the deeper pockets of shadows, as if something hostile lurked in them. Her heart pounded. Uneasiness became fear, and she heard the tempo of her breathing change.
It's inside me. It's inside me.
She whirled toward that voice. It was Dom's voice, but it had not come from him. The words had been spoken behind her, but no one was there. Only dry sagebrush and a thin patch of snow glowing softly, luminously within a nest of shadows. "What's the matter?" Dom asked, moving toward her. She was wrong. Dom's other voice, the ghostly-sounding voice, had not come from behind her. It had come from within her. She heard that other Dom again, and she realized she was hearing a fragment of memory, an echo from the past, something he had said to her that Friday night, July 6th, perhaps when they had both stood in this same place. The scrap of memory came with no visual or olfactory element because it was part of the events locked behind the Azrael block. They were just those 3 urgent words repeated twice.
It's inside me. It's inside me.
Abruptly, her simmering fear flashed bright. The landscape around her seemed to embody a nameless but monstrous threat. She started back toward the highway, walking fast, and Dom asked what was wrong, and she walked even faster, unable to answer because fear was like a paste in her mouth and throat.
He called her name and she began to run. Every object in sight seemed to have been wounded on its eastern flank, for black blood shadows spilled in that direction. She was not able to speak until they were back in the Chevy, with the doors locked, the engine running, and the heater blowing warm air on her chilled face. Shakily, she told him about the nameless threat she had felt on that ordinary-looking piece of ground, and about the memory of his urgent voice and the three-word sentence. "It's inside me," he said thoughtfully. "You're sure it's really something I said to you that night?"
"Yes,"
she shivered.
"It's inside me. What in the world did I mean by that?" "I don't know," Ginger said, "but it gives me the creeps."
He was silent a moment, then he said,
"Yeah, me too."
That evening, at the motel, Ginger Weiss felt almost as if she was with her family on a holiday gathering like Thanksgiving. In spite of the difficulties in which they found themselves, their spirits were high, for in the manner of a real family they drew strength from one another. The 6 of them crowded into the kitchen and prepared dinner together, and through that domestic labor Ginger got to know the others better and felt a strengthening of the ties that bound her to them. Ned Sarver, being a professional cook, prepared the main dish, chicken breasts baked in a spicy green tomatillo sauce with sour cream. Initially, Ginger mistakenly thought Ned was a brooding, unfriendly sort, but she soon changed her opinion. Taciturnity sometimes could be a sign of a healthy ego that did not require constant gratification, which was the case with Ned. Besides, Ginger could not help but like a man who loved his wife as deeply as Ned loved Sandy, a love apparent in every word he spoke to her, in every glance he cast her way. Sandy, the only one of them to be affected only positively by their mysterious ordeal, was so sweet-tempered, so delighted with the recent changes in herself that she was especially good company. Together, she and Ginger prepared the dinner salad and vegetables, and as they worked, an almost sisterly affection developed between them. Fay Block made the dessert, a refrigerator pie with a chocolate crust and banana cream filling. Ginger liked Fay, who reminded her of Rita Hanneby. That cultured society woman was different from Fay in many ways, but in fundamental respects they were alike. Efficient, take-charge types, tough of mind, tender of spirit. Ernie Block and Dom Corvasis put the extra leaf in the table and arranged 6 place settings. Ernie had seemed gruff and intimidating at first, but now she saw he was a sweetheart. He inspired much affection because of his fear of darkness, which made him seem boyish in spite of his size and age. Of the 5 people among whom Ginger found herself, only Dominic Corvasis stirred emotions that she could not understand. For him, she felt the same friendship that she felt for the others, and she was aware of a special bond between them related to an unremembered experience just the 2 of them had shared. But she was also sexually attracted to him. That surprised her, because she never felt desire for a man until she knew him for several weeks at least, and knew him well. Wary of her romantic yearnings, Ginger kept a tight rein on her emotions, and she tried hard to convince herself that Dom did not feel a similar attraction for her, which he so patently did. Through dinner, the 6 of them continued to discuss their strange predicament and search for clues that might have been overlooked. Like Dom, Ginger had no recollection of the toxic spill 2 years ago, though the Blocks and Sarvers recalled it clearly. I-80 had really been closed, and an environmental emergency had been declared. There was no doubt about that much. Last night, however, Dom convinced the Blocks that their memories of evacuating to Elroy and Nancy Jameson's mountain ranch were phony, and that both they and the Jamesons had almost surely been kept at the motel. According to Fay and Ernie, the Jamesons had not mentioned having any nightmares or odd problems lately, so their brainwashing must have been effective, though it would be necessary to talk to them soon. Likewise, Ned and Sandy had reluctantly concluded that their own recollections of sitting out the crisis at their trailer were too shallow to be real, and that they had been strapped into motel beds, drugged and brainwashed like everyone else in those Polaroids.
But, Faye wondered, why wouldn't they give us all approximately the same false memories?
Ginger said, maybe all you locals have had the toxic spill and the highway closure woven into your false memories. That'd be necessary because later people would be asking you where you went during the emergency, and you'd have to know what they were talking about. But Dom and I are from distant places, unlikely ever to return, unlikely to run into anyone who would know that we'd been within the quarantine zone. So they didn't bother including that bit of reality in the set of fake memories they gave us.
Sandy paused with a morsel of chicken on her fork.
But wouldn't it be safer and easier to make your memories fit the toxic spill, too? Ever since Pablo Jackson helped me discover that my mind had been tampered with, Ginger said, I've been reading about brainwashing, and I think maybe it's a lot less difficult to implant recollections that are entirely false than it is to weave in threads of reality such as the environmental emergency and the road closure. It probably takes a lot longer to construct fake memories that have some reality to them, and maybe they simply didn't have time to do that with all of us. So they gave the super deluxe brainwashing job only to you locals.
That feels like the truth,
Ernie said, and everyone agreed.
Faye said, but did the toxic spill really happen, or was it just the cover story that gave them an excuse to close I-80 and bottle us up, a way of preventing us from talking about what we had seen Friday night? I suspect there was contamination of some sort, Ginger said. In Dom's nightmare, which we know is really more memory than dream, those men were wearing decontamination suits. Now, when they came into the quarantine zone, maybe they'd wear costumes like that for the benefit of newsmen or other onlookers. But once here, where only we could see them, they wouldn't keep the suits on unless they absolutely had to.
Glancing uneasily at the blind-covered window nearest the table, as if he thought he had seen a trickle of darkness dribbling in from the night beyond, Ernie cleared his throat and said,
Yeah. Well, which was it, do you think? You're the doctor. Does it sound like chemical or biological contamination? The story they gave the media was that it involved chemicals being delivered to Schenkfield's testing facilities.
Ginger had been thinking about this question for some time, long before Ernie asked it. Chemical or biological contamination? She had arrived at an answer that deeply disturbed her.
Generally speaking, the suits required for a chemical spill don't have to be airtight. They just have to cover the worker from head to toe in order to prevent any caustic or toxic substance from coming into contact with his skin. And they have to include a respirator, rather like a scuba diver's tank and mask, so he won't breathe deadly fumes. They're usually made of lightweight, non-porous cloth, and the headgear consists of a simple cloth hood with a plastic visor. But Don described heavy-looking suits, with an outer level of thick vinyl, with gloves that were of one piece with the sleeves and a hard helmet that locked into an airtight seal at the collar. That is unquestionably gear that's been designed to prevent exposure to a dangerous biological agent. Microbes. For a while, no one said a word, pondering this disquieting news. Then Ned took a long swallow of his Heineken for fortification and said, So we must have been infected with something. Faye said, Some virus they developed for biological warfare.
If it was headed for Schenkfield, that's the only kind of bug it could have been, Ernie said. Something mean.
Yet we lived, Sandy said. Because they were immediately able to quarantine us and treat us, Ginger said. Surely they wouldn't be intending to test a genetically engineered virus, some new and deadly organism that could be used as a weapon, unless they had simultaneously developed an effective cure for it. So they had a supply of a new antibiotic or serum to guard against just such an accident. If they contaminated us, they also cured us.
Ernie said. It sounds right, doesn't it? Maybe it's all starting to fall together, piece by piece. Dom disagreed. It still doesn't explain what happened on that Friday night, what we saw that they didn't want us to see. It doesn't explain what made the whole damn diner shake, or what blew out the windows either on that first night or again last night.
And it doesn't explain the other weird stuff, Faye said. Like all those paper moons whirling around Dom and Lomac's house? Or Father Vikazik's claim that this young priest's been performing miracle cures?
They looked at one another, waiting in silence for someone to put forth an explanation that would tie biological contamination with those paranormal events. But no one had an answer. Less than 300 miles west of the Tranquility Motel, in another motel in Reno, Brendan Cronin had gone to bed and turned out the lights. Although it was only a few minutes after 9 o'clock, he was still functioning on Chicago time, so for him it was after 11. However, sleep eluded him. After checking into the motel and having dinner at a nearby Bob's Big Boy, he had telephoned St. Bet's Rectory and had spoken with Father Vikazik, who had told him of the call from Dominic Carvasis. Brendan was electrified by the news that he was not the only one caught up in this mystery. He considered calling the Tranquility, but they already knew he was on his way, and whatever they could say on the phone could be said better in person tomorrow. Thoughts of tomorrow and speculations about what might happen were what kept sleep at bay. He had lain awake less than an hour, and his thoughts had drifted to the eerie luminescence that had filled his rectory bedroom 2 nights ago, when suddenly that phenomenon appeared once more. This time, there was no visible source of light, not even one so unlikely as the frost moon upon the window from which the uncanny radiance had sprung last Friday night. Now, the glow appeared above him and on all sides, as if the very molecules of the air had acquired the ability to produce light. It was a lunar, pale, milky shimmer at first, growing brighter by the second, until it seemed as if he must be lying in an open field, under the looming countenance of a full moon. This was different from the peaceful, golden light that was featured in his recurring dream, and as it had done 2 nights ago, it filled him with conflicting emotions. Horror and rapture, fear and wild excitement. As in his rectory bedroom, the lactescent light changed color, darkening to scarlet. He seemed suspended in a radiant bubble of blood. It's inside me, he thought, wondering what that meant. Inside me. The thought reverberated in his mind. Suddenly he was cold with fear. His thundering heart seemed about to explode. He lay rigid. In his hands the rings appeared, throbbing. 2. Monday, January 13th. When they gathered in Ernie and Faye's kitchen for breakfast the next morning, Dom was excited to learn that the previous night had been an ordeal for most of them. It's unraveling the way I hoped it might, he said. By gathering together here, by recreating the group that was gathered here that night, and by working together to get at the truth, we're putting constant pressure on the memory blocks that have been implanted in us. And now that barrier is crumbling a bit faster. Last night, Dom, Ginger, Ernie, and Ned experienced exceptionally vivid nightmares of such similarity that they were surely fragments of forbidden memories. In every case, they had involved being strapped to motel beds and tended by men in decontamination suits. Sandy had a pleasant dream, although it lacked the clarity and detail of the others' nightmares. Faye was the only one who did not dream at all. Ned had been so disturbed by his nightmare that on Monday morning, when he and Sandy arrived from Bayowawi for breakfast, he announced they were moving into a room at the motel for the duration. During the night, after the dream woke me, I couldn't get back to sleep, and while I was laying there, I got to thinking how lonely it is at our trailer. Empty plains all around.
Maybe this Colonel Falkirk will decide to kill us like he wanted to do in the first place. And if he comes for us, I don't want me and Sandy to be alone out there at the trailer." Dom sympathized with Ned because these dark and vivid dreams were new to the cook. Over recent weeks, Dom, Ginger, and Ernie had learned a little about coping with the frighteningly powerful nightmares, but Ned had developed no armor, so he was badly shaken. And of course, Ned was well advised to fear Falkirk. The closer they came to exposing the conspiracy and learning the truth, the more likely they were to become targets of a preemptive strike. Dom did not think Falkirk would make a move until Brendan Cronin, Georgia Monticello, and perhaps other victims had gathered at the Tranquility. But once they were in one place, they would need to be prepared for trouble. Now, in the block's kitchen, Ned Sarver picked at his breakfast without appetite as he spoke of the images that had disturbed his sleep. At first, he had dreamed of being held prisoner by men in decontamination suits, but later they had worn either lab coats or military uniforms, an indication that the biological danger had passed. One of the uniformed men had been Colonel Falkirk, and Ned described that officer in detail. About 50 years old, black hair graying at the temples, gray eyes like circles of polished steel, a beakish nose, thin lips. Ernie was able to confirm the word portrait that Ned painted, for Falkirk had also been in his nightmare. The amazing coincidence of the same man appearing in both Ned's and Ernie's dreams made it clear that his face was not merely a figment of imagination, but a memory of a real face that both Ernie and Ned had seen 2 summers ago. "And in my nightmare," Ernie said, "another Army officer referred to Falkirk by his first name, Leland, Colonel Leland Falkirk."
"He's probably stationed at Schenkfield," Ginger said.
"We'll try to find out later," Dom said. The barriers to memory were definitely crumbling. That prospect boosted Dom's spirits higher than they had been in months. In Ginger's nightmare, which she recounted for them, she had not been the only person being brainwashed in Room 5, the room she had occupied that summer and which she now occupied again.
"There was a rollaway bed in one corner, and the redhead in it was someone I'd never seen before. She was about 40 years old. They had her connected to her own IV drip and EKG machine. She had that vacant stare." Just as Ernie and Ned had shared a new development, the appearance of Colonel Falkirk in their nightmares, Dom and Ginger had shared this other discovery. In Dom's dream, there had been a rollaway bed flanked by an IV stand and an EKG monitor, and in the bed had been a young man in his 20s with a pale face, bushy mustache, and zombie eyes. "What does it mean?" Fay Block asked. "Did they have so many subjects for brainwashing that they more than filled all 20 rooms?" "But," Sandy said, "the registry showed only 11 rooms rented."
Ginger said,
"There must have been people on the interstate, in transit, who saw what we saw. The Army managed to stop them and bring them here. None of their names would appear on the registry." "How many?" Fay wondered.
"We'll probably never know for sure," Dom said. "We never actually met them. We only shared rooms with them while we were drugged. We might eventually remember the faces of those we saw, but we can't possibly remember names and addresses we never knew in the first place." But at least those reprogrammed memories, those tissues of lies, were dissolving, allowing the truth to show through. Dom was grateful for that much. In time, they would uncover the entire story, if Colonel Falkirk did not first come after them with heavy artillery. Monday morning, while the group at the Tranquility ate breakfast, Jack Twist was being escorted to a safe deposit box in a vault of a Fifth Avenue branch of Citibank in New York. The attending bank employee, an attractive young woman, kept calling him Mr. Farnham, for that was the false identity under which he had acquired the box. After they used their separate keys to remove the box from the wall of the vault, when he was alone with it in a cubicle, he opened the lid and stared in shock at the contents. The rectangular metal container held something that he had not put there, which was an impossibility, since only he knew about the box and possessed the only master key. It should have contained 5 white envelopes, each filled with $5,000 in $100 and $20 bills, and indeed that money appeared to be untouched. This was one of 11 emergency caches he kept in safe deposit boxes all over the city. He had set out this morning to remove $15,000 from each, a total of $165,000, which he intended to give away. He opened each of the 5 envelopes and counted the contents with trembling hands. Not a single bill was missing. Jack was not even slightly relieved. Though his money was still there, the presence of the other object proved that his false identity had been penetrated, his privacy violated, and his freedom jeopardized. Someone knew who Gregory Farnham really was, and the item that had been left in the box was a bold notification that his elaborately constructed cover had been penetrated. It was a postcard. There was no writing on the back, no message. The presence of the card itself was message enough. On the front was a photograph of the Tranquility Motel. The summer before last, after he and Branch Pollard and a third man had burglarized the Averill McAllister estate in Marin County, north of San Francisco, and after Jack paid a profitable visit to Reno, he rented a car and drove east, stopping the first night at the Tranquility Motel along Interstate 80. He had not thought about the place since, but he recognized it the instant he saw the photograph. Who could possibly know he had stayed at that motel? Not Branch Pollard. He had never told Branch about Reno or about his decision to drive back to New York. And not the third man on the McAllister job, a guy named Sal Finro from Los Angeles. Jack had never seen him again after they had split the take from that sour job. Then Jack realized that at least 3 of his phony IDs had been penetrated. He rented this safe deposit box as Farnham, but he stayed at the Tranquility Motel as Thornton Wainwright. Both noms de guerre were now blown, and the only way anyone could have linked them was by connecting Jack with his Philippe Delon identity, under which he resided at his Fifth Avenue apartment, so that name was blown as well. Jesus. He sat in the bank cubicle, stunned, but thinking furiously, trying to decide who his enemy might be. It could not be the police, or the FBI, or any other legitimate authority, for they would simply have arrested him once they had accumulated this much evidence. They would not play games. Nor could it be any of the men with whom he ever worked on a heist, for he took great care to keep his acquaintances in the criminal underworld well out of his life on Fifth Avenue. None of them knew where he really lived. In the event they scouted a job requiring his planning skills and special knowledge, they could reach him only through a series of mail drops or through a chain of pseudonymously listed phone numbers backed up by answering machines. He was confident of the effectiveness of those precautions. Besides, if some hoodlum had gotten into this box, he would not have left the $25,000 untouched. He would have taken every dollar of it. So who's on to me? Jack wondered. He focused on the Fratellanza warehouse robbery that he and Mort and Tommy Sung had pulled off December 3rd. Was the Mafia after him? When they wanted to find someone, those boys had more contacts, sources, determination, and sheer perseverance than the FBI. And the Fratellanza would most likely not have taken the $25,000, leaving it as an ominous notice that they wanted more than the money he had stolen from them. It was also in character for the Fratellanza to leave a teaser like the postcard, because those guys enjoyed making a target sweat a lot before they finally pulled the trigger. On the other hand, even if the mob tracked him down, then somehow searched back through his criminal career to see who else he had hit, they would not have gone to the trouble of acquiring cards from the Tranquility Motel just to put the fear of God in him. If they had wanted to leave an upsetting teaser in the safe deposit box, they would have left a photo of the warehouse that he had robbed in New Jersey. So it was not the Mafia. Then who? Damn it, who? The tiny cubicle began to seem even smaller than it was. Jack felt claustrophobic and vulnerable. As long as he was in the bank, there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He stuffed the $25,000 into his overcoat pockets, no longer intending to give away any of it. Suddenly, it had become his escape money. He put the postcard in his wallet, closed the empty box, and rang the buzzer for the attendant. 2 minutes later, he was outside, drawing deep breaths of the freezing January air, studying the people on Fifth Avenue for one who might be tailing him. He saw no one suspicious. For a moment he stood rock-like in the river of people that flowed around him. He wanted to get out of the city and the state as quickly as possible, flee to an unlikely destination where they would not look for him, whoever they were. Yet he was not entirely sure that flight was necessary. In ranger training, he had been taught never to act until he understood why he was acting, and until he knew what he hoped to achieve by his actions. Besides, fear of his faceless enemy was outweighed by curiosity. He needed to know who he was up against, how they had broken his various covers, and what they wanted from him. Outside the Citibank building, Jack hailed a cab and went to the corner of Wall Street and William Street, in the heart of the financial district, where he had 6 safe deposit boxes in 6 banks. He went to 5 of them, from each of which he collected $25,000 and a postcard of the Tranquility Motel. He decided to stop after the 5th, because his coat pockets were already bulging with $125,000, a sufficiently dangerous sum to be carrying, and because by now he knew beyond a doubt that his other 6 phony identities and clandestine safe deposit boxes had been found out as well. He had enough money with which to travel, and he was not particularly worried about leaving the remaining $150,000 in the other 6 boxes. For one thing, Jack had $4 million in his Swiss accounts, and for another thing, the distributor of the postcards would already have taken the available money if that had been his intention. By now, he'd had time to think about that motel out in Nevada, and he had begun to realize something was strange about the time that he had spent at the place. He had remained there for 3 days, relaxing, enjoying the quiet and the scenery. But now, for the first time, it seemed to him that he would have done no such thing. Not with so much cash in the trunk of his rental car. Not when he had already been away from New York and Jenny for 2 weeks. He would have driven straight home from Reno. Now that he was forced to contemplate it, the 3-day stay at the Tranquility Motel did not make much sense. Another taxi conveyed him to his Fifth Avenue apartment building, where he arrived shortly before 11. He promptly telephoned Elite Flights, a company that chartered small jets with whom he had dealt previously, and he was relieved to discover that, fortuitously, they had an unbooked Lear available for departure at his convenience. He took the $25,000 from the secret compartment in the back of his bedroom closet. With the funds he had removed from the safe deposit boxes, he now had $150,000 in immediate operating capital, enough to deal with virtually any contingency that might arise. He hurriedly packed 3 suitcases, distributing a few clothes in each, but leaving most of the space for other items. He stowed away 2 handguns, a Smith & Wesson Model 19 Combat Magnum, chambered for the .357 Magnum cartridge, but also capable of firing .38 Special cartridges with considerably less kick, and a .32 Beretta Model 70, its stubby barrel grooved to accept a screw-on pipe-type silencer, of which Jack included 2. He also took an Uzi submachine gun, which he'd illegally modified for full automatic fire, plus plenty of ammunition. Jack's newly acquired guilt had substantially transformed him during the past 48 hours, but it had not overwhelmed him to such an extent that he was incapable of dealing violently with those who might deal violently with him. His determination to be an honest and upstanding citizen did not interfere with his instinct for self-preservation, and considering his background, no one was better prepared to preserve himself than Jack Twist. Besides, after 8 years of alienation and loneliness, he had begun to rejoin society, had begun to hope for a normal life. He would not let anyone destroy what might be his last chance for happiness. He also packed the portable Slicks computer, which he had used to get through the armored transport's sophisticated electronic lock the night before last in Connecticut. In addition, he decided he might need a police lock-release gun, a tool that could instantly open any type of pin-tumbler lock, mushroom, spool, or regular, without damaging the mechanism, and which was sold only to law enforcement agencies. And a Startron MK202A, a compact, handheld night vision device that could also be rifle-mounted. And a few other things. Although he distributed the heaviest weapons and equipment equally among the 3 large suitcases, none of the bags was light when he finally closed and locked them. Anyone who helped him with his luggage might wonder about the contents, but no one would ask embarrassing questions or raise an alarm. That was the advantage of leasing a Learjet for the journey. He would not be required to pass through airport security, and no one would inspect his baggage. From his apartment, he taxied to LaGuardia. The waiting Lear would take him to Salt Lake City, Utah, the nearest major airport to Elko, a shade closer than Reno International, and a lot closer if you considered the necessity of overflying to Reno and then doubling back in a conventional engine commuter plane to Elko. Elite Flights had told him that Reno was anticipating a major snowstorm that might close them down later in the day, and the same was true of the 2 smaller fields in southern Idaho that were capable of handling Lear-sized jets. But the weather forecast for Salt Lake City was good throughout the day. At Jack's request, Elite was already arranging the lease of a conventional engine plane from a Utah company to carry him from Salt Lake to the little county airport in Elko. Although it was in the easternmost fourth of Nevada, Elko was still within the Pacific time zone, so he would benefit from a gain of 3 hours, though he did not think he would arrive in Elko much before nightfall. That was all right. He'd need darkness for what he was planning. To Jack, the taunting postcards, retrieved from his safe deposit boxes, implied there were people in Nevada who had learned everything worth knowing about his criminal life. The cards seemed to be saying that he could reach those people through the Tranquility Motel, or perhaps find them in residence there. The postcard was an invitation, or a summons. Either way, he could ignore it only at his peril. He did not know if he was being followed to LaGuardia. He did not bother looking for a tail. If his apartment phone was tapped, they knew he was coming the moment he called Elite Flights. He wanted them to see him approaching openly, for then they might be off guard when, on arrival in Elko, he suddenly shook loose of them and went underground. Monday morning, after breakfast, Dom and Ginger went into Elko, to the offices of the Sentinel, the county's only newspaper. The biggest town in the county, Elko boasted a population of less than 10,000, so its newspaper's offices were not housed in a gleaming glass high-rise, but in a humble, one-story concrete block building on a quiet street. Like most papers, the Sentinel provided access to its back-issue files to anyone with legitimate research needs, though permission for the use of the files was granted judiciously. In spite of the financial success of his first novel, Dom still had difficulty identifying himself as a writer. To his own ears, he sounded pretentious and phony, though he realized his uneasiness was a holdover from his days as an excessively self-effacing milquetoast. The receptionist, Brenda Hennerling, did not recognize his name, but when he mentioned the title of his novel that Random House had just shipped to the stores, she said,
"It's the book club selection this month. You wrote it? Really?"
She had ordered it a month ago from the Literary Guild, and it had just arrived in the mail. She was, she said, an avid reader, 2 books a week, and it was truly a thrill to meet a genuine novelist. Her enthusiasm only added to Dom's embarrassment. He was of a mind with Robert Louis Stevenson, who had said, The important thing is the tale, the well-told tale, not he who tells it. The Sentinel's back-issue files were kept in a narrow, windowless chamber. There were 2 desks with typewriters, a microfilm reader, a film of microfilm spools, and 6 tall filing cabinets with oversized drawers containing those editions of the newspaper that had not yet been transferred to film. The exposed concrete block walls were painted pale gray, and the acoustic tile ceiling was gray too, and the fluorescent lights shed a cold glare. Dom had the odd sensation that they were in a submarine, far beneath the surface of the sea. After Brenda Hennerling explained the filing system to them and left them alone to do their work, Ginger said,
"I'm so caught up in our problems that I keep forgetting you're a famous author."
"So do I," Dom said, reading the labels on the filing cabinets that held issues of past Sentinels. "But of course I'm not famous."
"Soon will be. It's a shame. With all that's happening to us, you're getting no chance to savor the publication of your first novel."
He shrugged. "This isn't a picnic for any of us. You've had to put an entire medical career on hold."
"Yes, but now I know I'll be able to go back to medicine once we've dug to the bottom of this,"
Ginger said, as if there was no doubt they would triumph over their enemies. By now, Dom knew that conviction and determination were as much a part of her as the blueness of her eyes.
"But this is your first book."
Dom had not yet recovered from his embarrassment at being treated like a celebrity by the receptionist. Now Ginger's kind comments kept a blush on his cheeks. However, this was not the mark of embarrassment. It was an indication of the intense pleasure he took in being the object of her concern. No woman had ever affected him as this one did. Together they went through the file drawers and removed the pertinent back issues of the Sentinel. They would not need to use the microfilm reader, for the newspaper was running 2 years behind in the transferal to film. They withdrew a full week's editions, beginning with Saturday, July 7th, of the summer before last, and took them to one of the desks where they both pulled up chairs. Although the unremembered event that they had witnessed, and the possible contamination, and the closure of I-80 had happened on Friday night, July 6th, the Saturday paper carried no report of the toxic spill. The Sentinel was primarily a source of local and state news and, though it included some national and international material, was not interested in fast-breaking stories. Its holes would never ring with that dramatic cry, "Stop press!" There would be no last-minute recomposition of the front page. The pace of life in Elko County was rural, relaxed, sensible, and no one felt a burning need to be breathlessly up to the minute on anything. The Sentinel was put to bed late in the evening for distribution in the morning. Therefore, since no Sunday edition was published, the story of the toxic spill and the closure of I-80 did not appear until the edition of Monday, July 9th. But Monday's and Tuesday's editions were emblazoned with urgent headlines. "Toxic spill closes I-80," and "Army establishes quarantine zone," and "Nerve gas leaking from damaged truck?" And "Army says everyone evacuated from danger zone, and where are evacuees?" And "Schenkfield Army testing grounds, what really goes on there?" And "I-80 closure enters 4th day," and "Cleanup almost finished, highway open by noon." For both Dom and Ginger, it was eerie to read about these events that had transpired during days when they remembered nothing more than relaxing quietly at the Tranquility Motel. As Dom read about the crisis, he became convinced Ginger's theory was correct. It seemed obvious that the mind-control technicians would have needed an extra week or 2 in order to have incorporated this elaborate toxic spill cover story into the phony memories of both Elko County locals and passers-through, and there was no way they could have kept the highway closed and the area sealed tight for that long. The edition of Wednesday, July 11th, continued the saga. I-80 opens, and "Quarantine removed, no long-term contamination," and "First evacuees located, they saw nothing." Editions of the Sentinel, distinctly a small-town paper, averaged between 16 and 32 pages. During those days in July, most of its news space was given to reports of the toxic crisis, for this event had drawn reporters from all over the country, and the low-key Sentinel found itself at the center of a big story. Poring over that wealth of material, Dom and Ginger discovered a lot that was pertinent to their quest and that would help them plan their next move. For one thing, the degree of security imposed by the United States Army was soberly instructive of the lengths to which they would go to keep the lid on the truth. Although it was not strictly within their authority to do so, Army units attached to Schenkfield had established roadblocks and closed a 10-mile stretch of I-80 immediately after the accident. They had not even informed the Elko County Sheriff or the Nevada State Police of the crisis until they had secured the quarantine zone. That was a startling breach of standard procedure. Throughout the emergency, the sheriff and state police complained with increasing vehemence that the Army was freezing them out of every aspect of crisis management and usurping civilian authority. State and local police were neither included in the maintenance of the quarantine line nor consulted on essential contingency planning for the possibility that increased winds or other factors might spread the nerve gas beyond the initial area of danger. Clearly, the military trusted only its own people to keep the secret of what was actually happening in the quarantine zone. Following 2 days of frustration, Foster Hanks, the Elko County Sheriff, had complained to a Sentinel reporter that, "This here's my bailiwick, by God, and the people elected me to keep peace. This is no military dictatorship. If I don't get some cooperation from the Army, I'll see a judge first thing tomorrow and get a court order to make them respect the legal jurisdictions in this matter." The Tuesday Sentinel reported that Hanks had indeed gone before a judge, but before a determination could be made, the crisis was drawing to an end, and the argument about jurisdiction was moot. Huddling over the newspaper with Dom, Ginger said,
"So we don't have to worry that all authorities are aligned against us in this.
"The state and local police weren't part of it.
Our only adversary is—"
"The United States Army," Dom finished, laughing at the unconscious element of graveyard humor in her assessment of the enemy. She also laughed sourly.
"Us against the Army? Even with state and local police out of the battle, it's hardly a fair match, is it?"
According to the Sentinel, the Army kept sole and iron control of the roadblocks on I-80, the only east-west artery through forbidden territory, and also closed 8 miles of the north-south county road. Civilian air traffic was restricted from passing over the contaminated area, necessitating the rerouting of flights, while the Army maintained continuous helicopter patrols of the perimeter of the proscribed land. Obviously, substantial manpower was required to secure 80 square miles, but regardless of expense and difficulty, they were determined to stop anyone entering the danger zone on foot, on horseback, or in four-wheel drive vehicles. The choppers flew in daylight and after dark as well, sweeping the night with searchlights. Rumors circulated that teams of soldiers, equipped with infrared surveillance gear, were also patrolling the perimeter at night, looking for interlopers who might have slipped past the big chopper's searchlights.
"Nerve gases rate among the deadliest substances known to man,"
Ginger said, as Dom turned a page of the newspaper they were currently perusing.
"But even so, this much security seems excessive. Besides, though I'm no expert on chemical warfare, I can't believe any nerve gas would pose a threat at such a distance from a single point of release. I mean, according to the Army, it was only 1 cylinder of gas, not an enormous quantity. Not a whole tanker truck, as Ernie and Fay remembered it. And it's the nature of gas to disperse, to expand upon release. So by the time the stuff spread a couple of miles, it would have been diluted to such a degree that surely the air would have contained no more of it than a few parts per billion. In 3 miles, not even 1 part per billion. Not enough to endanger anyone."
"This supports your idea that it was biological contamination."
"Possibly," Ginger said. "It's too early to say. but it was certainly more serious than the nerve gas story they put out.
By Saturday, July 7th, less than 1 day after the interstate was closed, an alert wire service reporter had noted that the uniforms of many of the soldiers in the quarantine operation bore, in addition to rank and standard insignia, an unusual company patch, a black circle with an emerald green star in the center. This was different from the markings on the uniforms of the men from Schenkfield testing grounds. Among those wearing the green star, the ratio of officers to enlisted men was high. When questioned, the Army identified the Green Star soldiers as a little-known, super-elite company of Special Forces troops. "We call them DERO, D-E-R-O, which stands for Domestic Emergency Response Organization," an Army spokesman was quoted by the Sentinel. "The men of DERO are superbly trained, and they've all had extensive field experience in combat situations, and all of them carry top security clearances as well, which is essential, because they may find themselves operating in highly classified areas, witness to sensitive sites." Dom translated that to mean DERO men were chosen in part for their ability and willingness to keep their goddamn mouths shut. The Sentinel quoted the Army spokesman further. "They're the cream of our young career soldiers, so naturally many have attained the rank of at least sergeant by the time they qualify for DERO. Our intention is to create a superbly trained force to deal with extraordinary crises, such as terrorist attacks on domestic military installations, nuclear emergencies on bases housing atomic weapons, and other unusual problems. Not that there's any aspect of terrorism involved in this case, and there's no nuclear emergency here either. But several DERO companies are stationed around the country, and since one was near when this nerve gas situation arose, it seemed prudent to bring in the best we had to ensure public safety." He refused to tell reporters where this DERO company had been stationed, how far they had been flown, or how many were involved. "That's classified information." Not one of the DERO men would speak with any member of the press. Ginger grimaced and said, "Schmonzes." Dom blinked. "Huh?"
"Their whole story," she said, leaning back in her chair and rolling her head from side to side to work out a cramp in her lovely neck. "It's all just schmonzes."
"But, what's schmonzes?"
"Oh, sorry. Yiddish word. Adapted from German, I guess. One of my father's favorites. It means something of no value. Something foolish, absurd, nonsense, worthy of contempt or scorn. This stuff the Army put out is just schmonzes." She stopped rolling her head, leaned forward in her chair, and stabbed one finger at the newspaper. "So this DERO team just happened to be hanging around here in the middle of nowhere precisely when this crisis arose, huh? Too damned neat." Dom frowned. "But Ginger, according to these stories, although the roadblocks on I-80 were set up by men from Schenkfield, the DERO team took over little more than an hour later." "So if they didn't just happen to be nearby, the only way they could have gotten here so quickly was if they were airborne and on their way before the accident ever happened." "Exactly."
"You're saying they knew in advance there'd be a toxic spill?"
She sighed. "At most, I'm willing to accept a DERO team might have been at one of the nearest military bases, in western Utah or maybe up in southern Idaho. But even that's not near enough to make the Army's scenario work. Even if they dropped everything and flew in here the moment they heard about the spill, they couldn't have been manning those roadblocks within an hour. No way. So yeah, it sure looks to me as if they had a little advance warning that something was going to happen out at the western end of Elko County. Not much warning, mind you, not days, but maybe a 1 or 2 hour advance notice."
Which means the toxic spill couldn't have been an accident. In fact, probably wasn't a spill at all, neither chemical nor biological. So why in hell were they wearing decontamination suits when they were treating us? Dom was frustrated by the elaborate maze of this mystery, which twisted and turned inward but not toward a solution, toward nothing but twistier and more complex pathways that led into ever deeper puzzlement. he had the irrational urge to tear the newspapers to shreds, as if by ripping them to pieces he would also be ripping apart the Army's lies and would somehow find the truth revealed, at last, in the resultant confetti. With a note of frustration that matched his own, Ginger said,
"The only reason the Army called in a Dero company to enforce the quarantine was because the men patrolling the zone would have a view of something highly classified, something absolutely top secret. The Army felt they couldn't trust ordinary soldiers who didn't have the very highest security clearance. That's the sole reason the Dero team was used."
Because they could be trusted to keep their mouths shut.
Yes. And if it had been nothing more than a toxic spill out there on I-80, the Dero men wouldn't have been required for the job. I mean, if it was just a spill, what would there have been to see, except maybe an overturned truck and a damaged, leaking canister of gas or liquid?
Turning their attention once more to the newspapers spread before them, they found additional evidence indicating the Army had had at least some warning that unusual and spectacular trouble would erupt in western Elko County that hot July night. Both Dom and Ginger distinctly remembered that the Tranquility Grill had been filled with a strange sound and shaken by earthquake-like tremors about half an hour after full darkness had settled on the land. And because sunset came later during the summer, even at 41 degrees north latitude, the trouble must have started approximately at 8:10. Their memory blocks began at the same time, which further pinpointed the event. Yet Dom spotted a line in one of the Sentinel's stories stating that the roadblocks on I-80 had been erected almost at 8 o'clock on the dot. Ginger said,
"You mean the Army had the highway closed off 5 or 10 minutes before the accidental toxic spill even happened?"
"Yeah. Unless we're wrong about the time of the sunset." They checked the weather column in the July 6th edition of the Sentinel. It painted a more than adequate portrait of that fateful day. The high temperature had been expected to hit 90 degrees, with an overnight low of 64, humidity between 20 and 25%, clear skies, light to variable winds, and sunset at 7:31.
"Twilight's short out here,"
Dom said. 15 minutes, tops. Figure full darkness at 7:45. Now, even if we're wrong to think it was half an hour after nightfall that trouble hit, even if it came just 15 minutes after dark, the Army still had its roadblocks up first.
So they knew what was coming.
But they couldn't stop it from happening.
Which means it must have been some process, some series of events that they initiated and then were unable to control.
Maybe, Tom said, but maybe not. Maybe they weren't really at fault. Until we know more, we're just speculating, no point to it. Ginger turned the page of the Sentinel's edition for Wednesday, July 11th, which they were currently examining, and her gasp of surprise directed Dom's attention to a head and shoulders photograph of a man in an Army officer's uniform and cap. Although Colonel Leland Falkirk had appeared in neither Dom's nor Ginger's dreams last night, they both recognized him at once because of the description that Ernie and Ned had supplied from their nightmares. Dark hair, graying at the temples, eyes with an eerie translucency, a beakish nose, thin lips, a face of flat, hard planes and sharp angles. Dom read the caption under the picture. Colonel Leland Falkirk, commanding officer of the company of Dero troops manning the quarantine line, has been an elusive target for reporters. This first photograph was obtained by Sentinel photographer Greg Lundy. Caught by surprise, Falkirk was angry about being photographed. His answers to the few questions asked of him were even shorter than the standard no comment. Dom might have smiled at the quiet humor in the last sentence of the caption, but Falkirk's stony visage chilled him. He instantly recognized the face, not only because of Ernie's and Ned's description, but because he had seen it before, the summer before last. Furthermore, there was a ferocity in that hawk-like countenance and in those predatory eyes that was dismaying. This man routinely got what he wanted. To be at his mercy was a frightening prospect. Staring at the photograph of Falkirk, Ginger softly said,
Connemara.
Aware of Dom's puzzlement, she said,
That's Yiddish, too. Connemara? It's an expression that's used to ward off the evil eye. Somehow it seemed appropriate.
Dom studied the photograph, half mesmerized by it. After a moment he said, Yes, quite appropriate. Colonel Falkirk's sharply chiseled face and cold, pale eyes were so striking that it seemed as if he were alive within this photograph, as if he were returning their scrutiny. While Dom and Ginger were examining the back-issue files at the Elko Sentinel, Ernie and Fay Block were working in the office of the Tranquility Motel, trying to contact the people whose names were on the guest list for July 6th, 2 summers ago, but who had thus far been unreachable. They were behind the check-in counter, sitting opposite each other at the oak desk which had knee-holes on both sides. A pot of coffee stood within reach on an electric warming plate. Ernie composed a telegram to Gerald Salco, the man who had rented 2 rooms for his family on July 6th, the summer before last, and who was unreachable by phone because his number in Monterey, California was unlisted. Meanwhile, Fay went back through last year's guest book, day by day, looking for the most recent entry for Cal Sharkle, the trucker who had stayed with them on that July 6th. Yesterday, Dom had tried the telephone number Cal had printed in the guest registry that night, but it had been disconnected. The hope was that a more recent entry would provide his new address and phone number. As they performed their separate tasks, Ernie was reminded of countless other times throughout their 31 years of marriage when they had sat facing each other at a desk or, more often, at a kitchen table. In one apartment or another, in one house or another, at one end of the world or another, from Quantico to Pendleton to Singapore, nearly everywhere the Marines sent him, the two of them had spent long evenings at a kitchen table, working or dreaming or worrying or happily planning together, often late into the night. Ernie was suddenly filled with poignant echoes of those thousands of huddled conferences and shared labors. How very fortunate he had been to find and marry Fay. Their lives were so inextricably linked that they might as well have been a single creature. If Colonel Falkirk or others resorted to murder to terminate this investigation, if anything happened to Fay, then Ernie hoped he would die too, simultaneously. He finished composing the telegram to Gerald Salco, called it in to Western Union, and requested immediate delivery, all the while warmed by a love that was strong enough to make their dangerous situation seem less threatening than it really was. Fay found 5 occasions during the past year when Cal Sharkle had stayed overnight, and in every case he had listed the same Evanston, Illinois address and phone number that he had entered in the registry for July 6th of the previous year. Apparently he had not moved, after all. Yet when they dialed this number, they obtained the recording that Dom had gotten yesterday, informing them that the telephone had been disconnected and that no new Evanston listing existed. On the chance that Cal had moved out of Evanston into the Windy City itself, Fay dialed area code 312 information and asked if there was a number for Calvin Sharkle in Chicago. There was not. Using a map of Illinois, she and Ernie placed calls to information in the Chicago suburbs: Whiting, Hammond, Calumet City, Markham, Downers Grove, Oak Park, Oak Brook, Elmhurst, Des Plaines, Rolling Meadows, Arlington Heights, Skokie, Wilmette, Glencoe. No luck. Either Cal Sharkle had moved out of the Chicago area or had dropped off the face of the earth. While Fay and Ernie worked in the first-floor office, Ned and Sandy Sarver were already preparing dinner in the kitchen upstairs. This evening, after Brendan Cronin arrived from Chicago, after Georgia Monatella and her little girl flew in from Vegas, there would be 9 for dinner, and Ned did not want to leave preparations until the last minute. Yesterday, when all 6 of them joined forces to prepare and serve the evening meal, Ginger Weiss had observed that the occasion was almost like a family holiday gathering, and indeed, they felt an extraordinary closeness, though they hardly knew one another. with the idea that reinforcement of their special affection and camaraderie might give them strength to face whatever lay ahead of them. Ned and Sandy had decided that tonight's meal ought to be like a Thanksgiving feast. Therefore, they were preparing a 16-pound turkey, pecan stuffing, scalloped potatoes, baked corn, carrots with tarragon, pepper slaw, pumpkin pie, and made-from-scratch crescent rolls. As they chopped celery, diced onions, cubed bread, and grated cabbage, Ned occasionally wondered if what they were cooking was not only a family feast, but also the last hearty meal of the condemned. Each time that morbid thought rose, he chased it away by pausing to watch Sandy as she worked. She smiled almost constantly, and sometimes softly hummed a song. Surely an event that had induced this radical and wonderful change in Sandy could not ultimately culminate in their deaths. Surely they had nothing to worry about. Surely. After 3 hours at the Elko Sentinel, Ginger and Dom ate a light lunch, chef's salads, at a restaurant on Idaho Street, then returned to the Tranquility Motel at 2:30. Fay and Ernie were still in the office, which was filled with appetizing aromas drifting down from the apartment upstairs. Pumpkin, cinnamon, nutmeg, onions fried lightly in butter, the yeasty odor of baking bread dough. "And you can't smell the turkey yet," Fay said. "Ned just put that in the oven half an hour ago."
"He says dinner's at 8, Ernie told them. "But I suspect the odors will drive us mad and force us to storm the kitchen before then."
Fay said, "Learn anything at the Sentinel?"
Before Ginger could tell them what she and Dom had uncovered, the front door of the motel office opened, and a slightly pudgy man entered in a burst of cold, whirling wind. He had hurried from his car without bothering to put on a topcoat. Although he wore gray slacks, a dark blue blazer, a light blue sweater, and an ordinary white shirt rather than a black suit and a Roman collar, his identity was not for a moment in doubt. He was the auburn-haired, green-eyed, round-faced young priest in the Polaroid snapshot that the unknown correspondent had sent to Dom.
"Father Cronin,"
Ginger said. She was as immediately and powerfully drawn to him as she had been to Dominic Corvasis. With the priest, as with Dom, Ginger sensed a shared experience even more shattering than the one which she had shared with the Blocks and Sarvers. Within the event that they had all witnessed that Friday in July, there had been a second event, experienced by only some of them. Although it was a frightfully improper way to greet a man who was a virtual stranger and a priest, Ginger rushed to Father Cronin and threw her arms around him. But apologies were not required, for Father Cronin evidently sensed the same thing she did. Without hesitation, he returned her hug, and for a moment they clung to each other, not as if they were strangers, but brother and sister, greeting each other after a long separation. Then Ginger stepped back as Dom said, "Father Cronin," and came forward to embrace the priest.
"There's no need to call me father. At the moment, I neither want nor deserve to be considered a priest. Please, just call me Brendan."
Ernie shouted upstairs to Ned and Sandy, then followed Fay out from behind the check-in counter. Brendan shook Ernie's hand and embraced Fay, obviously feeling great affection for them, though not a closeness as powerful and inexplicable as the tremendous emotional magnetism that pulled him toward Dom and Ginger. When Ned and Sandy came downstairs, he greeted them the same as he had Ernie and Fay. Just as Ginger had done last night, Brendan said, I have a truly wonderful sense of being among family. You all feel it, don't you? As if we've shared the most important moments of our lives, went through something that'll always make us different from everyone else. In spite of his insistence that he did not deserve the deference accorded a priest, Brendan Cronin had a profoundly spiritual air about him. His somewhat pudgy face, sparkling eyes, and broad, warm smile conveyed joy, and he moved among them, touched them, and spoke with an ebullience that was infectious, and that somehow lifted Ginger's soul. Brendan said, What I feel in this room only reassures me that I've made the right decision in coming. I'm meant to be with you. Something will happen here that will transform us, that's already begun to transform us. Do you feel it? Do you feel it? The priest's soft voice sent a pleasant shiver up Ginger's spine, filled her with an indescribable sense of wonder reminiscent of what she'd felt the first time that, as a medical student, she had stood in an operating room and had seen a patient's thorax held open by surgical retractors to reveal the pulsing, mysterious complexity of the human heart in all its crimson grandeur. "Called," Brendan said. The softly spoken word echoed eerily around the room. "All of us. Called back to this place." "Look," Dom said, packing a paragraph of amazement into that one syllable, raising his arms and holding his hands out to show them the red rings of swollen flesh that had appeared in his palms. Surprised, Brendan raised his hands, which were also branded by the strange stigmata. As the men faced each other, the air thickened with unknown power. Yesterday, on the telephone, Father Vikazik had told Dom that Brendan was relatively certain no religious element was involved in the miraculous cures and other events that had recently transformed the young priest's life. Yet the motel office seemed to Ginger to be filled with a force that, if not supernatural, was certainly beyond the ken of any man or woman.
"Called,"
Brendan said again. Ginger was gripped by breathless expectancy. She looked at Ernie, who stood behind Faye with his hands on her shoulders, and both their faces were full of tremulous suspense. Ned and Sandy, who were by the rack of postcards holding hands, were wide-eyed. Ginger felt the flesh prickling on the back of her neck. She thought, "Something's going to happen." And even as the thought took form, something did. Every lamp in the motel office was aglow in deference to Ernie's uneasiness in the presence of deep shadows. But abruptly, the place was even brighter than it had been. A milky white light filled the room, springing magically from molecules of air. It shimmered on all sides, but rained mostly from overhead, a silvery mist of luminosity. She realized this was the same light that featured in her unremembered lunar dreams. She turned in a circle, looking around and up through spangled curtains of brilliant yet soft radiance, not in search of the source, but with the hope of remembering her dreams, and ultimately the events of that long-lost summer night that had inspired the dreams. Ginger saw Sandy reach into the glowing air with one hand, as if to grasp a fistful of the miraculous light. A tentative smile pulled at Ned's mouth. Faye smiled too, and Ernie's expression of childlike wonder was almost laughably out of place on his ruggedly hewn face. "The moon," Ernie said. "The moon," Dom echoed, the stigmata still blazing on his hands. For one thrilling moment, Ginger Weiss was poised on the brink of complete understanding. The black, blank membrane of her memory block trembled. Revelation pressed strenuously against the far side, and that membrane seemed certain to split and spill forth everything that had been damned beyond it. Then the light changed from moon-white to blood-red, and with it the mood changed from wonder and growing delight to fear. She no longer sought revelation, but dreaded it, no longer welcomed understanding, but withdrew from it in terror and revulsion. Ginger stumbled back through the bloody glow, bumped against the front door. Across the room, beyond Dom and Brendan, Sandy Sarver had ceased reaching up to seize a handful of light. She was holding tightly to Ned, whose smile had become a rictus of repulsion. Faye and Ernie were pressing back against the check-in counter. As scarlet incandescence welled like fluid into the room and filled it from corner to corner, the stunning visual phenomena were augmented by sound. Ginger jumped in surprise as a loud three-part crash shook the sanguineous air. jumped once more as it repeated, then flinched, but did not jump when it came again. It had a cardiac quality, like the thunderous beating of a great heart, though it featured one more stroke than a usual heartbeat. Lub-dub-dub. 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 She knew at once that it was the apparitional noise of which Father Vikazik had spoken in his telephone conversation with Dom, the noise that had arisen in Brendan Cronin's bedroom and had shaken St. Bernadette's. But she also knew that she had heard this very thing before. This entire display, the moonlight light, the blood-red radiance, the noise was part of something that had happened the summer before last. Lub-dub-dub. Lub-dub-dub. The window frames rattled, the walls shook, the bloody light and the lamplight began to pulse in time with the pounding. Lub-dub-dub. Lub-dub-dub. Again, Ginger was approaching a shocking recollection. With each crash of sound and throb of light, long-buried memories surged nearer. However, her inhibiting fear grew. A towering black wave of terror bore down on her. The Azrael block was doing what it was designed to do. Rather than let remembrance have its way with her, she would plunge into a fugue state, as she had not done since the day Pablo Jackson had been killed 1 week ago. The familiar signs of oncoming blackout were present. She was having difficulty breathing. She trembled with a sense of mortal danger so strong it was palpable. The world around her began to fade. An oily darkness seeped in at the edges of her vision. Run or die. Ginger turned her back on the phenomenal events transpiring in the office. With both hands, she gripped the frame of the front door as if to anchor herself to consciousness and thwart the black wave that sought to sweep her away. In desperation, she looked through the glass at the vast Nevada landscape, at the somber winter sky, trying to block out the stimuli, the impossible light and sound that pushed her toward a dark fugue. Terror and mindless panic grew so unbearable that escape into a hateful fugue seemed almost preferable, yet she somehow held fast to the doorframe, held tight, held on, shaking and gasping, held on, terrified not so much by the strange events occurring behind her, but by the unremembered events of that summer, of which these phenomena were only dim echoes, and still she held on, until the 3-stroke thunder faded, until the red light paled, until the room was silent, and until the only light was that coming through the windows or from ordinary lighting fixtures. She was all right now. She was not going to black out. For the first time, she had successfully resisted a seizure. Maybe her ordeal of the past few months had toughened her. Maybe just being here, within reach of all the answers to the mystery, had given her the heart to resist. Or maybe she had drawn strength from her new family. Whatever the reason, she was confident that, having once fended off a fugue, she would find it easier to deal with future attacks. Her memory blocks were crumbling, and her fear of facing up to what had happened that July 6th was now far outweighed by the fear of never knowing. Shaky, Ginger turned toward the others again. Brendan Cronin tottered to the sofa and sat, trembling visibly. The rings were no longer visible in either his hands or Dom's. To the priest, Ernie said, "Did I understand you? That same light sometimes fills your room at night?"
"Yes," Brendan acknowledged. "Twice before." "But you told us it was a lovely light," Faye said.
"Yeah," Ned agreed. "You made it sound wonderful."
"It is," Brendan said. "Partly it is. But when it turns red, well, then it scares the hell out of me. But when it first starts, it uplifts me and fills me with the strangest joy." The ominous scarlet light and the frightening 3-part hammering had generated such terror in Ginger that she had temporarily forgotten the exhilarating moon-white glow that had preceded it,
and that had filled her with wonder. Wiping his palms on his shirt, as if the vanished rings had left an unwanted residue upon his hands, Dom said, "There was both a good and evil aspect to the events of that night. We long to relive a part of what happened to us, yet at the same time it scares us. Scares us." "Scares us shitless," Ernie said. Ginger noticed that even Sandy Sarver, who heretofore had perceived only a benign shape to the mystery, was frowning. When Georgia Monticello buried her ex-husband, Alan Rykoff, at 11 o'clock Monday morning, the Las Vegas sun beamed down between scattered iron-gray clouds. 100 shafts of golden sunshine, some half a mile across, some only a few yards wide, like cosmic spotlights, left many buildings in winter shadows while highlighting others. Several shafts of sunshine moved across the cemetery, harried by the rushing clouds, sweeping eastward across the barren floor of the desert. As the portly funeral director concluded a non-denominational prayer, as the casket was lowered into the waiting grave, a particularly bright beam illuminated the scene, and color burst from the flowers. In addition to Georgia and Paul Rykoff, Alan's father, who had flown in from Florida, only 5 people had shown up. Even Georgia's parents had not come. By his selfishness, Alan had assured an exit from life accompanied by a minimum of grieving. Paul Rykoff, too like his son in some respects, blamed Georgia for everything. He had been barely civil since his arrival yesterday. Now that his only child was in the ground, he turned from Georgia, stone-faced, and she knew she would meet him again only if his stubbornness and anger eventually were outweighed by a desire to see his grandchild. She drove only a mile before she pulled to the side of the road, stopped, and finally wept. She wept neither for Alan's suffering nor for the loss of him, but for the final destruction of all the hope with which their relationship had begun, the burnt-out hopes for love, family, friendship, mutual goals, and shared lives. She had not wished Alan dead. But now that he was dead, she knew it would be easier to make the new beginning toward which she had been planning and working, and that realization made her feel neither guilty nor cruel. It was just sad. Last night, Georgia told Marcy her father was dead, though not that he'd committed suicide. Initially, Georgia had not intended to tell her until this afternoon, in the presence of Dr. Coverley, the psychologist. But the appointment with Coverley had to be canceled because later today, Georgia and Marcy were flying to Elko to join Dominic Corvasis, Ginger Weiss, and the others. Marcy took the news of Alan's death surprisingly well. She cried, but not hard or long. At 7, she was old enough to understand death, but still too young to grasp the cruel finality of it. Besides, by his abandonment of Marcy, Alan unwittingly had done the girl a favor. In a sense, for her he had died more than a year ago, and her mourning had already been done. One other thing had helped Marcy overcome her grief: her obsession with the collection of moon pictures. Only an hour after she learned of her father's death, the child was sitting at the dining room table, eyes dry, small pink tongue poked between her teeth in total concentration, a crayon stub in one hand. She had begun the moon-coloring project on Friday evening and pursued it through the weekend. By breakfast this morning, every one of the photographs and all but 50 of the hundreds of hand-drawn moons had been transformed into fiery globes. Marcy's obsession would have disturbed Georgia even if she had not known others shared it, and that two had killed themselves. The moon was not yet the focus of the girl's every waking hour. However, Georgia required little imagination to see that if the obsession progressed, Marcy might travel irretrievably into the land of madness. Her anxiety about Marcy was so acute that she quickly overcame the tears that had forced her to pull to the side of the road. She put the Chevette in gear and drove to her parents' house, where Marcy waited. The girl was at the kitchen table with the ubiquitous album of moons, applying a scarlet crayon. She glanced up when Georgia arrived, smiled weakly, and returned at once to the task before her. Pete, Georgia's father, was also at the table, frowning at Marcy. Occasionally, he thought of a stratagem to interest her in some activity less bizarre and more wholesome than the endless coloring of moons, but all his attempts to lure her away from the album failed. In her parents' bedroom, Georgia changed from her dress into jeans and a sweater for the trip north, while Mary Monatella badgered her.
"When will you take that book away from Marcy? Or let me take it away?" "Mother, I told you before. Dr. Coverley believes taking the book from her right now would only reinforce her obsession. That doesn't make any sense to me," Georgia's mother said. "Dr. Coverley says if we make an issue of the Moon collection at this early stage, we'll be emphasizing its importance and nonsense. Does this Coverley have kids of his own?" "I don't know, Mom. I'll bet he doesn't have kids of his own. If he did, he wouldn't be giving you such dumb advice."
Having put her dress on a hanger, having stripped down to bra and panties, Georgia felt naked and vulnerable, for this situation reminded her of when her mother used to watch her dress for dates with boys who did not meet approval. No boy ever met Mary's approval. In fact, Georgia married Alan in part because Mary disapproved of him. Matrimony as rebellion. Stupid, but she had done it, and paid dearly. Mary had driven her to it, Mary's suffocating and authoritarian brand of love. Now Georgia grabbed the jeans that were laid out on the bed and slipped into them, dressing fast. Mary said,
"She won't even say why she's collecting those things, because she doesn't know why. It's a compulsion, an irrational obsession, and if there's a reason for it, the reason is buried down in her subconscious where even she can't get a look at it." Mary said, "That book should be taken away from her." "Eventually," Georgia said. "One step at a time, Mom. If it was up to me, I'd do it right now." Georgia had packed 2 big suitcases and had left them here earlier. Now, when it was time to go to the airport, Pete drove, and Mary went along for the opportunity to engage in more nagging. Georgia and Marcy shared the back seat. On the way to the airport, the girl paged continuously, silently, back and forth through her album. Between Georgia and Mary, the subject of conversation had changed from the best way to deal with Marcy's obsession to the imminent trip to Elko. Mary had doubts about this expedition and did not hesitate to express them. Was the plane just a 12-seater? Wasn't it dangerous to go up in a bucket of bolts owned by a small-time outfit that was probably short of cash and skimped on maintenance? What was the purpose of going, anyway? Even if some people in Elko were having problems like Marcy's, how could it possibly have anything to do with the fact that they'd all stayed at the same motel? "This Curvaceous guy bothers me," Pete said as he braked for a red traffic light. "I don't like you getting involved with his kind." "What do you mean? You don't even know him." "I know enough," Pete said. "He's a writer, and you know what they're like. I read once that Norman Mailer hung his wife out a high window by her heels. And isn't it Hemingway who's always getting into fistfights?" Georgia said, "Daddy, Hemingway's dead." "See? Always getting in fights, drunk, using drugs. Writers are a flaky bunch. I don't like you being involved with writers." "This trip is a big mistake," Mary said flatly. It never ended. At the airport, when she kissed them goodbye, they told her they loved her, and she told them the same, and the strange thing was that they were all telling the truth. Though they continuously sniped at her, and though she had been deeply wounded by their sniping, they loved one another. Without love, they would have stopped speaking long ago. The parent-child relationship was sometimes even more perplexing than the mystery of what had happened at the Tranquility Motel 2 summers ago. The feeder line's bucket of bolts was more comfortable than Mary would have believed, with 6 well-padded seats on each side of a narrow aisle,
free headphones providing bland but mellowing Muzak tapes, and a pilot who handled his craft as gently as a new mother carried her baby. 30 minutes out of Las Vegas, Marcy closed the album and, in spite of the daylight streaming through the portholes, she drifted off to sleep, lulled by the loud but hypnotic droning of the engines. During the flight, Georgia thought about her future, the business degree toward which she was working, her hope of owning a dress shop, the hard work ahead, and loneliness, which was already a problem for her. She wanted a man. Not sexually, although that would be welcome too. She had dated a few times since the divorce, but had been to bed with no one. She was no female eunuch. Sex was important to her, and she missed it, but sex was not the main reason she wanted a man. One special man. A mate. She needed someone to share her dreams, triumphs and failures. She had Marcy, but that was not the same. The human species seemed genetically compelled to make life's journey 2 by 2, and the need was particularly strong in Georgia. As the plane droned north-northeast, Georgia listened to Mantovani on the headphones and indulged in a bit of uncharacteristic, girlish fantasizing. At the Tranquility Motel, perhaps she would meet a special man with whom she could share this new beginning. She recalled Dominic Corvasis's gentle but confident voice, and included him in her fantasy. If Corvasis was the one for her, imagine what her father would say when he learned she was marrying one of those flaky, drunken writers who held their wives by the heels and dangled them out high windows. She scrapped that particular fantasy soon after the plane landed, for she quickly perceived that Corvasis's heart was already claimed. At 4:30 in Elko, half an hour before sunset, the sky was plated with dark clouds, and the Ruby Mountains were purple-black on the horizon. A penetratingly cold wind, sweeping in from the west, was ample proof that they had come 400 miles north from Las Vegas. Corvasis and Dr. Ginger Weiss were waiting on the tarmac beside the small terminal, and the moment that Georgia saw them, she had the odd but reassuring feeling that she was among family. That sensation was something of which Corvasis had spoken on the phone, but Georgia had not understood what he meant until she experienced it, and it was quite separate from the feeling she had for Ginger as her roadside savior. Even Marcy, bundled in coat and scarf, her eyes still puffy from the nap on the plane, the album clutched to her chest, was stirred from her moody, trance-like state by the sight of the writer and the physician. She smiled and answered their questions with more enthusiasm than had marked her speech in days. She offered to show them her album, and she submitted with a giggle when Corvasis scooped her up in his arms to carry her to the parking lot. We were right to come, Georgia thought. Thank God we did. Carrying Marcy, Corvasis led the way to the car while Georgia and Ginger followed with the suitcases. As they walked, Georgia said, "Maybe you don't remember, but you provided emergency treatment for Marcy that Friday evening in July, even before we checked into the Tranquility." The physician blinked. "In fact, I hadn't remembered. Was that you? And your late husband? Was that Marcy?" "But of course it was." "We had parked along I-80, 5 miles west of the motel," Georgia recalled. "The view to the south was so spectacular, such a wonderful panorama that we wanted to use it as a backdrop for some snapshots." Ginger nodded. "And I was driving east in your wake. I saw you, up ahead, parked along the shoulder. You were focusing the camera. Your husband and Marcy had stepped over the guardrail and were standing a few feet farther out, posing at the edge of the highway embankment. I didn't want them standing so close to the brink, but Alan insisted it was the best position for the best picture. And when Alan insisted on something, there was no use arguing with him." However, before Georgia had been able to click the shutter, Marcy had slipped and fallen backward over the edge, tumbling down the 30 or 40-foot embankment. Georgia screamed. Marcy flung the camera aside, vaulted the guardrail, and started down toward her daughter. Fast as she was, however, Georgia had just reached Marcy when she heard someone shouting, "Don't move her! I'm a doctor!" That had been Ginger Weiss, and she had descended the slope so rapidly that she had arrived at Marcy's side simultaneously with Alan, who had started down before her. Marcy was still and silent, but not unconscious, only stunned, and Ginger quickly determined that the girl had not sustained a head injury. Marcy began to cry, and because her left leg was tucked under her at a somewhat odd angle, Georgia was certain it was broken. Ginger was able to allay that fear, too. In the end, because the slope was rock-free and cushioned by bunch grass, Marcy came through with only minor injuries, a few scrapes and bruises.
"I was so impressed by you,"
Georgia said.
"Me?"
Ginger looked surprised. She waited for an incoming single-engine plane to pass overhead, then,
"I did nothing special, you know. I only examined Marcy. She didn't need heroic care, just Band-Aids."
As they put the suitcases in the trunk of Dom's car, Georgia said,
"Well, I was impressed. You were young, pretty, feminine, yet you were a doctor. Efficient, quick-thinking. I'd always thought of myself as a born cocktail waitress, nothing more, but that encounter with you started a fire in me. Later, when Alan walked out on us, I didn't fall apart. I remembered you, and I decided to make more of myself than I'd ever thought I could. In a way, you changed my life."
Closing the trunk lid, locking it, handing the keys to Dom, who had already put Marcy in the car, Ginger said,
"Georgia, I'm flattered, but you're giving me much too much credit. You changed your own life."
"It wasn't what you did that day," Georgia said.
"It's what you were. You were exactly the role model I needed."
Embarrassed, the physician said,
"Good God, no one's ever called me a role model before. Oh, honey, you're definitely unbalanced."
"Ignore her," Dom told Georgia. "She's the best role model I've ever seen. Her humble mutterings are pure schmonzes." Ginger Weiss whirled on him, laughing.
"Schmonzes?"
Dom grinned. "I'm a writer, so it's my job to listen and absorb. I hear a good expression, I use it. Can't fault me for doing my job."
"Schmonzes, huh?"
Ginger Weiss said, pretending anger. Still grinning, the writer said, "If the Yiddish fits, wear it." That was the moment when Georgia knew Dominic Corvasis's heart was already claimed, and that she would have to exclude him from any romantic fantasy she might cook up in the future. The spark of desire and glimmer of deep affection shone brightly in his eyes when he looked at Ginger Weiss. The same heat warmed the physician's gaze. The funny thing was, neither Dom nor Ginger appeared quite to realize the true power of their feelings for each other. Not quite yet, but soon. They drove out of Elko toward the Tranquility, 30 miles to the west. As twilight faded toward night in the east, Dom and Ginger told Georgia what had happened prior to her and Marcy's arrival. Georgia found it increasingly difficult to hold the good mood she'd been in since stepping off the plane. As they sped through the gloom-mantled barrens, with craggy and threatening black mountains thrusting up at the horizon under a blood-dark sky, Georgia wondered if this place was, as she had thought, the threshold of a new beginning, or a doorway to the grave. After the Lear landed in Salt Lake City, Utah, Jack Twist quickly transferred to a chartered Cessna Turbo Skylane RG, piloted by a polite but tight-lipped man with a huge handlebar mustache. They arrived in Elko, Nevada at 4:53, in the last light of day. The airport was too small to have Hertz and Avis counters, but a local entrepreneur operated a modest little taxi company. Jack had the cab take him and his 3 big suitcases to a local Jeep dealership where they were getting ready to close, and where he startled the salesman by paying cash for a 4-wheel drive Cherokee wagon. To this point, Jack took no evasive action to shake off a tail, or even to determine if he had one. His adversaries clearly possessed great power and resources, and regardless of how frantically he tried to elude them, they would have sufficient manpower to keep tabs on a lone target trying to escape on foot or by taxi in a town as small as Elko. Once the Cherokee was his, Jack drove away from the dealership, and for the first time he looked for a tail. He glanced repeatedly at the rear view and side mirrors, but he spotted no suspicious vehicles. He went directly to an Arco mini-mart that he had noticed during the taxi ride from the airport. He parked at the dark end of the lot, beyond the reach of the arc lamps, got out of the wagon and surveyed the shadowy street behind for an indication of a pursuer. He saw no one. That didn't mean they weren't out there. In the mini-mart, the blindingly excessive fluorescent lighting and chrome display fixtures made him long for the good old days of quaint corner groceries operated by immigrant couples who spoke with appealing accents, where the air would have been redolent of Mama's homemade baked goods and Papa's made-to-order deli sandwiches. Here, the only aromas were a vague trace of disinfectant and the thin odor of ozone coming off the motors of refrigerated display cases. Squinting in the glare, Jack bought a map of the county, a flashlight, a quart of milk, 2 packages of dried beef, a little box of small chocolate donuts, and, on a morbid impulse, something called a hamwich, which was a guaranteed delicious one-piece sandwich of pulverized, blended, remolded ham paste bread and spices, and which was claimed to be especially convenient for hikers, campers, and sportsmen. Ham paste. At the bottom of the airtight plastic package was this legend: real meat. Jack laughed. They had to tell you it was real meat, because even though it was wrapped in clear plastic, you couldn't tell what the hell it was by looking at it. Yes, sir, oh, yes, ham paste and real meat. That was why he had gone to Central America to fight for his country. He wished Jenny were alive and here with him. Real meat, as opposed to fake polyester meat. She'd have gotten a kick out of that. When he walked out of the mini-mart, he paused to study the street again, but again he saw no one suspicious. He returned to the Cherokee at the dark end of the lot and put up the tailgate. He opened one of his suitcases, withdrew an empty nylon rucksack, the Beretta, a loaded clip, a box of .32 ammunition, and one of the pipe-type silencers. As his breath steamed from him in the cold air, he transferred the groceries from the paper bag to the rucksack. He screwed the silencer onto the gun, slammed the loaded clip into the butt. When he had distributed all the loose ammunition among the many pockets of his heavily insulated leather jacket, he closed the tailgate. Behind the wheel of the Cherokee once more, Jack put the Beretta on the seat beside him and set the rucksack on top of it for concealment. Using the new flashlight, he passed a few minutes studying the map of Elko County. When he switched the flashlight off and put the map away, he was ready to engage the enemy. For the next 5 minutes he drove through Elko, using every trick he knew to reveal a tale, staying on quiet residential streets where traffic was light, and where a surveillance team would be as obvious as a festering cold sore, no matter how good they were. Nothing. He parked at the end of a cul-de-sac and got an anti-surveillance broadband receiver from one of the suitcases. This device, the size of 2 packs of cigarettes, with a short antenna that telescoped out of the top, received all possible radio bands from 30 to 120, including FM from 88 to 108. If a transmitter had been fixed to the Jeep while he was in the market, enabling a tail to follow at a distance, his broadband receiver would pick up the signals. A feedback loop would cause the receiver to emit an ear-piercing squeal. He pointed the antenna at the Jeep and slowly circled the vehicle. The Cherokee had not been bugged. He put the broadband receiver away and got behind the wheel of the wagon again, where he sat for a minute in thought. He was under neither visual nor electronic surveillance. Did that make sense? When his adversaries put those Tranquility Motel postcards in his safe deposit boxes, they must have known he would come to Nevada at once. Surely they also knew that he was a potentially dangerous man. and surely they would not allow him to plot against them on their own turf, unobserved. Yet that seemed to be precisely what they were doing. Frowning, Jack twisted the key in the ignition. The engine roared. On the Lear from New York, he had pondered the situation at length and had arrived at several theories, most of them half-baked, as to the identity and intentions of his adversaries. Now, he decided that nothing he dreamed up was half as strange as whatever was actually happening. No one was watching. That spooked him. The inexplicable always spooked him. When you couldn't understand a situation, that usually meant you were missing something important. If you were missing something important, that meant you had a blind side. If you had a blind side, you could get your ass shot off when you were least expecting it. Alert, cautious, Jack Twist drove north from Elko on State Route 51. After a while, he turned west, following a series of gravel and dirt tracks, sneaking behind the Tranquility Motel instead of making an open approach on I-80. Eventually, he was reduced to traveling overland on sometimes dangerous terrain, from an elevation as high as 4,000 feet down across sloping foothills toward the plains. When the clouds parted, revealing a 3/4 moon, he switched off the headlights and continued, guided only by the glow of the lunar lamp, and his eyes soon adjusted to the night. Jack topped a rise and saw the Tranquility Motel, a lonely group of lights in a vast, dark emptiness, a mile and a half below and southwest of him, this side of I-80. There were not as many lights as there ought to have been. Either the place had little business, or it was not open. He did not want to advertise his arrival, so he would proceed on foot. He left the Beretta in the Jeep and took the Uzi submachine gun. Actually, he did not expect trouble, not yet. His adversaries, whoever the hell they were, had not teased him into coming all this way merely to kill him. They could have killed him in New York if that was all they wanted. Nevertheless, he was prepared for violence. In addition to the Uzi and a spare magazine, he took the rucksack of groceries, a battery-powered directional microphone, and the Startron night vision device. He pulled on gloves and a toboggan cap. Jack found the hike invigorating. The night was cold, and when the wind gusted, it stung, but not unpleasantly. Because he had expected to go to ground immediately upon arrival in Nevada, he had dressed suitably when he left New York. He wore high-topped hiking shoes with hard rubber soles and heavy tread, long johns and jeans, a sweater, and a leather jacket with a thick, quilted lining. The crew of the chartered Lear was surprised by his appearance, but they treated him as if he were in tuxedo and top hat. Even an ugly man with one cast eye, dressed like an ordinary laborer, elicited respect when he could afford to lease a private jet rather than fly commercial airlines. Now Jack walked. Ragged tears in the clouds disrobed the moon, and the few widely scattered patches of snow shone brightly, as if they were shards of bone glimpsed in the darker carcass of the hump-backed hills. The bare earth, rock formations, sagebrush, and plentiful dry grass accepted the caress of moonlight and were limned in a vague, milky blonde hue. But when the moon slipped behind the clouds, deep, rich darkness flooded forth. At last he reached a suitable observation point on the southern slope of a hill, only 1/4 of a mile behind the Tranquility Motel. He sat down, putting the Uzi and his rucksack aside. The Startron night vision device took available light, starlight, moonlight, the natural phosphorescence of snow and of certain plants, meager electric light, if any, and amplified it 85,000 times. With the gadget's single lens, Jack could transform all but the very blackest nights into gray daylight, or better. He propped his elbows on his knees, held the Startron in both hands, and focused on the Tranquility. The rear of the structure popped into view with sufficient clarity for him to determine that no lookouts were posted in any shadowed niches. None of the motel units had windows along the back wall, so no guards could be watching from those rooms. The center third of the motel had a second floor, probably the owner's apartment, and light shone at most of those windows. However, he could not see into the apartment because the drapes and blinds were drawn. He put the Startron in the rucksack and picked up the battery-powered, hand-held directional microphone, which resembled a futuristic gun. Only a few years ago, rifle mics were effective to a distance of only 200 yards, but these days, a good, power-amplified unit could suck in a conversation up to a quarter of a mile, much farther if conditions were ideal. The device included a pair of compact earphones, which he put on. He aimed the mic at a window shielded by drapes, and at once heard animated voices. However, he got only scraps of their conversation because he was trying to pull their voices out of a closed room and through a quarter-mile of blustery wind. With great caution, he grabbed the Uzi and other gear and moved closer, choosing a second observation point less than 100 yards from the building. When he aimed the mic at the window again, he picked up every word spoken beyond the glass, in spite of the muffling draperies. He heard 6 voices, maybe more. They were eating dinner and complimenting the cook, someone named Ned, and his helper, Sandy, on the turkey, the pecan stuffing, and other dishes. They're not just eating dinner, Jack thought enviously. They're having a damned banquet in there. He had eaten a light lunch on the Lear, but had taken nothing since. He was still on Eastern Standard Time, so for him it was almost 11 o'clock. He would probably be eavesdropping for hours, piecing together these people's identities, gradually determining if they were his adversaries. He was too hungry to wait that long for his own dinner, such as it was. With a few rocks, he made a brace for the microphone to keep it angled toward the window. He unwrapped the hamwich and bit into that pulverized, blended, and remolded treat. It tasted like sawdust soaked in rancid bacon fat. He spat out the gummy mouthful and settled down to a meager meal of dried beef and donuts, which would have been more satisfying if he had not had to listen to those strangers indulging in a modern version of a harvest feast. Soon, Jack had heard enough of the conversation in the apartment to know these people were not his enemies. Strangely, one way or another, they had been drawn or summoned here, as he had been. Monitoring them, he began to think their voices were curiously familiar, and he was overcome with the feeling that he belonged among them as a brother among family. A woman named Ginger and a man, either Don or Dom, began to tell the others about research they had done earlier in the offices of the Elko Sentinel. Listening to talk of toxic spills, roadblocks, and highly trained Diro troops, Jack felt his appetite fading. Diro? Shit! He'd heard about the Diro companies, though they'd been formed after he'd left the service. They were gung-ho types who'd happily accept an order to go into a pit against a grizzly bear armed only with a meat grinder, and they were tough enough to make sausages out of the bear. Forced to choose between a quick, painless suicide and hand-to-hand combat with a Diro, the ordinary man would be well advised to blow his own brains out and save himself pain. Jack realized he was involved in something far bigger and more dangerous than fratellanza revenge, or any of the other things he had hypothesized during his flight from New York. Although the picture he got from eavesdropping was full of holes, he began to grasp that these people had come together to discover what had happened to them the summer before last. The same weekend, Jack had stayed here. They had made considerable headway in their investigation, and Jack winced as they openly discussed their progress. They were so naive that they thought closed doors and covered windows ensured privacy. He wanted to shout, "Hey, for God's sake, shut up already! If I can hear you, they can hear you!" Diro. That bit of news made him even sicker than the hamwich. In the motel, they continued to chatter, revealing their strategy to the enemy even as they worked it out. And at last, Jack tore off the earphones, frantically grabbed his guns and equipment and hurried down through the darkness toward the Tranquility Motel. The apartment had no dining room, just the alcove in the kitchen, but that area was too small to seat 9. In the living room, they moved the furniture against the walls, brought in the kitchen table, and used both extra leaves to extend it, accommodating everyone. To Dom, the impromptu arrangements contributed to the feeling of a family gathering and to the mood of cautious festivity. Rather than have to repeat themselves, Dom and Ginger had waited until dinner, when the group was gathered, to report on their research at the newspaper in Elko. Now, over the clinking of silverware, they revealed that the Army had blockaded I-80 minutes before the toxic spill that Friday night, which meant that choppers full of soldiers had been dispatched from distant Schenkfield at least half an hour earlier, and that the Army knew in advance the accident was going to happen. Tearing a crescent roll, Dom said, "If Falkirk and a Dero company flew in and took over security on the quarantine line so soon after the crisis hit, well, it means the Army must have had advance warning."
But then, why didn't they stop it from happening? Georgia Monticello asked, as she cut her daughter's serving of turkey into bite-sized pieces.
"Apparently they couldn't stop it," Dom said. "Maybe there was a terrorist attack on the truck, and maybe Army intelligence only got wind of it just before it went down," Ernie said.
"Maybe," Dom said doubtfully.
"But they would have gone public with that kind of story if it happened, so it must have been something else. Something involving top-secret data of such importance that only Dero troops could be trusted to keep quiet about it."
Brendan Cronin had a heartier appetite than anyone at the table, but his temporal appetite did not diminish the spiritual air that had surrounded him. He swallowed some baked corn and said, "This explains why there weren't hundreds of people on those 10 miles of interstate when the thing happened, as there should have been at that hour. If the Army sealed it off ahead of the event, they had time to get most traffic out of the danger zone before anything actually happened."
Dom said, "Some didn't get out, saw too much, and were held and brainwashed with the rest of us who were already here at the motel."
For a while, everyone joined in the discussion and arrived at all the same theories and unanswerable questions that had occurred to Dom and Ginger at the newspaper offices earlier in the day. Finally, Dom told them about the important discovery he and Ginger had made when, as an afterthought, they had looked through issues of the Sentinel published during the weeks following the toxic spill. When they had finished poring through editions for the week of the crisis, Ginger had suggested that clues to the secret of what really happened on the closed highway that night might be hidden in other news, in unusual stories that appeared to have nothing to do with the crisis but were in fact related to it. They pulled more issues from the files, and by studying every story from a paranoid perspective, they soon found what they hoped for. One place in particular figured in the news in such a way that it seemed linked to the closure of I-80.
"Thunder Hill," Dom said. "We believe that's where our trouble came from. Schenkfield was just a ruse, a clever misdirection to focus attention away from the real source of the crisis. Thunder Hill."
Faye and Ernie looked up from their plates in surprise, and Faye said, "Thunder Hill's 10 or 12 miles northeast of here in the mountains. The Army has an installation up there, too, the Thunder Hill Depository. There are natural limestone caves in those hills where they store copies of service records and a lot of other important files, so they won't lose all copies if military bases in other parts of the country are wiped out in a disaster. Nuclear war, like that."
Ernie said, "The depository was here before Faye and me. 20 years or more. Rumors have it that files and records aren't the only things in storage there. Some believe there's also huge supplies of food, medicines, weapons, ammunition, which makes sense. In case a big war breaks out, the Army wouldn't want all its weapons and supplies on ordinary military bases, because those would be the first nuked. They've surely got fallback caches, and I guess Thunder Hill is one of those."
"Then anything might be up there," Georgia Monticello said uneasily.
"Anything? Ned Sarver said.
Is it possible the place isn't just a storage dump? Sandy asked. Could they also maybe be doing some kind of experiments up there?
What kind of experiments? Brendan asked, leaning over to look past Ned, beside whom he was seated. Sandy shrugged.
Any kind.
It's possible, Dom said. The same thought had occurred to him.
But if there wasn't a toxic spill on I-80, if it was something at Thunder Hill that went wrong, Ginger said, how could it have affected us, more than 10 miles to the south?
No one could think of an answer. Marcy, who had been preoccupied with her moon collection for most of the evening, and who had said nothing during dinner, put down her fork and piped up with a question of her own.
Why is it called Thunder Hill?
Sweetie,
Faye said, that's one I can answer. Thunder Hill's really one of 4 huge connecting mountain meadows, a long, sloping piece of high pasture land. It's surrounded by a great many high peaks, and during a storm the place acts like a sort of funnel for sound. The Indians named it Thunder Hill hundreds of years ago because thunder echoes between those peaks and rolls down the mountainsides, and it all pours in on that one particular meadow in a most peculiar way, so that it seems as if the roar isn't coming out of the sky, but as if it's coming right up out of the ground around you.
Wow,
Marcy said softly.
I'd probably pee my pants.
Marcy, Georgia said, as everyone broke into laughter.
Well, gee, I probably would,
the child replied.
You remember when Grandma and Grandpa came over to dinner at our place, and there was a big storm, really big, and some lightning struck the tree in our yard, and there was this boom, and I peed my pants?
Looking around the table at her new extended family, she said,
I was so embarrassed.
Everyone laughed again, and Georgia said,
That was more than 2 years ago. You're a bigger girl now.
To Dom, Ernie said,
You haven't told us yet why Thunder Hill is the place rather than Schenkfield. What'd you find in the newspaper?
In the Sentinel for Friday, July 13th, exactly 1 week after the closure of I-80, and 3 days after its reopening, there was a report of 2 county ranchers, Norval Brust and Jake Dirksen, who were having trouble with the Federal Bureau of Land Management. A disagreement between ranchers and the BLM was not unusual. The government owned half of Nevada, not merely deserts, but a lot of the best grazing land, some of which it leased to cattlemen for their herds. Ranchers were always complaining that the BLM kept too much good land out of use, that the government ought to sell off part of its holdings to private interests, and that leases were too expensive. But Brust and Dirksen had a new complaint. For years, they leased BLM land surrounding a 300-acre Army installation, the Thunder Hill Depository. Brust held 800 acres to the west and south, and Dirksen was using over 700 acres on the east side of Thunder Hill. Suddenly, on Saturday morning, July 7th, though 4 years remained on Brust's and Dirksen's leases, the BLM took 500 acres from Brust, 300 from Dirksen, and at the request of the Army, those 800 acres were incorporated into the boundaries of the Thunder Hill Depository.
Which just happens to be the very morning after the toxic spill and the closure of I-80,
Faye observed. Brust and Dirksen showed up Saturday morning to inspect their herds, per their usual routine, Dom said, and both discovered that their livestock had been driven off most of the leased pasture. A temporary barbed wire fence was being thrown into place along the new perimeter at the Thunder Hill Depository. Having finished dinner, Ginger pushed her plate aside and said,
The BLM simply told Brust and Dirksen it was unilaterally abrogating their leases, without compensation. But they didn't receive an official written notice till the following Wednesday, which is extremely unusual. Ordinarily, a notice of termination comes 60 days in advance.
Was that kind of treatment legal? Brendan Cronin asked.
Right there's the problem of doing business with the government, Ernie told the priest. You're dealing with the very people who decide what's legal and what isn't. It's like playing poker with God.
Faye said, The BLM's despised around these parts,
No bunch of bureaucrats is more high-handed. That's what we gathered from reading the Sentinel, Dom said. Now, Ginger and I might have figured the Thunder Hill business was just coincidental, that the BLM just happened to go after that land the same time as the crisis on I-80. But the way the government dealt with Brust and Dirksen after the land was seized was so extraordinary it made us suspicious. When the ranchers hired attorneys, when stories about the cancellation of their leases began appearing in the Sentinel, the BLM did a sudden about-face and offered compensation after all. That's not a bit like the BLM, Ernie said. They'll always make you drag them into court, hoping litigation will wear you down.
How much were they willing to pay Brust and Dirksen? Fay asked. The figure wasn't revealed, Ginger said, but it was evidently darned good, because Brust and Dirksen accepted it overnight. So the BLM bought their silence, Georgia said.
I think it was the Army working secretly through the BLM, Dom said. They realized the longer the story was in the news, the more chance there was of someone wondering about a link between the crisis on I-80 that Friday night and the unorthodox seizure of land the very next morning, even if the two events were 10 or 12 miles apart.
Surprises me somebody didn't make the connection, Georgia said. If you and Ginger could spot it this long after the fact, why didn't anyone think of it then? For one thing, Ginger said, Dom and I had the enormous benefit of hindsight. We know there was a lot more going on during the days of the crisis than anyone suspected at the time, so we were specifically looking for connections. But that July, all the hoopla about a toxic spill diverted attention from Thunder Hill. Furthermore, there was nothing extraordinary about ranchers fighting the BLM, so nothing in the situation linked it in anyone's mind with the I-80 quarantine. In fact, when the BLM made that totally out-of-character offer to Brust and Dirksen, a Sentinel editorial praised the repentant attitude of the government and prophesied a new age of reason.
But from what you've told us, Dom said to Fay and Ernie, and from what else we've read, that was the first and last time the Bureau of Land Management dealt reasonably with ranchers. So it wasn't a new policy, just a one-time response to a crisis. And it's too coincidental to believe that the crisis evolving at Thunder Hill was unrelated to the crisis simultaneously underway here along the interstate.
Besides, Ginger said, once our suspicion was aroused, we got to thinking that if the trouble that night had been related to Schenkfield, there'd have been no need for the Army to use Dero troops for security, because the soldiers stationed at Schenkfield would already have full security clearances in all matters related to that base, and there would have been nothing about a Schenkfield crisis too sensitive for them to see. The only reason Dero would have been called in is if the crisis was utterly unrelated to Schenkfield, involving something the soldiers at that base were not cleared for. So, if there are answers to our problems, Brendan said, we'll most likely find them at the Thunder Hill Depository.
We already suspected the story about a spill was less than half true, Dom said. Maybe there was no truth to it at all. Maybe the crisis had nothing to do with Schenkfield. If the real source was Thunder Hill, the rest was just smoke they blew in the public's eyes.
It sure feels right, Ernie said.
He had finished dinner, too. His silverware was neatly arranged on the plate, which was almost as clean as before dinner, evidence that his military discipline and order had not departed him. You know, part of my service career was in marine intelligence, so I'm speaking with some experience when I say this Schenkfield stuff truly does smack of an elaborate cover story.
Ned's frown exaggerated his pronounced widow's peak.
There are a couple of things I don't understand. The quarantine didn't extend from Thunder Hill all the way down here. There were miles of territory in between that weren't sealed off, so how did the effects of an accident on Thunder Hill leapfrog over all that distance and come down on our heads without causing trouble between there and here?
You're not dull-witted, Dom said.
I can't explain it either.
Still frowning, Ned said,
Another thing. The depository doesn't need a lot of land, does it? From what I've heard, it's underground. They got a couple of big blast doors in the side of the hill, a row leading up to the doors, maybe a guard post, and that's it. The 300 acres you mentioned? The area around the entrance is plenty big enough for a security zone. So why the land grab? Dom shrugged. Beats me. But whatever the hell happened up there on July 6th, it prompted 2 emergency actions on the part of the Army. First, a temporary quarantine down here, 10 or 12 miles away, until we witnesses could be dealt with. Second, an immediate enlargement of the security zone around the depository up there in the mountains, a secondary quarantine that's still in effect. I have a hunch, if we're ever going to find out what happened to us, what's still happening, we're going to have to dig into the activities up on Thunder Hill. They were all silent. Though everyone was finished with dinner, no one was ready for dessert. Marcy was using her spoon to draw circles in the greasy residue of turkey gravy on her plate, creating fluid and temporary moon forms. No one moved to clear away the dirty dishes, for at this point in the discussion, no one wanted to miss a word. They were at the crux of their dilemma. How were they to move against enemies as mighty as the U.S. government and army? How were they to penetrate an iron wall of secrecy that had been forged in the name of national security, with the full power of the state and the law behind it?
We've put together enough to go public, Georgia Monticello said. The deaths of Zebediah Lomack and Allen, the murder of Pablo Jackson, the similar nightmares that many of you have shared, the Polaroids. It's the kind of sensational stuff the media thrives on. If we let the world know what we think happened to us, we'll have the power of the press and public opinion on our side. We won't be alone.
Nugget, Ernie said. That kind of pressure will just make the military stonewall like hell. They'll construct an even more confusing and impenetrable cover-up. They don't crack under pressure the way politicians do. On the other hand, as long as they see us stumbling around on our own, fumbling for explanations, they'll be confident, which might give us time to probe for their weak spots.
And don't forget, Ginger warned, apparently Colonel Falkirk advocated killing us instead of just blocking our memories, and we've no reason to believe he's mellowed since then. He was obviously overruled, but if we tried to go public, he might be able to persuade his superiors that a final solution is required after all. But even if it's dangerous, maybe we've got to go public, Sandy said. Maybe Georgia's right. I mean, there's no way we can get inside the Thunder Hill Depository to see what's going on. They've got lots of security and a pair of blast doors built to take a nuclear hit.
Dom said, Well, it's like Ernie told us. We'll have to just stay loose and search for their weaknesses until we find a way.
But it looks like they don't have any weaknesses, Sandy said. Their cover-up has been falling apart ever since they brainwashed us and let us go, Ginger said. Each time one of us remembers another detail, that's another gaping hole in their cover-up.
Yeah, Ned said. But seems to me they're in a better position to keep patching the holes than we are to keep poking new ones. Let's can the goddamn negative thinking, Ernie said gruffly.
Smiling beatifically, Brendan Cronin said, He's right. We must not be negative. We need not be negative, because we're meant to win. His voice was again infused with the eerie serenity and certitude which arose from his belief that the revelation of their special fate was inevitable. At moments like this, however, the priest's tone and manner did not comfort Dom, as they were meant to, but, for some odd reason, stirred up a sediment of fear and muddied his emotions with anxiety. How many men are stationed at Thunder Hill? Georgia asked.
Before Dom or Ginger could respond with information they had gleaned from the sentinel, a stranger appeared in the doorway at the head of the stairs that led up from the motel office. He was in his late 30s, lean and tough-looking, dark-haired, dark-complexioned, with a crooked left eye that was not coordinated with his right, though the downstairs door was locked, and although the linoleum on the stairs did nothing to quiet ascending footsteps, the intruder appeared with magical silence, as if he were not a real man but an ectoplasmic visitation. "For God's sake, shut up, he said, sounding every bit as real as anyone else in the room. "If you think you can plot in privacy here, you're badly mistaken." 18 miles southwest of the Tranquility Motel, at Schenkfield Army Testing Grounds, all the buildings, laboratories, administration offices, security command center, cafeteria, recreation lounge, and living quarters, were underground. In the blazing summers on the edge of the high desert, and in the occasionally bitter winters, it was easier and more economical to maintain a comfortable temperature and humidity level in underground rooms than in structures erected on the less than hospitable Nevada barrens. But a more important consideration was the frequent open-air testing of chemical and occasionally even biological weapons. The tests were conducted to study the effects of sunlight, wind, and other natural forces on the distribution patterns and potency of those deadly gases, powders, and superdiffusible mists. If the buildings were above ground, any unexpected shift in the wind would contaminate them, making unwilling guinea pigs of base personnel. No matter how involved they became in work or leisure, the staff of Schenkfield never forgot they were beneath the earth, for they had two constant reminders of their condition: the lack of windows, plus the susurration of the piped-in air coming through the wall vents, and the echoing hum of the motors that fanned the air along the pipes. Sitting alone at a metal desk in the office to which he had been temporarily assigned, waiting impatiently and worriedly for the phone to ring, Colonel Leland Falkirk thought, "God, I hate this place." The never-ending whine and hiss of the air supply system gave him a headache. Since his arrival on Saturday, Falkirk had been eating aspirin as though they were candy. Now he tipped 2 more out of a small bottle. He poured a glass of ice water from the metal carafe that stood on the desk, but he did not use it to wash down the pills. Instead, he popped the dry aspirin into his mouth and chewed them. The taste was bitter, disgusting, and he almost gagged, but he did not reach for the water. He did not spit out the aspirin, either. He persevered. A lonely, miserable childhood, filled with uncertainty and pain, followed by an even worse adolescence, had taught Leland Falkirk that life was hard, cruel, and utterly unjust, that only fools believed in hope or salvation, and that only the tough survived. From an early age he had forced himself to do things that were emotionally, mentally, and physically painful, for he had decided that self-inflicted pain would toughen him and make him less vulnerable. He tempered the steel of his will with challenges that ranged from chewing dry aspirin to major tests like the outings that he called desperation survival treks. Those expeditions lasted 2 weeks or longer, and they put him face to face with death. He parachuted into a forest or jungle wilderness far from the nearest outpost, without supplies, with only the clothes on his back. He carried no compass or matches. His only weapons were his bare hands and what he could fashion with them. The goal? Reach civilization, alive. He spent many vacations in that self-imposed suffering, which he judged worthwhile, because he came back a harder and more self-reliant man than he'd been at the start of each adventure. Now he crunched dry aspirin. The tablets were reduced to powder, and the powder turned his saliva to an acidic paste. "Ring, damn you," he said to the telephone on the desk. He was hoping for news that would get him out of this hole in the ground. In Dero, the Domestic Emergency Response Organization, a colonel was less a desk jockey and more a field officer than in any other branch of the Army. Falkirk's home base was in Grand Junction, Colorado, not Schenkfield, but even in Colorado he spent little time in his office. He thrived on the physical demands of the job, so the low-ceilinged, windowless rooms of Schenkfield felt like a many-chambered coffin. If he had been engaged upon any mission but this one, he might have established temporary unit headquarters up at Thunder Hill Depository,